better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. Better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. Yes, he's on his way. He's got toys all over the sleigh. Santa is coming to town.
Guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy, Scooby Blue, or Jumbo Sauce? Batman, Dan, Rosaline, and
Awesome Huggy Wuggy! Wuggy, Seek Scary Blue, Double Josh, Bam Bam, Nam Nam, Frog Dude, Babylina, Stinger Flume, Appealer Bird, Awesome Huggy Wuggy! Nam Nam, Stinger Flume, Rosaline, Squid Game Huggy Wuggy, Baby Huggy Wuggy, Freddy Fazbear, Dizzy, Missy, Kelly, Willie, Jojo Charles, we have it all the game now! What the hell? Evil Foxy Bill! We have Evil Foxy Bill! Jordan the Bandman!
I'm sorry, his name?
Freddy Fazbear!
For the box.
All right. How's it going, everyone? Oh my god, I feel recharged. How's it going? Hey, Drew H. Hey, Fox Gamer. How's it going, ID Shine, Nano Abyss, Red Hair Dude, hey Loris, hey there, Axolotl, hey there, AS, Digo Light, hey Neon the Cartoon, how's it going, Sazwe, hey Terry, Skello, how's it going, Izzy, Jivo, oh my god, Static Ghost, hey Chameleon, hey Turtle King, hey Diorn, thank you for the 5 months, hi Caleb, how's it going, FMS, hey Brain Dead, Sarkix, hey Egg, hey Solstice, hey Mario Fan, hey Non-Creative, hey Paradox Pilot, hey there Kuro is watching, hey Scarlet, hey Leslie, hey
I
B.
am like one of your French girls.
Oh, thank you, Chef Torta, for the 16 months. Hey Pirate Train Thing, Resummation, Glitchy, Talks, Lori, Izzy, Starsky, Bonnie Plush. Hey Glitch Crown, hey Space Entity, hey BM, hey Kedu. How's it going, Phil? I'm doing great. Hey Aiden, thank you for the $10 for charity. Time for an incredible stream. Hey Victoria, hey Lobo, hey Reeser, Andrew S, hey Jamie, hey Scarlet Jalapano, hey El Bun the
13 months, let's go.
Thank you, Ostro, for the 13 months. Hey, Hypnos, GPS, Haydenson. Dude, you were so fucking out of it last night, I dozed off and watched the rest this morning. Dude?
Day 2 of Slap Let's G.
Everyone currently that's watching the stream right now, listen to me. Thank you, Polar, for the 14 months. Thank you, Lucen, for the memberships. Any co-hosts for this one? Yes.
Hi, Phil, the Meatly and Shit Mood have been cooking with their teasers.
Oh boy, dude, a Lone Wolf trailer, by the way, literally dropped 3 hours ago. This is such a good time to make a bendy stream.
Gonna buy the plush Friday, _5pog,
Thank you, Polar.
_5pog.
Hopefully you will also donate just a tiny little bit to charity. Remember, every little bit counts, so it doesn't matter
Any
if it's
co-hosts
$1
for
or
this one?
$10. Yes, we will be inviting some very good people for the bendy stream. They are still in the server, don't worry, I made like a giant server for everyone to come in. Hey Simon, thank you for the 14
For
months.
charity. Will Zach show up?
Zach, currently, the last message that I have on my chat right now on the server where I am hosting all of this event, the last message is from Posture saying, I will be there for bending no matter what. So I think that we are pretty safe on Zach appearing on this stream. Not a guarantee though, obviously, like everyone can just come in and out however they want to, but I think that's a pretty safe guarantee. Anyways, I want to talk to you guys about something very important, and this is, I mean, you know, I'm streaming, so it's not like that big of a deal, but, you know, very important for people to understand. Hey, Small Fun Guy.
Out of money, Phil.
That's okay if you are struggling and can't actually donate at all. That's completely okay. Just make sure to enjoy yourself on the stream. Hey Chase, thank you for the $10. It's time to dive into the ink once again. Let's hope that this isn't as draining. I really think that it isn't. Thankfully, we got the Ban out of the way, and even then, I enjoyed Ban a little bit by the end. Anyways, again, very important. Please. This is a show of how taking care of your mental health is crucial. Guess what I did last time? Yesterday, day 1 of the Mascot Horror Slopathon, I played Poppy and Ban for about, I don't know, 15 to 14 hours, more or less. But I made sure to take care of my mental health. I went to take a bath, I showered, I went to sleep for 8 hours, I took some rest, I ate, and now I feel good. That's why I'm saying that taking care of your mental health is important. Make sure to, even though it doesn't make sense, taking a good bath, making sure that you eat well, making sure that you rest 8 hours during the night. It is extremely important for you to maintain your energy throughout the day and to keep your mental health in tip-top condition. So, if you're currently someone that is sleep deprived right now and don't have the energy and are feeling very sluggish, please make sure that you rest well, because I know that maybe you don't want to skip out on the stream or whatever, but it is extremely important for you to keep a good sleep schedule and for you to keep a good balance on your mental health so that you can feel more positively and less miserable throughout the day. But yeah, like, I feel good right now because I actually took care of myself. So for the people that were worried about me absolutely crashing after the first day, don't worry. We're here for the long haul. Because I'm an adult and I take care of my mental health better than most. Not really, not better than most. But, like, I make sure to prioritize my own well-being and mental health. Nikki says, easy fix. Fall asleep to the stream for background noise. No, legitimately! You are saying, you're pulling that off as a joke, Nikki, but no, for real, legitimately. Once again, I want to keep in mind, there's currently about 1,000 people watching the stream right now. For those that just came in for the Bendy, I want to reiterate, we are currently doing an event thingy. Thank you, Zach, for the $100! Yeah. Thank you for the $100. Mental health is so important, everyone. Make sure to donate. Holy shit! Very good, very good, very good. Can we reach 8,000 on the goal before we... Can we reach 80% on the goal before we even start the game? If someone donates a single dollar right now, we're gonna be at 7,950. That's great, right? Just $1. You see how $1 makes, like, that big of a difference? Like, we were meme shitting yesterday about, like, the dollar amounts on the Ban stream. And even then, like, just memeing and, like, throwing $1, like, here or there still made a huge difference on the amount. There you fucking go, Catlington! Thank you for the $2. It literally is making so much of a difference that we are more than 2/3 of the way through the total amount goal for the stream. You see how fucking great this is? Hey Foxy Gamer, thank you for the $10. By the way, when you get on Baldi on Thursday, remember that Baldi's Basics Plus got 4 major updates ever since you streamed it. Don't worry, I'll put that at the very end so I can have like an infinite game to like chill out to and relax. But yes, once again, we are doing this for the Mascot Horror Slopathon for Thankmas 2024. We are supporting mental health. Thank you, David Barron, for the $40. Bendy Gaming! Ultima has been a member for 20 months and says, if you can't donate, donate your kidneys. Thank you, Pan Bean Weirdo, for the $1. $1. $1.
If you can't donate, donate your kidneys.
You joke, but... No, but seriously, like, if you can't donate, you can actually help with the stream. If you cannot donate, if you can't give money, that is 100% okay, but I please beg you to continue watching. Because even if you can't donate money, we have an incentive on these streams. Look at this. We have an incentive for $1 per live viewer for the whole event's peak live viewer count. The more people watch these streams, the bigger the amount is for the maximum peak live viewer count, the more I will personally donate at the very end of the stream. Hey, Quartz, thank you for the $50. Who up Bending Day ink machines? Thank you. But yes, got a lot of sleep, Phil. I got my 8 hours in, and that is very important. Thank you, Small Fungi, for the $10. Insert funny comment here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support. But yes, if you have to go chill out somewhere else, if you have to go do something else in the middle of the stream, please make sure to keep this tab open.
Donating kidneys is good.
Thank you, Sam Oliver, for the 27 months. But yes, please keep the tab open and please keep the live stream going, because the more viewers we have cumulative, I will donate at the end of the stream, at the end of the event. Thank you, RT Dusta, for the $10. To my best pals, remember to take care of your mental health. Make sure to rest up, drink water, and have fun. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $10. And thank you, Yivi Tivi Tavi, for the $2. And thank you Seashells for the $2. So excited for the Bendy stream, and even happier that it's for such a good cause. Merry Thankmas, everyone. Merry Thankmas to you, Seashells. But yes, if you can't stay for the whole stream, that is 100% understandable. If you need to go somewhere else, if you need to go shower, if you need to go do your semester stuff for like the end of college, that is 100% understandable. Just please, I beg of you, keep the stream on in the background on a tab, keep the stream on your phone, however you can. Increase that number, increase that viewer counter, and if we get to, for example, 2,000 viewers, as a maximum of the whole event, I will donate $2,000 at the end. If we get to 3,000 viewers for like one of the streams of the event, I will donate $3,000. If we get to 4,000 viewers, I will donate 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. I don't give a shit. If you want to make me poor, if you want to make me suffer and give to charity myself, please make sure to increase that live viewer count, and at the end of the event, I will donate the maximum per live viewer, peak live viewer count. That is my mission to all the people that can't donate right now, but still want to have a good time with the stream. Thank you, Lobo, for the $1. Thank you so much. Thank you, Liminal X, for the $12. Mental Health, heck yeah. Also, I drew you, Bonzi, Sin, and Ashes as Pokemon on Blue Sky. I was organizing Pokemon cards while I was watching yesterday, and that's why I asked. Hell yeah. We might as well actually go through the fan art section, actually. A lot of fan art has been made for this event, and I genuinely appreciate every single one of those fan arts. Let's go through them at the start of the stream. Also, thank you, Sound Beast, for the $25. Let us continue supporting mental health. Merry Thankmas. Hell yeah. Thank you, Academic Spartan, for the $1.69. Bendy is one of my favorite games next to Bloodborne and the FNAF franchise. Can't wait to watch you suffer through this beautiful walking simulator. Stay inky, guys. Honestly, I don't think that anything's gonna be like as painful and pain-inducing as Ban was yesterday. Besides, I think that they fixed the save glitch that I got on my first Ban playthrough. I think. Thank you, It's Just Leo, for the $2. I have $2 now. Thank you, Immortal Ninja, for the $5. I am very honored to be supporting this cause. Mental health is incredibly important. Stay safe out there. Thank you. Thank you, System Failure, for the $5. Sadly, I will have to listen to the stream asleep. Your streams help me a lot with drowning out my brain rambles. The reason why, there is a mouse here in my bedroom and I have to wait for it to get into a trap. Good luck to you. Best wishes. Best wishes to you, System Failure. Also, we fucking crushed it immediately right now, by the way. We are currently over 80% of the way through the goal. $8,162 donated in less than 48 hours. Holy shit. Thank you, Void Go Burr, for the $2. Happy holidays. Thank you, Plant Boy 6, for the $1. Happy Slopathon for Thankmas. Thank you, Murder Mom, for the $10. Happy to help even in the small ways that I can. Looking forward to making you play the Steel Wool games. Oh, yeah, right, that's a goal. Yeah, right, I guess I should also explain that. If we currently get to the $10,000 goal, I will be replaying the Steel Wool FNAF games on December 29th after Christmas, but before the end of the year. I guess I put myself on the chopping block for that one, I guess. Hey, Ace Drawings, thank you for the message. I can't donate, but I do wish that you the best of luck with Bending Imp. That's completely okay, Ace. Like I said before, as long as you keep the stream on, as long as you keep it live, as long as you keep it in the background, I will donate the maximum live viewer amount by the end of the event. So, you literally viewing the stream at all, or putting it in the background or your device, is literally helping out. Thank you so much for that. Hey, David Barron, thank you for the message. Remember, chat, if you can't donate, your liver is always there, baby! Cool. Thank you, Oysters Boiled in Orange Juice, for the $7. Alright, you know what? I want to also thank every single artist in the Toxic Cesspit. You guys are fucking awesome. You guys made so much fan art in the first day of the stream. I might as well show it off. And you know what? Maybe we should just make that like a start, like a starting section of each of the charity streams. I will go into Blue Sky right now, and we will show off the fan art that we got over here. Let me check. Hold on. Let me check. In case. Let me check one little thing just in case before we look at this. Hey, Elias the Traveler, thank you for the $1. Really hope this community can help this cause. Also really hyped for the stream. Though I will surely fall asleep. That's completely okay. Just make sure to keep that device on. Thank you, Pickled Pain Palette, for the $2. Can't donate too much today, but watching this while I'm at work, it's really helping me stay happy while scanning documents. Hell yeah. Thank you, Cosmic Lucilla, for the $10. My birthday was yesterday. I feel so honored that the event started on the 15th. Stay safe, everyone. I gotta go to work. Thank you so much, Cosmic Lucilla. Thank you, Eliash the Traveler. Thank you, Jeffy Jeffs, for the $10. Give it up for day 2. Currently bedbound with some kind of sinus bug. So I'm glad I have this stream to help me relax. Thank you. Thank you, Plant Boy, for the $1. Thank you, Void Go Burr, for the $2. Thank you, Oysters Boiled in Orange Juice, for the $7. Solstice for the $25. Batman for the $65.50. Justice for Gotham. Thank you. Oh, this is great. All right, let's see. Let me check. Let me check all of these just before I open up the window. I feel great. These charity streams have like a really weird positive vibe to them that I like. Why is it YouTube right now? That is weird. No, put it on the latest. Alright, let's show off the fan art while we are at the start of the stream. So we got IB Puffin doing a new Phi Doodle, but they might be inky. Watch the stream now, thank you. The Bendy stream by Lobo, King Queen Lobo. Fizdom the Toxic Slime. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Static Rainbow. Doodles from the Ban part of the Slopathon. I think my brain might be mush now. Oh yeah, like, Bonsi did such a great job with like the permanently nightmarish stare of the Ban part of the Stream Phi model. That model was made on the fly. I really appreciated it. This is by Lex. It's us turned into Pokemon. That is adorable. By the way, these fan arts are not on Twitter. This is Blue Sky. Go follow me on Blue Sky, because like I actually look at my timeline and I actually look at hashtags on Blue Sky. So if you want to leave fan art for this stream or for the future of the streams, go to hashtag Fizzart on Blue Sky and I will take a look at your art. Skelly coming in here with the Dark Souls Bearer of the Toxic Phi. Silent Smile with the speechless blender model of Phi. You got Trash coming in with the beautiful Poppy Playtime drawing. You're cute. Look at that boy. Look at that fluffy little ass boy. Lori for the fat furry fan art. Fuck it. Retweet that shit. I don't give a fuck. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Tarby, for the genuinely cutesy ass, like, edit / fan art of Phi. Saw this guy and said, ew, 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 ugly, and then felt so bad I cried and bought him. Aww. Thank you, Tarby. Thank you, Susu, for the Ban stream is fun to watch, but to play? Hell nah, bitch! Also, Tara was also responsible for Kako's avatar on the Slopathon Ban stream. Look at me. Look at Bonsi's interpretation of Phi. People made a lot of fan art of this version of Phi, because like it was constantly smiling and the smile was just like pain. Thank you, Golden Diva, for this one. Thank you, Sadie Saz, for this one. You look lonely. I can fix that. I like that everyone is interpreting that smile as like a madness, like brain damage smile. Thank you, Sheep Enjoyer, for donate to charity. Yay. This is my nightmare cat. I should not have talked about my fucking nightmares on the stream, but I guess people enjoyed the idea of a nightmarish Cheshire cat that eats children's guts. Very nice. Thank you, Blush Bunny, for the Banified 5 fan art. Neon the Cartoon with the besties. You know what? I genuinely appreciate that fucking bird now, even if it kills me. Oh my god, look at the Fumo. Hell yeah. Thank you, Bag, for the weird SpongeBob edit. He's just a little guy. Oh my god, you put the Banified Phi, like, inside of a barrel of Javanium. That actually makes complete fucking sense. Oh my god. I'm actually really into the design now. Yeah, that's like... That's brilliant, though. He's made out of Vajanium. Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you, Sazwiz, again for the Banified Phi and the Banified Azazel. It looks like a giant brain, the way that you shaded this. And thank you, Psyre, for the currently in progress, like, giant, like, fan art of, like, Phi and, like, the co-hosts and, like, everyone in the couch. That's it for today, because it's 5 AM for me, but I will be adding more stuff on here every stream. Thank you so much! I'm missing a few faces, but they will be added soon. 3 birds with 1 stone. Thank you, Stupidity Annoying, for the genuinely amazing, just, normal Phi the Toxic Slime drawing. I love the, like, I love the glow on the eyes and the mouth and, like, the pose. That's great. Thank you for the NES-styled sprite. A lot of detail, even though it's, like, so small. Thank you, the small fungi, for the 6-hour brain damage Phi. The copium. Dude, I don't want to, like, shill gamer subs on, like, a charity stream, but once again, I can tell you with certainty, that shit helped me through the Ban stream yesterday. Like, not even fucking kidding. Thank you, Queen Voodoo. You look lonely. I can fix that. A lot of people genuinely like that joke. Thank you, Rotting Virus. I miss drawing. Good luck with the streams. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Pickled Paint Can, for the Bill Phil Cipher. Not my best piece of art, but Phil Cipher. That's actually great, though. That's awesome. Come on, you can't get mad at that. The Banners by Pingold. Thank you, Kuro, for the little doodles. The Winged Phi design was made by IB Puffin. Aww. Ooh! Look at that Sephiroth-ass looking motherfucker. Oh, the Cheshire Cat. If you guys don't know what the Cheshire Cat story is, go back to the Among Ashes stream and you will be able to hear me talk about this nightmare. Literal nightmare. Hey, Panico, thank you for the weird Ban OC Phi. And, ooh, thank you, Kudo, for the, for the Toxic Lounge Phi the Toxic Slime. Fancy hearing a story. I should probably do more chilled readings between these seasons. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Vic. Thank you, Cole Willow. Paint Pen got is looking forward to the spicy food stream. Snatcher made a pop-up cardboard Phi, I think this is what it is. I'm not quite sure. Thank you, Dual Blades, for the Slup Bucket. And Vic with a Toxosona OC, I think, and Phi. Fuck yeah. And Scrabble with the Phi wearing a Jumbo Josh themed hoodie. Which, honestly, if they sold those things, they would probably go, like, they would probably sell out hard. Make Fistnum broke for charity. You won't. Oh, hell yeah, you won't. Once again, the more viewers we have on the stream, doesn't matter if it's in the background or, like, on your phone, the more live viewers we have concurrently, I will donate that amount to charity. So keep on watching. And we got Helix with, what is this? I'm making a prototype of a puzzle platformer where Phi works together with Bucket. I'm only making it a prototype now, but I intend to go back to it later next year and flesh it out. Credit to Techno Dragon for the background music. Alright. Ooh. Like an actual Paper Mario, like, Toxicespid platformer. That's very cute. Oh, you got the logo and everything. That's an awesome test. Aww. Fuck yeah, Helix. You got IB Puffin with some Consume the Slop fan art. And you got Digo Light, or Digo, with the basically a poster for the Mascot Horror Slopathon. Look at this beauty! Man, like I've been watching Digo's like art journey ever since like I guess season 1 or season 2, and like they've improved as an artist by a lot. Great job. Hell yeah. Anyways, I will, if you make any fan art of the stream or any future stream, once again, it will be available on Blue Sky. I will take it, and we will feature it at the start of the stream, and maybe look at it live on stream. Thank you so much for the art. You artists in the Toxicespid are absolutely amazing. Is that Kinitopet? Yes, we will be Kinitopeting during this week, for sure. I am so fucking glad. I'm so fucking glad I'm doing this event. Thank you so much, everybody. Let me go through the final round of donations, and then we can start the bendy. We will start the bendy, we will invite everyone, we will go into the server and invite people over, and in general, have a good time with hopefully not just lower grade slop. I think that bendy is like higher grade slop, honestly. Alright. Let's see. Hyena Games donates $5 and says, Merry Christmas, everyone. Let's beat that goal and consume the slop. Thank you, Argus, for the $2. You're great, Phil. Keep it up for your precious slime. Hell yeah. Thank you, Foolish Fiend, for the $10. This slopathon has been deliciously diabolical. I just hope that Phil has been able to get some sleep between streams. I got my 8 hours in, which is perfectly fine. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $1. Every dollar makes a difference. Thank you, Peach Royale, for the $1 and 50 cents. This is all I got right now, but happy to see you and happy to see you play Bendy. I hope you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you. Thank you, Qual, for the $10. It's about time I actually joined the Toxicespid. Love Jacksepticeye, you've been my favorite streamer since 2021, so it's a win-win. Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you, Tuned, for the $1. Heck yeah! Also, Lone Wolf's trailer came out today. I will be watching that whenever I start the stream, like, properly. Thank you, Kiwi Tibbs, for the $25. Thank you, Octa Joker, for the $10. She bent on my machine until I Dark Revive! Thank you, Braindead Sarkick, for the $4. Have my physics class in around 40 minutes, starting right now while watching the stream. Also, the Sarkick in my username is a reference to the GOI from this SCP Foundation. I guess I'll have to read more SCP to understand that. Thank you, I have a bad taste in men, for the $1. Can't do much, but mental health is important. I love watching your streams. Thank you, the Banana Man, for the $10. A little while back, I almost spiraled into a very bad depressive state due to a gambling addiction. I thankfully got better with help and support from my friends and family. I urge all of those who are struggling to reach out to anyone they can if possible. Yes! And if you don't have anyone that is close to you and you're currently on the edge or are currently feeling like nothing matters in life, please make sure to use the actual, services that we are making, raising funds for. If you're in the US, please use Crisis Text Line. Keep that number on your phone. You can also use the Samaritans if you are in the UK and Ireland. And for worldwide support, you can go to Befrienders Worldwide Global Suicide Prevention, an international network of over 90 people helping centers spanning the globe. Remember, if you're currently struggling or suffering from depression or are currently suffering in your life, we are doing this stream for you to make sure that you have a baseline safety net in case that something may go wrong in your life. Everybody here, most people here, may suffer from a low point in their life, either in their past or in the future. That's why mental health organizations are here. It doesn't matter if you think that Crisis Text Line or any other organization or helpline is beneath you. It doesn't fucking matter. As long as you need help, you should seek help. Please. This whole stream is not for a magical number of people that are somehow worse off than you. This is for you. If you've ever felt anxious, if you've ever felt depressed, if you've ever engaged in self-harm, if you ever felt lonely or not wanted, this stream, this whole event, this mental health charity is supposed to be for you. Please. You're not beyond saving. You are not below everyone. You also deserve love and support. Thank you, Jeffy Jeffs, for the $10. Give it up for day 2. Currently bedbound with a bed with some kind of sinus bug, so I'm glad I have the stream to help me relax. Thank you. I think we good. Let's actually begin with the Bendy Ink Machine. I will copy that. And then open up the blue skies. And then open up the thingy. Bendy and the Ink Machine! Chad, we are $1,000 off of placing 3rd in the top campaigns for Thankmas. Oh yeah! We are almost, about to reach 3rd place. 3rd place, come on! We're so close! Alright, hold on. Phil, invite Kako again. Kako's not gonna wanna be here again. We suffered a hell of a lot during Bendy and the Ink Machine originally. Alright, I'm gonna put it on my blue sky. Starting Bendy and the Ink Machine now. And then posting. And then going on Twitter and saying, starting Bendy and the Ink Machine now. And then going on my server. And going... watching the Lone Wolf trailer. And starting Bendy and the Ink Machine now. And get on the VC. There you go, immediately. Fuck yeah.
Bendy!
Alright, let me get you crazy assholes on the Fuji.
We were like rabid dogs waiting for the gate to open.
Welcome, welcome David Barron to the stream. And welcome Postra Sack Postra Spec to the stream.
Dude, I need you to know, I was so excited when I realized today was Bendy that I made sure to set an alarm for today because I wanted I've been very, very busy this week and I didn't know how available I was gonna be, but I wanted to be here for Bendy specifically.
Right.
So I set an alarm today, and like I remember I woke up like way earlier than normal today, and normally like
Oh no.
normally my girlfriend texts me like when she's going to bed because I usually wake up like while she's asleep. And she sends me
Right.
that message, and I'm like, "Hi, I'm awake early for Bendy." And she's like, "Oh my god, you're up so early!" And mind you, so early was 3 p.m.
I had to delay the stream by about 2 hours personally. That was mostly because I needed my 8 hours of sleep because of the nightmare that was yesterday. You know. Turns out a Banban is not as bad as I thought. I mean, it's still bad, but it's just more unique than I thought, I guess. So I came away from Banban feeling pretty good, and now we got the hard stuff out of the way. Now I can enjoy some Bendy. Oh wait, I hate this game, but welcome, welcome anyway.
This is gonna be so fun because this game is so shit, but it's still one of my favorites.
I am
So
not
I'm
gonna get all
gonna-
the soup cans. I'm just gonna go through the game normally. Thank you.
I can't believe this.
No, I don't want him to collect all the soup cans. That's gonna bring back bad memories for me.
Yo, David, you got some speedrunning skips for this? Maybe we can skip an entire fucking
No,
chapter.
I don't think we should do that. I don't think we should do that.
You know, I could probably go find some.
I mean, it would make the stream a little bit, you know, more unique than most Bendy streams. You know what I mean?
I
don't
can
wanna
take a look. Let's see what the specifically chapter 3 speedrun skips look like.
Oh, yo, no! Come on, come on. Okay, as long as we get to see like Alice Angel, I think Zach will be fine with us skipping chapter 3. Gotta be honest.
I mean, yeah, chapter 3 is the most shit one, but also,
It do got the
that-
lady.
That's prime Bendy yapping time you're cutting down on for me. You can't do that to me.
I just have this like mental image in my head of like Zach being like a kid on Christmas morning and like going like waking up early, going like downstairs, like turning on the TV to watch like the Bendy stream and like to hang out and talk about Bendy, and like he just like turns on the stream and then he sees me and David Barron just out of the map in chapter 1 and landing at the bottom of like chapter 6, like at the bottom in the ink machine like room. It's like, yep, that's the stream, everybody. Like cleans my hands.
We found the ink machine.
That would be so sad too, because like I hope you know this like stream avatar I'm using is a special Bendy one I made specifically for today.
Hell yeah!
So
It's
could
so
you imagine
cute.
just like could you imagine like
Hi guys, I'm really looking forward to the Bendy stream. You know, I made time for it. Is the game already over?
You just see like us like torpedoing down from the top of the map down into like the bottom of the facility or whatever the fuck.
Zach, you joined the stream halfway through this like the call, and you just cut into me, go yep, and then go right through that wall, and then yep down there, and you're done.
It's like the entirety of the stream we only spent 5 minutes inbounds. I woke up early for this.
so I really like this dark void part of the game where you're just and okay, there's the end credits. The end credits of this game
Man,
are
it
really
really sells the ink in this game.
Henry receives the letter, goes into the ink machine lever room, just starts like backwards jumping BLJs out of the fucking map, lands straight into like the final room.
I like to think like because obviously you know the whole thing with Bendy is that it's an infinite loop. I really like to think Joey is just like, yeah, I perfectly designed this infinite loop for what the fuck is he doing?
Henry's like, I've been here for 1,000 loops. I don't give a shit anymore, Joey.
That's how Dark Revival happened. That's how Henry broke the loop.
Let's go through the donations before we start. Before we start, also, we should watch, because I haven't done that yet. 3 hours ago, Bendy and the Lone Wolf trailer came out on YouTube. Perfect timing for the stream, by the way. Actual perfect timing. We will
saw
watch
that.
that as well, but let me get through the donations one last time before, because like a lot of people donated at the start of the
Heck yeah,
stream.
it's sinking time.
Thank you, Nightlight. I think that one of the benefits of having like a multi-day like charity stream thing is that everyone donates at the very start, and I always read the donations a lot at the very start, and then we get through with the stream, you know? I think that's very good, because like there's a huge boost of donations at the very, very start, and I can actually focus on what people are saying on the donations, because I don't get to actually play the game first. Let me go through those. Thank you, Static Ghost, for the $10. As someone that loves this franchise, and Dark Revival is one of my favorite games ever, I even have a stylized Alice tattoo. The original game is still garbage, though, but I still love it, though. Aww.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Hayden San, for the $25. Don't skip Chapter 3. The projectionist deserves love.
Yeah.
Fine. Fine.
Yeah.
Thank you, TGN06,
I mean-
for the $35. Merry Slopathon, and to all good night. Thank you. David?
Sometimes we all need to make sacrifices for our own enjoyment, and this might have to be chapter 3.
You
My
do have
enjoyment.
something.
You guys are making sacrifices for my enjoyment. I'm
You
having
do have
fun.
something. Okay. Thank you.
I was looking up the Bendy any percent run. The run is a total of 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Ooh. I mean, we could always just okay. Genuinely though, maybe for the funny, we can do like a skip just to show it off, and maybe like then restart back at the start of the chapter. Because like we will still talk about the game itself, you know. But like it would be really funny to see how hard you can skip the entirety of this like game. That would be
Oh, yeah,
really
I'd,
funny.
like,
It's
I'll have to,
broken
like,
shit.
watch through it to see what people actually do.
Also, I'm not quite sure, but apparently they fixed the save bug.
Yeah, there was actually recently a patch for the original Ink Machine that apparently fixed that bug and added some other quality of life changes that apparently fixed some of the soft locks. But, you know, Bendy is so broken, you can never know.
The fact that the developers legitimately gave up on the code, like it was like a wildfire that they couldn't control themselves, is like fascinating to me as like someone that understands how games are made. How the actual fuck is this game so goddamn broken for so long that they couldn't fix like the worst save bug that I've ever seen in video games? I don't get it. Like, did they have to recode the entire thing to fix it? Like, I would love to talk to them Meatly about this exact thing.
That would be so funny.
Thank you. Hold on a second, let me move this right now. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $1. Every dollar makes a difference. It literally does. Thank you, Foolish Fiend, for the $10. This slopathon has been absolutely diabolical. I just hope that Phil has been able to get some sleep between streams. Yeah, literally 8 hours. I feel great. I took a shower. I got some good food. I think it would be pretty hypocritical if I didn't take care of my mental health while doing a mental health charity stream. Thank you, Argus, for the $2. You're great, Phil. Keep it up, you precious slime. Thank you. Thank you, Hyena Games, for the $5. Merry Christmas, everyone. Let's beat the goal and consume the slop. Thank you, Argus, for the $2. By the way, if you play you play Joyville 2. Fuck! More mascot horror games keep releasing as I play this. It came out recently. It would fit a slopathon. I'll have to see. Thank you, Tony Sonic, for the $50. Saved my money for this stream because Bendy is king. Puppy isn't finished yet, so I won't jump the gun like the others, and FNAF lost its crown a long time ago. Agreed. All hail the Ink Demon. Honestly, there's like, what? 4 Bendy games on development right now?
Yeah.
Bendy 3, Bendy the Cage, Bendy Lone Wolf, Bendy the Silent City, and like, you know what? I kind of want to play all of them just to check them out.
Wait, is
yeah.
Bendy the Cage and Bendy 3 different?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Bendy the Cage is like a Outlast-ish mature spin-off of the franchise that is literally more bloody and edgy. Bendy 3 is like the mainline sequel.
Gotcha.
And Bendy and the Silent City is like this weird shooter thing.
Yeah, it looks super weird. And I'm assuming Lone Wolf is gonna be a continuation of friggin' Boris and the Dark Survival.
And yeah, no. Actually, I read up on this. Bendy and the Lone Wolf is a rework of the Dark Survival. Apparently, the Dark Survival is shit as fuck, and everyone hates it.
is.
I'm not sure if I'm even gonna play that one, because like It's not mascot horror, so like whatever. It's like a weird dungeon crawling Zelda thing. I don't fucking know. But the developers really believe in the vision, so they want to rework it into a new game, and they will take down the Dark Survival page and put the Lone Wolf page as a replacement. You know?
Ooh, gotcha.
Honestly, that sounds great because Boris in the Dark Survival is an okay idea, but I got so bored playing it that I didn't care, and you know how I am with these games.
Yeah,
I put up with a
that's-
lot of shit.
That's a damning statement.
Yeah.
Let's see. Thank you, Hayden Sen, for the $25. Don't skip chapter 3, it deserves love. Thank you, Static Ghost, for the $10, and thank you, Anonymous, for the $10. This game may be bad, but at least it isn't Hello Neighbor. David,
I can't wait for Hello
David, David, grabs you by the fucking throat, you fucking frog. Give me the skips, please. I don't give a shit. Nobody gives a shit about Hello Neighbor. We need to finish it in 15 minutes, or I will die.
I
What are you
will
talking
study
about?
up on it.
Hello Neighbor is great, dude. What are you talking about? I love Hello Neighbor.
Like, I like that I made like a rule on the server that was like, I want this charity stream to be positive because like we're raising money for mental health and all stuff like that. Let's have all a good time and not try to be overly cynical, except for the Hello Neighbor stream. You can go off on that one.
Oh my god, I love Hello Neighbor. I love Hello Neighbor.
Thank you, random person, for the 9 months.
Hey Phil, I just want to say that this game one of my favorites game, but I know that is not Jude. Also, fuck Hello Neighbor.
Fuck Hello Neighbor. Thank you, Wi-Fi Thief, for the $7. Hoi Phil, not much, but I like supporting a good cause, and want to show my support since I've been rewatching a lot of your content and VODs, and it's brought me lots of joy during my time here in the military. Genuinely brought me good laughs. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Thank you, Lebian, for the $10. Regarding the save bugs thing, if I remember correctly, they couldn't touch the game properly because they were waiting on Rooster Teeth license dying out. What?
Yep, that was actually a thing.
Could be wrong, but I remember reading about that a year or two ago. Shrug. This was licensed by motherfucking Rooster Teeth Entertainment?
Yes, and at one point, Joey Drew was voiced by, I believe, the owner of Rooster Teeth.
Oh.
Oh,
I-
weird.
That's weird. Maybe I heard about it, but I don't remember it. And Paula says, thank you for the $5. Don't make the pasta noodle sad. No skips. Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
All right. Let us do... Hold on. Let us do a little small reaction to the Lone Wolf trailer.
I'm actually excited for this because I haven't seen this trailer yet.
It's 1 minute and 30 seconds, so let's see. Check it out. World premiere! Whatever.
But you're not streaming for us in Discord.
Oh shit! Fuck! I thought I was. Oh
Man,
fuck!
exciting,
Shit. Fuck.
exciting trailer so far.
God
I'm just
damn
looking
it.
at this fucking rodent you have as your profile picture. Waiting.
Just staring at a cement wall. Okay, good. Good.
There we go.
Is that puppy playtime?
No.
You sure?
Once there was a wolf living in a very dangerous world.
Every day, it seems, Mr. Drew loses more and more interest in the project. Almost as if something else has captured his imagination.
Surviving on anything he could find.
Bendelin from the first game.
The little gremlins.
Was that a mouse? Huh.
The stock sword sound goes crazy.
And fearing the ink demon.
Oh, the one from Dark Revival!
Let's go. They
Fuck
used
yeah.
a better design.
Coming
Okay,
2025.
so- It looks just like Boris and the Dark Survival, but just with more content.
With more
to it.
shit.
That's cool.
By the way, in this trailer, I thought that was my mouse. I love the random just mouse, like... it's just...
Ignore that. Ignore that.
It's not there. It's not there.
I love this cool cinematic of like Boris having like an existential crisis as like giant ink particles like swivel around him and just a floating mouse in the corner. Fuck yeah. Thank you LGBTQ mom for the $10. Thank you. Hello and thank you for all three of you. I hope you have a great stream. Also Boris and Baby Bendy deserve the world and more. Hell yeah.
I mean, I throw branches at Baby Bendy when I can. So.
Why do you do that?
His head spinning's really funny.
Oh.
All right. An hour in. Let's fucking go.
Oh, dude. This is gonna be so much fun because it's been a hot second since I've, engaged with Bendy stuff. I got burnt out from Bendy with all the shit I was doing for it for a while.
Yeah, you branched out on your channel from Bendy like really hard, and that's really great because you don't feel like you're stuck with it, like you're not the Bendy person, you know?
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to this because not only has it been a while since I've done Bendy stuff, but this is gonna be a little bit sentimental for me because you and I literally met over Bendy.
Yep. And well, I think the first interaction that I ever had with you was me going down in a chapter 3 like boat section and you being on the chat and like I see you on the chat and go like, "Yo, Postra, this game is shit!"
No, I remember that. The first interaction we ever had was me in your chat. You were playing Bendy, and you said, "Hey, this game is shit." And I was in the chat going, Yeah,
Makes
yeah, it
sense.
is. That's okay, though. I don't blame you for thinking that. I like it anyway. And then I remember later in the stream, you were like, Chappie, nice to Pasture. He likes this game, but it's shit. It's okay.
It's okay. You can like bad stuff. Also, Phil, the donation link on the description is wrong. What do you mean?
No, it
No, it
works.
isn't.
I used it to donate earlier.
Yep,
Yeah,
no,
well,
it is
that's good.
completely okay. But, if you have some money, you could test it out and see anyway if, it works. Like, it's up to you to test out if it works, Anyways, let's finally begin.
You guys have got these wonderful stories of this. I have zero emotional connection to this game. It's just kind of funny.
The link to the
This
Thinkimus
game is just kinda
website is
funny.
wrong. Oh, what? Oh, down there? Oh, shit, yeah, I am wrong.
Huh?
The one that links to the actual...
Oh, so the Tiltify link works.
The Tiltify link works. The one for people to check out Jacksepticeye's page is wrong. I will fix all of that in the future streams. I fixed it right now. I will fix those ones in the future streams when I get to finish this stream. Thank you so much for notifying me. Hell yeah.
Hey everybody,
Hello.
Lyra.
Hey, Lyra! All
I
right.
am properly here. I'm sorry I was a little bit late. I was having breakfast with one of my parents. I just rushed back in the house. I'm like, oh shit, it's starting!
Ooh, nice food.
Thank you.
All right. We good.
I should make a bendy peepo.
You should just the shittiest image correction color edit or just making it sepia. No, go to random google.com sepia tone filter website and just put that shit in there and see what it comes up
I
with.
gotta do that as well.
Oh boy. Yeah, you're literally just on time. We're about to touch the begin button. Oh,
I'm not
boy.
late.
Not late. All right,
I'm
everybody.
working on a masterpiece.
Let's go! Of course I deleted my save file from the last time. New game. Dear Dear Henry, it seems like a lifetime since we worked on cartoons together. 30 years really slips away, doesn't it? If you're back in town, come visit the old workshop. There's something I need to show you. Your best pal, Joey Drew.
Dude, something I will say right off the bat. This game is so much cooler with the context that Dark Revival gives it.
Yup.
Like, this game is so neat once you know everything that's going on
Alright,
with Dark
Joey.
Revival.
I'm here. Let's see if we can find what you wanted me to see.
Now we know, Chad. Now we know. Now we know.
Only for those who know.
Only for those who know. Let me bring you a little bit up, Lyra, on the volume.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. My volume's been hella low lately, and I haven't been able to figure out how to fix it with my audio interface.
I just put the host at like 200%.
Ah.
I'm sorry,
Alright.
like, I am appreciating the shit out of this game just because it has, like, actual art direction and not, like, Unreal Engine 5, like, random, like, material colors, like, all over the walls. Like, I feel like I just came out of, like, a fucking trauma situation.
Yeah,
This
like-
feels so much better now. Fuck.
Dude, I remember yesterday I was like working my ass off, friggin' like editing the Christmas special, and I was like, oh my god, okay, I'm done with work, I can probably join them. And I look over, and I just see you playing Ban, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna join them. I'll wait till tomorrow.
Honestly,
That's fine.
good.
Hey,
Good.
it's my old desk.
All right, there we
Wasted
go.
So much time.
Enjoy the new image.
Yeah, the piss frog.
A wall or two after I left.
It's beautiful.
Guess it took a few people to replace me.
Joey, I mean, this game has its issues, but I don't know if it's because my standards have been lowered or because I've just experienced so much more slop, in the past 2 years. But like, yeah, no, this game has a peak art style. I love how unique it looks. Like this pencil art,
game.
this pencil aesthetic is like very nice. I like it.
Yeah, like, you see, that's the thing about Bendy that, like, really drew me in, even if the original Ink Machine is not a very good game, is just, like, whenever you play the original Bendy, it is very, very apparent that there was some kind of artistic vision behind this game. Like, the people who made this actually wanted to make something cool. And sure, you know, later down the line, this game ended up getting, like, royally screwed up by just bad decisions and bad, like, company direction, but, like...
planning and, like, mismanagement.
You could, like... But yeah, you can absolutely tell that at one point there was, like, a genuine artistic vision here that was brought back with the Dark Revival and fully realized.
Like, look at these god rays and shit. Like, they're
Is it
trying to
just
give
me,
off
or
an
did
atmosphere.
Did Chapter 1 get like a visual polish?
100%, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, it did.
I thought I was having a fucking Mandela effect. I was like, Chapter 1 did not look this good.
No, I looked at the original Chapter 1, like, footage, and it looked extremely basic. Like, this room was literally just a box room with, like, the ink machine, like, standing in front of you. Like, it did not rise from, like, the darkness like this. Look at it. Rise!
That's where I keep my secret ink machine. Don't take it out of there, it might explode. Oh, man!
Lifts up my arms. Rise!
No, my ink
The
machine!
sauce of that moment alone.
And some people will still say the original Chapter 1 is better than the
What?
reworked version. Some people genuinely
How?
think that.
There's some things which I think like the jank makes it scary. Like the stupid old model of Bendy is kind of freaky to me.
Turn on the ink
I,
machine power
at no
supply.
point, ever found, like, Ink Bendy's design really intimidating until Dark Revival.
Yep. The Dark Revival design is objectively better. But I've seen people complain that it's like, oh, why it's gonna be the new standard one forever. I hate it. It's like, why? It's so
Dude,
fucking cool.
Okay, like, I've heard out what people's arguments are about it, and I just, like, I don't want to ever tell someone that their opinion is objectively wrong, but even with the arguments I've heard, it doesn't line up, because, like, the main argument I hear is, oh, the original Ink Machine Bendy design looks more like the contorted, like, twisted version of a cartoon character that Bendy's supposed to be. And I'm like, I don't know. I think what makes the Ink Demon design cool is the fact that you can see the little bits of semblance to the original Bendy character, but it's so different and so contorted and so warped that it's just like its own creature at this point. That contrast is way better in the Dark Revival compared to the Ink Bendy we see in Ink Machine.
Hello there, Boris. I think that there's no reason for this to be here. I don't understand I know the Bendy lore by now. I don't know why this is here. Fuck it. Fuck you, Boris.
I guess, like, I don't know, Alice Angel got, like, she decided to move her operation upwards. She wants to be screwing around on the top floor.
Bit, I guess.
She just needed a place to hold her wrench.
Who's laughing now?
She just needed a nice, convenient place to put
Is the Easter egg still here?
Yes, but in order to do that Easter egg, you need to flip the lever that deactivates the Ink Machine.
Okay.
Hey,
I have this game all committed to memory.
Called Out of the Ink Machine.
Out of the Ink Machine?
I have heard of that, actually.
Huh, never heard of that myself. Okay, so... Thank you, Ufer, for the $10. Hey guys, love watching these streams. Here, have some love from a broke college kid. Make sure to get that Bendy in that Ink Machine. Thank you. The main argument, Zach, that I heard was not that for, like, the Ink Demon design. The main thing that I heard people say is that the original design looked more tortured. You know, like the idea of the original Bendy was that he was supposed to be a cartoon character mangled and broken. That like the first design like came that across more like clearly, and that the new design was more like obviously evil and monstrous and like dangerous. And I'm like, yeah, but he's supposed to be a demon, right? Like I like that the second design brings out more of the demonic side of Bendy.
It's that, and also, like, I think what people need to understand, too, is Bendy being this, like, tortured, failed experiment is not the only thing he is within the confines of the story, because, like, within the actual story of Bendy and the Ink Machine, in the cycle, Bendy serves as sort of this, like, godlike figure that represents the repeating of the cycle. He is literally, the cycle is directly connected to him, and it only repeats through him.
Oh. The animations sure aren't being finished on time anymore. And I simply don't see why we need this machine. It's noisy, it's messy, and who needs that much ink anyway?
I do.
I need that ink.
I need it.
For my projects.
Got that shit on tap.
I'm making
I
so
can't
many
put down the
projects.
cup. I can't put down the cup.
But hey, he writes the checks. But I tell you what, if one more of these pipes burst, I'm out of here.
I'm out of here.
You never did make it out.
Talk about a low budget flight. I'm out of here.
But what was I saying?
About the demonic design of
Right. I was saying that, like, the Ink Demon in, like, the actual lore that it gets built upon in Dark Revival states that, like, you know, he is this, like, godly being in the cycle, and the cycle literally exists because of him, and all attempts done in the Dark Revival to kill him only further warped him and made him stronger. Yeah. So just, like, the Dark Revival design is a good representation of the fact that this is, like, a scarier, smarter, stronger version of the Ink Demon we see in the original game.
Yes.
This series is so cool.
It never it never fit, in my opinion, to have both the. Fuck you.
Ah! Sorry, you got jump scared just now.
Fuck you. It never fit, in my opinion, to have both the idea of this tortured, mangled cartoon character that looks like weak and weird, also be this like god-like figure, right? Like the two concepts are like not really meshing well together in my head. Fuck.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, like the original Ink Demon design, aside from having the bendy head, he just looks like a basic enemy.
Yeah, exactly. the
what
demonic.
I find really funny about this is I know next to nothing about Bendy lore outside of what Dark Revival says, and even that I'm pretty stupid, so I missed kind of that too. So it's really funny hearing all this stuff and being like, yeah.
You will see. You will see the original design in this chapter, and you will get to critique it because like you saw the best version of Bendy, right?
I played Bendy the Ink Machine years ago, and I've forgotten most of it besides Chapter 3 because that one stuck with me like a virus.
Thank you, Lebian.
It was so boring.
Thank you, Lebian, for the $10. The even stupider thing about the arguments over the Ink Demon designs is the fact that they're both canon, with Dark Revival being a more evolved form, and Mike has stated this in his YouTube channel, that they will be touching up the original Bendy design anyway, lol. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Thank you, Rocky Stern, for the $10. Yo, Phil, nice to see you play Bendy with the funny Orange Man and funny Zombie Girl. Hope you three are okay. Don't forget about the David!
Don't forget about the Baron.
Someone pissed at me and I lost my whimsy. Don't forget about me.
Out of context, but there is a new Poppy Playtime teaser teasing something at the end. Could you watch it at the end if you want? Anyway, good night. Yeah, after all this, if I remember it, yeah, maybe. Look at the little funny guy!
The little funny!
I would love such a little cutie patootie.
I would love to see them remake Ink Machine with the Dark Revival style.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
But the
Drax is in chat. Hello.
Actually, David, I mean, the Dark Revival is supposed to, like, the visual style of the Dark Revival is supposed to be different for a reason, though. Like
it is.
Like the Dark Revival being actually visually different is supposed to make sense because of like Wilson's takeover. And why do I sound like a fucking fanboy? Whatever.
Because I made you into one.
Actually, the Dark Revival was different because
like,
no, like
Wilson takes over the cycle and like changes it over in like his own vision, and that like changes over Joey's design and is like thematically appropriate and.
Okay. That's evil master plan worked. We have the Bendy autism now.
Here we go. I got the plan, alright?
Mm-hmm.
We make Wilson take over during Ink Machine as well. Boom, bang, done. Now it looks peak both ways.
You know
Wilson
what?
is so greasy.
You know what? I kind of... Okay, Zach, I need to talk about this.
Okay.
Now that I have the context with the Dark Revival, the whole idea is this is a fake-ass world with that, like, fake-ass, like, fake ink, paper, object thingy
fake-ass world, the fake-ass chair, the fake-ass door.
Fake-ass whatever. Like, did they actually have the plan all along that this was supposed to be a fake-ass world? Or, like, did they just retcon it? Because, like, this is intentional, you know?
Here's the thing about the original Bendy.
Mm-hmm.
The developers of the original Bendy have stated before that the lore of Bendy and the Ink Machine had changed throughout development. But the one thing they are adamant about is that the ending was always planned from the start.
Right.
The ending was always planned from the start, but the middle parts of the game that connected the beginning to the end, those were kind of put together as the game was made.
Right.
And the thing is, they're adamant about it. I don't believe them. I do not believe for a second that the ending of the original Bendy was what they planned from the start. And I fully believe that the stuff we heard with Dark Revival that slowly explained the cycle, I believe that was them sitting down and being like, okay, how do we
explain this shit?
How do we make this mess work? How do we do that?
Because, like, the visual style seemed like a cute little thing that they just made up on the spot and then, like, retroactively said, like, ooh, it was actually supposed to be inside of a weird pocket universe all along. Woo!
See, my thing about why I call BS on the ending being planned from the start, the reason why I think it is complete and utter bullshit, you ever notice how all the foreshadowing towards the ending of the game is specifically in the final chapter of the game?
They retroactively added it, like, with the update with the weird looking glass thing.
Yeah, like, all of the foreshadowing about the ending of the original Bendy conveniently is put into the game, like, after chapter 5, which is the end, obviously the ending of the game. So, like, I fully believe it's one of those things where they were like, oh, yeah, look, guys, look at all this foreshadowing for the ending. We had this plan from the start, and it's very obviously, like, not what the original plan was.
Fuck you.
Oh, see, I love this little guy.
Oh, we're geniuses, guys. Look at us. You think that the ending was shit? Nah, you just didn't get it, though. What a Scott Cawthon move, Jesus Christ.
The interesting thing is, too, like, I've read, like, the Bendy novels that are canon to the games. Which, I know, bringing up canon novels
Scott
to
Cawthon
the mascot
move.
horror game is a very scary thing in this context. But, like, I've read those books, and, like, the books have nothing to do with, like, the actual cycle as a concept.
Right.
Wait, somebody in the chat saying the books weren't canon. Didn't they literally say the books were canon?
They later said that they were not canon, but I'm not sure if they changed their minds on it. From what I understand, there was like an interview or a comment made by one of the writers of the books, and the writer said that the books were canon, but apparently the developers then changed around on them or something.
Oh, shout out to the chat confirming that they are no longer canon.
Yeah, there you go. There we go.
Those okay, like, chat, I believe you. I believe that the books are not canon now, but, like, those books were absolutely canon at one point. Like, when those books were made, they were made to be canon.
I'm getting so fucking lost
but, like,
in this goddamn place. Fuck.
Okay, well, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for the ink. I'm looking for... Let me go check.
Wasn't the ink
just pause
in
the game.
One side room at the very beginning?
So the ink you're looking for is in the room with the jukebox, or the ink you're looking for is in like the artist's room with all like right next to Henry's desk.
And the book.
And the book is in the room with the dartboard.
Right, whichever one that is.
Yeah, time to get to reading, buddy.
Oh,
get your notes in.
This has to be like the employee breaker. Okay, yeah, dartboard.
Yeah, like the
darts. Yeah.
Fuck.
My coat is washed. No.
Well, fuck me, I guess. Whatever.
I like the chat saying Pastor would know that. Yeah, I would know that. You know how many hours I have in the original Bendy? More than I should. Let me pull it up.
A random person says,
1 hour. I know, it's a lot.
I can't wait for Bendy to bend all over the place, and the bend's the bend. I also can't wait for pause for chapter 3 moment. Thank you, random person. Okay, artist. There's a lot of artist boards, like, everywhere, but alright.
It's in the start of, like, the very start of the game. It's when you turn left instead of right when you're walking down that hallway.
Alright.
Yeah. That's where the ink is. Also, yeah, I have 40 hours in the original Bendy. This is not a 40-hour game.
I am,
unless you're really bad at it.
I'm a little scared of you.
I'm very glad that the Dark Revival has, like, a different, like, coloring for, like, the items that actually matter that you have to interact with. Because, like, the objects that you have to find...
No, I was saying I was saying to turn around and go straight.
No.
No.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay.
It's
no.
The music.
No. I was wrong whenever I said that. The ink is back by Henry's desk.
Oh.
The very beginning of the game.
Yeah. Okay, but what were you saying?
I forgot.
Oh,
I'm glad that the visual aesthetic of the new game is different, because, like, everything around here looks the fucking same, especially if you're doing, like, a find the object adventure game kind of thing. This is Henry's desk.
Yeah, in this room.
The ink is in this room.
By that desk.
But no, yeah, I absolutely agree.
Yeah, there.
Because, the problem that the original Bendy had with its art direction is that they had a very good idea for just the way the game looked, but the problem really stemmed from the environmental design. Yeah. Every room is kind of the same sort of you're in an art studio look, and it all kind of blends together. Dark Revival took advantage of the like the art style where they created a bunch of crazy unique environments, but they were all brought together by the one distinct visual style and texture that everything has.
They also have this Resident Evil 7 trick where, like, the actual environment is colored differently with, like, ambient occlusion and coloring of, like, the fog and stuff, like, in every single, like, different level. Like, it is actually very distinctly different depending on the chapter that you're in, which I really appreciate to make sure... Ooh, hey, Alex, thank you for the $100.
Ooh. Thank you so much.
Bendy and the Ink Machine was the first horror game I followed and led me to loving horror games today. I know it has a ton of flaws, but personally, I can't bring myself to hate it. Aww.
Don't worry, I'll hate it for you.
No, stop that.
That's adorable. Thank you.
Don't worry, you can enjoy it in peace. I'll despise it.
That's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I sure shit on a lot of games that, like, are not perfect or, like, are not suited to me, obviously. Like, I am very of one mind track with these kinds of things. Like, if a game makes, like, if a game does something that pisses me off, like, I'm gonna keep complaining about it over and over again. But if these types of games are something close to your heart, and these games, like, helped you, like, find horror and, like, make you a horror fan, or, like, you can forgive those flaws and enjoy what it has to offer, then more power to you, man. Absolutely. Thank you, Devin, for the $10. This will be my last, not because I'm lacking more funds, but I do have to save for a new car. I have 1 cuddly cat and 2 dogs. Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, I need to increase the low pressure. Find the treasure.
Y'all gotta stop donating exactly $10. I keep thinking my phone's going off. Stop that. I've checked my phone like 5 times this stream already.
I've reused the back to the grind. I've reused the like Undertale notification sounds because, like, I fucking love Undertale and, like, they're so iconic.
Dude,
they're iconic, like, notification sounds.
I love those noises.
Dude, I feel that for the last, like, 3 years, the notification sounds on my streams have been, like, Jevil laughing and just Jevil's voice lines.
That's extremely fitting, actually.
Also, I saw someone in chat ask this question, and I genuinely wanted to give my input on it.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody had asked whether we prefer the character writing of Bendy or FNAF.
What character writing?
What character writing?
I was gonna say
what?
Bendy by a landslide, because Bendy's characters actually have personality outside of your headcanons.
Oh
no! What do you mean? FNAF's lore is so easy to follow, and you don't need to watch 10 YouTube series to figure it out.
Oh, that's rough, buddy. Ooh.
What do you mean?
But you don't understand, in the books, the character in the books tells you, like, what they want and, like, what their motivations are. You should read the books. There would be an excellent argument if FNAF was a novel series. I guess it's popular enough to be one at this point anyway. Oh! Okay, little cute guy, I love him.
The only time FNAF that at least in my experience, has had genuine character writing is a movie.
And Security Breach, but, like,
no,
the characters are very...
What's Security Breach?
The characters in Security Breach are very, very one-note until, like, Ruin gave them some sort of depth.
Like,
but no, like, obviously I was just kind of saying that in jest, but, like, yeah, I think a lot of, like, FNAF's lore struggles from the fact that, like, there's a lot of interesting ideas for the characters.
Mm-hmm.
However, the characters aren't really fleshed out outside of the movie and, like, what you can headcanon. A lot of the really cool stuff in FNAF that I hear people talk about as being the super awesome thing they love a character for is never confirmed. It's just a theory that they have.
A game.
And that's, like, all you can really say about the character. Meanwhile, like, Bendy... A lot of the characters in Bendy after Dark Revival have a ton of depth to them, and I could actually, like, have a discussion about their character and the arc they go through and, like, what they narratively mean to the story, and I feel like FNAF doesn't have a lot of that, despite, like, it being so lore focused.
I genuinely like the narrative moment of Alice and the other Alice, like, and Allison, like, and in the Dark Revival where, like, Allison, like, tries to comfort Alice, like, the whole thing with them being, like, almost sisters is genuinely a cool concept. Hello there, Meatly.
What is this?
Or just
Is that Huggy Wuggy?
or just
Hi,
like
Lily.
the whole concept of Wilson and how
We
Bendy is a
called
game.
it so
Yeah,
hard.
we called it so hard. Like, Wilson just alone is such a fascinating character in the way of like, he is this like pathetic, washed up loser of a character with no redeeming qualities, and he finds the cycle and tries to turn it into his opportunity to like be somebody praised as a god.
I hope
he just
that
like
you
slowly
guys-
turns it corporate.
I hope that you guys realize, for those that have just joined the Toxic Cesspit, like, I don't know, maybe like a year ago, and that do not know what happened on the Bendy lore stream, because like we did a Bendy figuring out the lore stream with like Sack like years ago before the Dark Revival came out. We did a stream looking at the trailer of like the Dark Revival and trying to figure out what the plot of that game was going to be, and we hit the fucking thing beat for beat for beat for beat. Like Wilson being like this pathetic ass janitor loser that takes over the cycle and like trying to make his OC real. That is literally the plot of the fucking game. And we were joking about it. You know the image of like Apollo and the gift of prophecy with like the child trying to like kid other children with like the ball, like internet funny men trying to be funny versus like Apollo and the gift of prophecy. Like we fucking nailed it.
I was so happy. I remember like I did the day one Dark Revival stream.
Yes.
I remember you did the Dark Revival stream like I think like the day after.
Yes.
And I remember, as soon as you finished the stream, like, you DM me like, we were right!
David.
Hi.
It's time for you to judge the original Bendy design.
Alright.
Ooga booga!
Ooh, scary boy. Oh, yeah, this part where he doesn't actually chase you, LMAO.
He doesn't
You can
actually
just
chase
chill.
you?
You can just chill here.
You can sit here forever. This
Oh.
isn't an actual chase. It's just the illusion of a chase.
Oh, I thought we were gonna see. Oh, I thought we were gonna see him. Okay.
No, I remember this part.
Oh yeah, because in the original chapter 1, he was not even a model. He was just a head in the. It's so fucking pathetic.
And
whee! Yay!
He was just a head without legs.
A head without legs was like the first design of like Bendy in the original chapter 1. Adorable.
Yeah, what I do remember the old Bendy, I have always been in the camp that I don't like the original Ink Demon or Ink Bendy, whatever it's called. I don't like it. I think Dark Rival looks a million times better. I think just kind of spooky looks bad.
Yeah, I like the big ass Satan goat demon thingy.
Yeah.
He just kind of looks like a twink in the original.
He looks pathetic. The
Which
generic.
you could make a point that that's the point, but
The generic monsters have thicker legs than him.
if they like zeroed in on like the twiggish look and kind of accentuated it almost,
Like lankified it, yeah, like to like insane degrees.
Yeah, and made it like more like jagged and almost branch-like. I could see it working,
I mean,
but
I can tell you right now that if I saw the Ink Demon from Revival versus the one from here, the Revival one I'd run from. This one I'd throw bricks at it.
Now, the funny thing is, if the popular fan theory about what Bendy was originally supposed to be in this game is true, I actually would really like the original Ink Demon design. Because I don't know like how well versed you guys are in like old theories for the original Bendy.
None at all.
People have this theory that I fully believe that at one point Bendy was supposed to be revealed to be Joey Drew. And the reason he looks so bony and pathetic and he limps is because Joey Drew transformed himself into Bendy to escape death because he was a dying old man. And there's a lot to support that theory, and people believe that the developers changed it at the end because people predicted it.
They found out. I mean,
because there's a lot that backs it up. There's a lot.
Honestly, good, because like I like what he is in Dark Revival way more.
No, I agree, I think the Ink Demon is so much more interesting being this, like,
oh, yeah.
hateful failed creation.
Yeah, okay, so the MatPat video, like, yeah, the wheelchair and the visions of the wheelchair and the Ink Demon is like, yeah, no, like, it was supposed to be... Oh, this is where I made my ritual to, like, make myself into a god or some shit like that. Like, yeah, that was one of the arguments, right? And now it doesn't mean anything. Why is it a wheelchair? Fuck you.
There was that, and there was also, in Chapter 3, if you take the path of the demon, you can find a tape from Joey Drew where he talks about how if you have enough belief in what you do, you can cheat death, and then that never comes back.
Why is Pac-Man in the ritual circle?
They're about to do the secret level summoning of, like, the Shadow Pac-Man. This was originally an actual pentagram, if I remember correctly, and then they changed it because that doesn't make sense, because the game isn't about satanic rituals. God, that fucking Pac-Man secret level game looks so fucking shit. They made Pac-Man into Ori and the Blind Forest.
I think it looks really goofy. I'm just gonna play it for fun to see what it's like.
It reminds me of that fucking Sonic video of, like, that guy that tried to
It's like, it has to be like a little adventure game, and he has these like noodly limbs. He looks like they're like, oh yeah, Sonic should be a little bit more like Rayman, so or like fucking. I don't know. Like,
they try to modernize
like Indiana Jones.
They try to modernize like Sonic for like a modern audience and turn him into like a little goober, like without a mouth. By the way, they made Sonic without a mouth. You know, the guy that is like a smug prick that constantly shit talks his enemies? No, he's like a little creature with like beady eyes and without a mouth.
Which that does raise the point. I really hate that there's a mandate for classic Sonic to never talk. I think it's really stupid because like
even back in the day, he was like lounging around and being like a smug asshole to like his enemies.
The reason he didn't talk is because it was a fucking Sega Genesis game, and even then, in like Sonic CD, you hear him go like, "I'm out of here," and like jump off the stage if you like stayed there long enough. And they have retroactively removed those elements from the games in Sonic Origins in order to fit in line with this new fucking established canon that bro just does not talk. Like, why?
Yeah,
you're having to stretch so far to establish this idea that ultimately hampers the character for no reason.
Zach, have you seen the thing that I was referring to, like the Sonic like redesign made by someone that doesn't understand Sonic at all?
I don't think I have.
Okay, I need to
I'll send it to you.
I need to show it for like a split second because it's ridiculous. Sonic Innocent Vulnerable redesign. Dear Sega, a Sonic the Hedgehog redesign. We're not gonna watch the entire fucking thing, by the way. But like this was deleted by the uploader, and like they had like a really cool like animation, like very cool like video animation thing, right? This is Sonic's redesign.
No! Why does he look like that?
He has a backpack because of course. Here you go.
Yeah, he has like fucking Nathan Drake.
Present my ideas while at the same time explaining what I believe are the problems we're fixing. So let's bring in Sonic.
That's just not Sonic!
No.
First thing to notice is the art style.
Look at his walking animation.
Oh God, why is he proportioned like that?
Using for the last 17 years. And bringing in a more organic aesthetic through paint and water brush.
No, why?
Colors remain relatively the same, but Sonic's lean and a bit more animal, as opposed to your fuller, more attitude-heavy design.
What? Wait, you want to remove the Sonic attitude?
Yeah, so
his main character trait.
I think Sonic should really focus on the hedgehog part instead of the everything else.
I think out of Sonic the Hedgehog's design, we should take out the Sonic and add more of the Hedgehog.
Socks are gone.
We are renaming the game to The Hedgehog.
He's wide-eyed and vulnerable.
Why?
Wide-eyed and vulnerable.
Yes, and while we're at it, why should Sonic be fast? Just make him run like he's a little late for school.
And vulnerable. He's still fast, but isn't cocky about it.
No!
Much expression at all.
Phil, you know what I just realized?
What?
They designed Sonic like he's a fucking plant in Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah, actually. They designed him like literally Ori and the Blind Forest, like a generic artsy indie game, you know? Also, blank canvas because, you know, Sonic should not have an attitude. He should be vulnerable, and you should be able to project any kind of emotion onto him. You know, the character whose, like, main menu screen has him, like, come up from the fucking circle and do, like, a little finger wag? No, he should not be smug. It's like, oh.
So,
I feel like the goal should be to inject more of that attitude into the 2D games. Like, give more animation and expression in order to make him actually, like, you can sense his cockiness even in 2D, even if he doesn't say anything.
That would, like... that's an idea of, like, I understand what you mean as, like, an indie developer. Like, that's cute. But that's not Sonic, man. That is just not Sonic. Come on.
Yeah, like, that video just showcases a blatant misunderstanding of what the character should be like.
Yeah.
They redesigned the Sonic menu screen. Instead of him popping up and wagging his finger, he pops up and stares like my Peepo character.
Just front stare, blank stare. You can put all the feelings that you want onto him. He's a blank canvas.
Sonic
He just stares you down, dead soul.
This is so bad.
Yeah, Brickster man. What was I gonna say? Oh yes,
Dr. Eggman would look like his like Sonic 1 movie counterpart.
Dr. Eggman looks like my dad. My dad was very evil and I'm very vulnerable. We need to defeat my dad. I mean Eggman. Has like a white wife beater, you know, is like he's drinking, he has like a bottle next to him. He's an fired like engineer from his job. We need to defeat my dad. I mean Eggman. I mean my dad.
So they redesigned Eggman. He's just such a basic white dude. He's just Agent 47. Just a guy.
Bald.
He's like, wow. All right.
So you know, I didn't think the name Eggman worked. So this is Bald Man.
Bald drunk man.
Bald drunk man.
No hair.
I wasn't vibing with Robotnik. We're gonna name him Kyle.
Let's go. Bald drunk man.
That sucks though. Oh my god. I feel like that like Sonic design is how I've seen like some people redesign Bendy in the past to try and make him look better.
It's really
I've seen some people like take a stab at redesigning like Bendy and Ink Demon Bendy, and some of those designs are fucking amazing. Like they look so good. But then some designs just like read like that Sonic video.
He has to be vulnerable.
I just saw a message in chat. This is egg. I thought man was too descriptive.
It's just a fucking egg. I want to, by the way, we're currently at 2,000 viewers on the stream. That is crazy. I would like to take a moment on the stream right now that we are at 2,000 viewers to say thank you so much for watching the stream, and also if you don't have it in you to donate, because of any reason, you can always keep watching the stream. As long as you keep watching the stream, I will be donating the maximum live viewer count for the entirety of the event myself. So just keep on watching, keep on putting this in the background in case you need to go or do something else, because as long as you can watch the stream live and, like, I don't know, 2,000 viewers come, 3,000 viewers come, 4,000 viewers come, whatever the fuck, I will donate that amount at the end of the event myself. So you can still support the charity. You can still support the charity even if you don't have the money. You don't need to donate if you don't have the means to. Thank you very much. I'm prepared. I took the hoodie money from Makeshift. I have it saved up. I can donate whatever the fuck. Don't you worry.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of the hoodie, I got mine yesterday and I'm wearing it right now.
Fuck yeah, David.
It's cozy.
Actually comfortable, right?
It's cozy.
I've gotten a bunch of, like, people that receive the hoodie themselves and, like, telling me, oh, yo, Phil, you weren't lying. This shit is actually comfortable. Yeah, you think I'm lying to you, you know? Like, I'm honest about, like, my fucking consume product shit and stuff. It's actually, like, a really good hoodie.
Filth
yes.
is rampant liar and deceiver.
Like obviously it's like subject to like taste. Like it depends on if you like the fabrics yourself. Ooh, fan song.
I bought the hoodie. A month later, I got a rock that had hoodie written on it.
You can technically wear it on your head. Hold on. No! Oh, there we go.
You just pressed the wrong button.
Okay, I thought I had to like smash it. What do we need to do right now?
Now, from what I know about playing pool, you don't want to bring an axe down on the cue ball. That's not gonna make it go very far.
I think there's an actual achievement if you manage to put every single one in the holes, but like I'm not gonna do that right now.
I forget if that was one of the achievements because I had to get them all. Oh hey, Wooga! Sorry.
Homina.
Okay, fun fact for you actually. Remember how I said that Bendy was a game that was kind of like built up as they worked on it?
Yes.
That poster was put in chapter 2 and was just kind of like put there offhandedly. And people in the community were so invested in this Alice Angel character on the poster that the Meatly and Mike Mood were like, okay, so that's gonna be our next villain because people seem interested in that one.
Right.
The only reason why Alice was chosen to be the main villain of Chapter 3 was because the community was interested in her as just this random offhanded character. Because they had admitted in the past that characters in the original Bendy, their relevance to the story was not decided by some big plan, but rather it was decided based on who the community liked.
I mean, that's smart. Like, somewhat smart. Like, I don't think that's a bad idea. If anything, they made a really good character out of it, right? But
yeah, you see, like, it's a double-edged sword, because like on one hand, you're giving people more of what they want, but on the other hand, you're flip-flopping the story and changing it as you go to suit what the people want, and by doing that, you're just making a more flawed product.
Yep. Especially now that they showed that they can actually do some interesting stuff with the Dark Revival. So, like, I really appreciated that they actually took their time to make that game the best it could be instead of just rushing it out there. What the fuck?
Why did you break the piano, Phil?
I'm trying to.
Why did you do that?
With the world.
That was a really nice piano.
I'm trying
to bring an axe down on it.
I'm trying to interact with the world, but like my hands are made out of knives. I'm so sorry.
I didn't know you were so against such a fine art like piano.
All right, I do know, chat. I do know that you have to do a music puzzle here. Do you guys remember the combination of items that we need to do to open up the fucking door?
So who's gonna tell them it's randomly generated?
Fuck. Okay. All right,
chat. I'm hearing you say it's an organ. That's not an organ. An organ's in your body. All right, come on.
Exactly.
Which you can donate for charity right now.
Where do we find the combination, though?
So, in order to find the combination, you first need to get the keys to the janitor's closet, which is in one of these trash cans. You just need to run around and look in every single trash can. The keys will be in a random trash can.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yep. Gameplay. Okay, good.
Gameplay.
While I look through the trash cans, let's continue what we were talking about. Anyway, redesigns. I think putting Alice Angel in the 3rd chapter was not a bad idea. Just the execution just like irked.
Yeah, like see, I think, like I said, I think it's a double-edged sword because like obviously Bendy didn't have much of a plan for what the story was going to be. So like, you know, it's not that big. Oh wait, I think I saw the keys in there.
What? Really? They didn't glow.
I think I saw them. Yeah, that's the keys. That's the keys.
Looks like
okay.
Yeah.
The reason why you can't pick them up is because, get this, you need to listen to the tape that tells you need to find the keys first.
Fuck you. Fuck you. I
think it's the tape up ahead here. I thought you had already listened to it, so I didn't tell you.
I'm not picking up the tapes because like the tapes like I don't like it when like there's multiple dialogue and hosts like talking over each other. Like it confuses my tiny little pea brain.
There you go. Now you can pick them up from that trash can.
It confuses my tiny little pea brain, so like I don't want to listen to the recordings. You gotta be fucking okay.
I know I said I was gonna be defending this game nonstop, and I love Bendy, but I hate game design like that so much, dude. Like
if you have the knowledge, you should be able to just do it. That's annoying.
I know, like I know, like recently. I swear this is gonna be related. Also, yeah, this is the code.
Okay.
Violin, banjo, piano, bass.
Shutters.
Violin, banjo, piano, bass.
Violin, banjo, piano, bass. Violin, banjo, piano, bass. Violin, banjo, piano, bass. Violin.
I love my banjo.
My banjo.
I know there's something I've got to do in here, but I feel like I'm missing something.
Violin. Banjo.
That wasn't a violin.
That was
Phil.
the bass, Phil.
What?
Also,
That wasn't a
you were
violin.
doing the puzzle wrong anyway. In order to actually input the instruments, you need to have the projector playing in the projector booth first.
Of course. Man, I am already looking forward to the Dark Revival. I will now get to see like back to back like how those two games like compare to each other. This will be fascinating.
I always tell people that if they want to play Dark Revival, they should play the original Bendy first, not because I think it's like required reading or whatever, but because I think you appreciate the Dark Revival so much more when you see how much of a mess the original is.
Violin.
I know you said that recently. Who did you say that?
Banjo.
I said that to Damien.
Yeah, okay, right.
Piano. And
Big
bass.
violin.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know what the
was-
fuck
okay.
instruments.
Now, what was I saying before we did the puzzle?
Yeah.
Right. All right. I was saying it's gonna sound unrelated, but it is when it comes to bendy game design. Like recently, I've been doing a shit ton of speedrunning for Resident Evil Village, and like, I just hate whenever games do the whole thing of you know what you need to do, you know what item you need, but the game will not let you collect it until in game your character learns that.
That
And
fucks
I
up-
remember
It will be so much like that would be so much beneficial for like second playthroughs, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And like for the most part, like Resident Evil games are great for that. But I know there's one specific section that drives me nuts when I'm speedrunning Village. There's literally only one part of that game that does that. And for some reason, it's when you're running from Moreau, when you need to get the crank to move the windmill to climb it like a ladder. The game will not let you use the crank for that until Ethan goes, I can't climb up it like this. It's the only part in the entire game that does that. And every single time I like get to that part, it reminds me of Bendy and the Ink Machine game design and how like, oh, you're looking at the keys. You know you need those keys, but you can't pick up those keys until Wally tells you to.
I'm not gonna fight you on that because you're speedrunning the game, but I don't remember having to walk up those stairs to put the crank in. I always remember just putting on the crank. What the fuck?
Like maybe it's just my game being scuffed and maybe it doesn't happen every single time, but like every single time I've done a run of Village, I have had to run up to the part where like the windmill ladder is, and I have to get the little prompt of text that says, you can't use it like this.
What the hell?
And then I turn around and use the crank.
Huh.
It's super weird.
The average Crusader donates $15 and says,
Oh, hey, buddy.
I ran out of kidneys to sell, so this is all I can muster right now. I have to try to get some more later. Yo, go collect those kidneys for a good cause.
You still got your liver. Come on.
If you
toughen up.
if you can't use those kidneys, use someone else's.
Oh, no, there's no
They're always out there.
Where'd it go?
I'm sure they won't mind.
Also, Zach, may I show you? There's this one Bendy fan design that I actually really dig.
Never saw
See,
that
I love that
before.
shot of Sammy. Also, yeah, I'd like to see that.
It is a good shot. It is in live chat.
Chat, don't
What does it look
listen
like,
to
Matt?
the liars and the
Little guy.
deceivers.
No, if you go to the
That's
actual
saying
tweet, it's like a
liver.
little animation. But
What
I
is
I
this?
love this little dude. He's so
Let
silly.
me see this. I want to show it off the chat. What is this?
He's just
Oh
a
my
sweet
god, look at
man.
little goober!
He's really cute.
Oh my god.
This
it's
is like my
Wuggy.
this is my favorite Bendy redesign because he's such a goober, and it feels like, for some reason, it does feel like a design that actually would have been produced at the time.
He
In
feels
some
like
strange way.
a beta alpha Bendy before like the design became mainstream. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like alternate universe where Bendy was produced in like 2009?
Absolutely. Because, like, usually mascots don't come, like, immediately perfect right out of the gate, right? Usually they go through, like, simplification processes to get to, like, their iconic designs. Like, Mickey Mouse had that. Down here, we're all sinners.
That Bendy design you sent, that looks like it looks like it's still inspired by the rubber hose era that Bendy's inspired by, but rather than taking from like old Mickey Mouse cartoons, they took from like Felix the Cat.
Sure, yeah.
Terry says he looks like he came right out of the 20s. Fuck yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. I think Felix the Cat is so funny looking. I love that guy. So
I'm pretty sure that original Bendy was inspired by Felix the Cat.
Oh, it totally was.
All right, we gotta
like,
fuck him up.
Definitely to a degree, but obviously the majority of his inspiration was Mickey Mouse. He even has the same like Mickey's ears are always facing the audience thing going on with his horns.
I love that shit.
Yeah.
He looks like a monkey, says Addy Shine. Give me that.
I think that redesign in specific is for a project called Nightmares in Silly Vision. I think.
Excuse me? Hello?
Oh.
Oh, there we go. Okay. I couldn't jump there for a second. Okay, continue, please.
Henry is incapable of taking a step over a very small elevated surface.
My shoes are wet. I hate it.
Could you imagine if this game had platforming?
Projects in Silly Vision?
I know you would love that, Zach.
It's Nightmares in Silly Vision, I think. I think.
Have there been any, like, noteworthy Bendy and the Ink Machine fan games?
Okay, that should do it.
Recently there have been people have been creating mods and whatnot for the original Bendy. However, the longest time that wasn't the case because for a while the developers would go after and take down fan games. And it was very cringe.
Right.
Cringe.
There's something because like we got lawyers and like our lawyers told us to do this shit, and like the lawyers are come from like the old world and don't understand fan projects and they just like blindly listen to them instead of pushing back at all. Yeah.
Yeah, they learn from their mistakes, fortunately, though, and like fan games are a lot more accepted now. But for a while, nobody made Bendy fan games because, you know, the developers were just very, very unwelcoming to the community and would go after them.
He took me out with a fucking dustpan?
Yeah, dude, Sammy's strong.
Consume product. This is the original consume product bit, by the way.
Came all the way down here to visit me.
I was so fucking mad when this guy came back for no reason in Chapter 5.
But the believers must honor their sins.
Because he's like, he's so boring. I hate this dude.
He only came back in Chapter 5 because the fan base is so obsessed with him. He became a Tumblr sexy man.
Look at those pecs.
For our Lord is
why is he built like this? Like, genuinely, like, is there a reason why he's built like this?
He's a prophet to the sheep, you know? Like, the prophet gotta be hunky-dory.
Yeah.
His original model was just like this scrawny guy, but whenever they remade Chapter 2, they made him ripped.
For no reason?
Crawling above.
Yeah,
I think it'd be silly if he was like scrawny and had a tiny bit of a beer gut.
Must be complete.
That would be my favorite.
Soon he will hear me.
Just like a fat blob.
Yeah, I just don't really get much of the hype around Sammy as a character. I remember in like my original Bendy video, I was like, oh yeah, he's one of my favorites, but I said that about every character in the original Bendy in that video.
Personally, the projectionist is like good. I like that design a lot. But Sammy Lawrence is just a guy with a mask. You know what would be really cool if like Zach? Okay, I'm not gonna force you to do anything because I hate when people do like, oh, you should do this. But like, wouldn't it be really cool to have like a stream or like a video where like we just redesign Bendy characters to like make them more interesting in design-wise? Because like we like the Dark Revival Bendy, right? Wouldn't it be cool if Sammy Lawrence was like an actual priest, like was dressed more like Osmond Sadler, for example, but with like the Bendy mask, like covered. underneath like a big robe or something.
That'd be kind of neat.
That would be
Making me
cool
wanna
as
draw that.
shit.
Like
Oh,
if-
get the axe, get the axe.
Oh shit. Like if he was like an actual prophet, like an actual priest type character. Because like the main reason for why I hate Slimy Lawrence is because he's just as slimy dude with fucking overalls and a mask. But if you actually made him a prophet of, if you actually made him a prophet of the faith, like
see, the thing I really like about Sammy's design that I think would be really cool, like to maintain, is I do like that he's kind of created his attire out of random things he found in the studio. Like I like that he wears a mask out of one of the cardboard cutouts of Bendy.
Right.
And uses it as a face. I think that design aspect is really cool. But dude, I would love to redesign characters like him.
Okay, but
Because
hear
he's
me out.
pretty uninspired for the most part.
Hear me out.
Priest outfit made out of ripped animation paper.
Oh!
Yeah, that would be cool.
Like,
Pluggy Wuggy!
not animation paper of Bendy, like he's trying to find like his god.
Yeah, like you could see scraps of like drawings
from
like,
the
on
artists.
there. Yeah.
You ran the wrong way.
You get the vibes. You get the vibes.
Like the idea is that he's finding all these little and like animation cells of like his god, and he's putting them on into like this big outfit to like worship him.
No, dude, imagine he wears an outfit made of animation cells, but because the animation cells are that of the cycle and depict what's going to happen, he uses them as a way of being a prophet that can predict the future. But because it's animation cells of what's going to happen throughout the cycle every time it repeats.
I'm just imagining like this, like if you haven't watched Arcane, but like I don't know if Lyra or like David have watched Arcane, but it's like this Victor type like messianic figure with like a giant robe made of like inky animation cells, but the animation cells are like wet because of all the ink, so it's like a blackish robe with tiny little bits of like the cycles like put on like drawings like all over, and then he looks at his cape and like watches the story happen in front of him or something like that, like underneath the cape.
Yeah.
For reasons I will not disclose out of respect for David and respect for other people, David will not fucking watch Arcane.
Okay. Fucking Leo Legends.
I have seen the entire series though. I fucking love that shit. It is so good.
I still need to watch it. I watched all of season 1 when it originally came out, and
the wolf.
I haven't watched chapter 2.
The wolf.
The wolf.
Qual says King Crimson Epitaph. No, but for real, like, looks inside of his own cape and sees, like, the different animation cells that he's kept, like, without stained ink, and just, like, watches the animation of, like, the future happen, like, in front of him. Like an Osmond Sadler type, you know? Like, that would make him so much fucking cooler.
That would be such a good way to utilize his character.
Chapter 3, gamers.
I got 4 hours of sleep last night, so I will be dipping for now to go slip.
Okay.
I will be back for the Dark Revival. Oh yeah, no, there was construction going on, and I got rudely awoken by a construction guy walking into my room at 8 a.m. So
that makes complete sense.
So I will be going to schlep for a bit. I'll be back for the Dark Revival.
Every
Yeah,
single
get some goodsies in.
Every
Alright.
single co-host, make sure to keep your mental health as #1 priority, and make sure to get some good rest.
Good luck
Oh,
in
yeah,
chat.
of course.
Donate your livers.
Hell yeah.
You have reminded me. I need to actually drink.
See
water.
ya.
See ya, David.
Hi, David.
Keep hydrated. Keep healthy. Keep your mental health in tip-top condition. Okay, anyways. What were you gonna say, Lyra?
Oh God, I don't even remember.
You went to like you need to go get something? Go get hydration. Hydration
Oh,
important.
I got my water. I got my agua.
I love how this entire call right now consists of 3 people that want to go on rambles, occasionally lose like their train of thought, and then completely forget by the time the discussion starts up again.
Hyperactivity disorder, attention span, something like that.
Yeah.
Speaking of suddenly getting the ramble back because of ADHD and autism,
Yes.
I recently showed Zach a film, and I honestly think that you would dig it as well. It is a Japanese pseudo documentary found footage film called Noroi.
The Curse?
Yeah.
Why does that sound familiar?
The reason why it probably sounds familiar is because a lot of scenes from the movie were used in like early internet horror videos without credit.
Noroi the Curse.
Yeah, like a lot of visuals from the movie have been all over the internet for years, and people just haven't realized it's from that movie.
And the reason why is because Koji Shiraishi, the director of the film, it was a little less known back then. And when the film was released in Japan, somebody uploaded the entire thing to YouTube without specifying that it was not real.
Oh.
So for the longest time, people thought that this was like a real like horrific documentary that just had like straight gore at the end. Yeah, no, this film is so fucking good, dude.
I hate that, like, you just said the word Noroi, and I know the title of the movie, but nothing about it. What the fuck?
This movie's so scary.
Alright, if we want to watch it in the future, I would be more than glad to, like, hop on in. You fucking cute ass wolf.
For anybody in chat, though, I will say, if you are sensitive to gore in any sense, or just distressing imagery in general, I would personally refrain from watching the film just because, you know, it may trigger you or distress you.
If people use it for gore compilations, yeah, no.
It's not necessarily for gore compilations, more like early YouTube horror stuff, but there is, like, scenes of, like, animal death in the film. So do be wary, audience, if you are sensitive to that.
I when I was a kid, when I was 7, I was browsing Live Leak on a weekly basis. I think I'll be fine. But good warning for everybody else. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just a warning for all of our lovely chat viewers. I know, I can only imagine you're a hardened netizen in a very similar way to me and Zach.
Yeah. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $25. Thank you, Hayden-san, for the $5. Look up The Projectionist, a Dark Revival model by Andrew Pavlovsky. Okay, this is interesting. The Projectionist, Dark Revival model, Andrew Pavlovsky. Love that surname.
All right.
I can't find it. Hold on. Oh!
Is it good? Is it peak?
Is it? Hold on. Is it an actual? It looks like concept art. Is it just a fan-made model, or let me check. By Andrew Pavlovsky. Look at this. Look at this boy.
Sick.
Look at this boy.
Dude, I love the Projectionist so much. I think he is probably like, out of all the Bendy character designs, he has my favorite.
Fan-made model. Okay, like, cause like I was looking at ArtStation, I thought this was like a early concept of like the Projectionist and Dark Revival. Had like the logo and everything. No, it's a fan model. Neat.
Yeah, dude,
I love Object Head characters. Shout out Object Head characters, my beloved.
Thank you,
I love
Hat for $10.
I love specifically the design of the Projectionist because I just love the idea of like this monster that has rebuilt its body out of random parts it finds throughout the studio, and how like in his little sequence it's this giant labyrinth filled with projectors that are constantly emitting light. So there's those split-second moments where it's like, is that a random projector or is he on the way?
Yeah.
I wish the sequence was designed a bit better and took more advantage of that, but I love the concept. I love the idea.
What do we need to do to get this boy to get off the chair?
You need to go around and collect all the bacon soups and then you need to put it into the pot and make him a soup.
All right.
You must feed the hound.
This also reminds me, by the way, Lyra.
Yeah?
This reminds me of, once again, what we need to talk about more, Silent Hill 2 Remake.
Rubs my little grimy hands together.
It reminds me of the moment in Silent Hill 2 Remake where, like, the fucking mannequins show up at the hotel, and they perfectly blend in with the other normal mannequins, you know? And, like... Because, like, you haven't seen, like, a single monster show up up until that point in the hotel, and then suddenly, like, the fucking wind blows open on the room with the mannequins, and, like, it fucking scares the shit out of you. You move, like, a few steps in front of that mannequin room, and then just, like, they start immediately hunting you down. I fucking adore those mannequins.
I love, I really, really love the moment in, fuck, why am I forgetting the name? I'm not me, like, losing every memory I've ever had the moment I enter into a live stream.
Also, there should be a bacon soup in the chest in the bedroom.
Thank you. It was closed. Not anymore.
Yeah, you should be able to open it.
Okay, I suddenly regains memory.
Talk to Boris.
Boris!
Boris! In, Woodside Apartments, the moment where you first get the little key light that you pin to your jacket, and then there's a mannequin right there. I love that in the remake, it doesn't just like, oh yeah, there's a mannequin. It like fucking jumps at you. Like, that scared the shit out of me, dude.
When I played for the first time and I got to the apartments,
That should be enough.
like, the mannequins, to me, in like the original Silent Hill 2, were probably the most boring enemies in the entire game. I did not care for them.
Agreed.
Holy shit, the remake mannequins are so fucking scary.
The remake mannequins are honestly the best use of an enemy for a third-person survival horror game I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Like,
I have played through the game 3 times, and somehow they still manage to fucking get me. Like, they still jump scare me every once in a while.
the way...
Wait, before you leave. I want
The
you
bone.
to get the bone.
The bone. The way that people complained about Silent Hill 2 Remake not being a, like, bone.
Oh, I guess it only works when you flip the lever.
Oh, fuck, okay. Anyway, the way that people complained about Silent Hill 2 Remake not being, like, camera perspective like the original, and they complain about the third-person, over-the-shoulder camera, only for the mannequins to abuse corners every time you enter a room, it's glorious! It's perfect for horror, you know?
I genuinely think people need to just let go when it comes to locked camera angles and tank controls in horror game remakes, because, like, I don't know, I feel like the entire point of a lot of these remakes are to make them more accessible to a modern audience, and modern audiences don't really enjoy tank controls anymore. They don't really know how they work because so little games use them now. I don't really see the point in them being in the games anymore.
Hot fucking take. I think that you can make any game with any perspective scary as long as you use that perspective to, like, surprise the player and make them scared. You can make first-person scary, third-person scary, like, fixed camera scary, I don't give a shit, as long as you use the enemies and the environment to your advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they did that perfectly with the mannequins, because those little bitches will, like, literally hide underneath the desks, like, on the corners. They will. I love it when, like, they go into, like, the wall and, like, stick themselves to the wall, like chameleons. It's fucking perfect.
They're evil.
I always find it really cool when I play a horror game and, like, I can tell exactly what perspective the game was made to be played in based purely on how the enemies behave. Like, also, you need to go back to Boris. He's scared of the dark.
Aww.
He's gonna be all cowering, all scared because you left with the light.
Oh, that's why he has the little, like, hard hat helmet with the light in the... Aww.
He's scared of the dark.
In Boris the Lone Wolf. Aww.
Yeah, because, I guess chat told me that these books aren't canon anymore, so I guess this detail isn't canon. but one of the books confirmed that this Boris, before he was transformed, was a child.
Aww.
No.
Boris.
But no, yeah, though, like, one thing I will always find really cool in horror games is always just, like, seeing the way they worked around specific enemy design to make them work with the perspective the game's meant to be played in. And I think, like, my favorite prime example of that is how, like, Resident Evil 7,
yes,
that game was made with VR in mind.
Yes.
And the main enemy of Jack Baker, his main way of ambushing you is grabbing your face and spinning you around.
And also, this works for the enemies themselves. Like, there are enemies in those games and other, like, first-person horror games that will become slower if they are behind you, and will straight up just start making different sounds to notify you that they are behind you. And it's perfect, because, like, it works for the player's advantage, and it helps you get more scared. He literally grabs you with the hand and just, like, whips you around. It's so fucking funny and scary. I love it.
It's so good, and it also, like, kind of becomes his calling card.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I love when horror games do that. I love the way they did it with the mannequins in Silent Hill 2. It made them so scary. I love the way that those workarounds were used in games that had fixed cameras. Because, like, I do love classic, like, Silent Hill, classic Resident Evil games that had those fixed cameras with the tank controls and seeing the way that they worked around it. Also, do you want to try getting the Tommy gun?
How?
So if you want to get the Tommy gun, chat, please correct me if I'm wrong here, because it's been a while, but you need to make this little ink thing you're playing with, you need to make it the ink machine.
Right.
And then you need to take the path of the demon, if I recall correctly, and you need to go through the entire chapter without dying up to the point where you get the Tommy gun.
Alright, I'll try my best. Leave it as the ink machine. Nyan the cartoon
Please.
says correct, so...
Okay, yeah, chat, if I got any of that wrong, please correct me. It's been a minute, but I'm pretty sure that's how you do it, if I remember right.
I'll try my best to not die.
Okay,
Fix
that
the
is
toy
correct.
machine.
Chat's saying I'm right. There are very few games that I have this committed to memory. Bendy and the Ink Machine is one of them.
I very much appreciate having the experts tell me what to do while I'm very, like, mentally focused on the video, like, on the conversation to be able to do good at video games. I think it
Yeah,
must be for the 2
normally-
months.
Hi everyone.
Normally, I don't really like
Yes, those are the
backseating,
things you
but
need
like
to
in
do
this
first.
specific instance, I know like we're just kind of chatting, and I want to make sure you don't get like lost.
I very much appreciate that. Also
need-
about perspective stuffs and horror games. There we go, need to do this. Just back to Silent Hill 2 remake again, I'm sorry. It's just like those mannequin creatures are like literally the best, because they have, like, in the original, they did also act mannequin-like. Like, they had those moments where, like, if you saw them at the end of, like, a hallway, they would stay like, completely still.
Yeah!
But in this one, Bloober Team made it so much better, because they are not only completely still, they are, like, trying to mask themselves in the environment by acting like actual mannequins and like acting like they're part of the like scenery, and they trick you. They're so evil. I hate them. I love them. Here we
They're
go.
such good monsters. Also, hey, speaking of good monsters,
She's quite a gal.
you could say that again. I'll try to behave during this part of the game, I promise.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that hourglass figure, though.
Such a bad bitch, though.
She is such a bad bitch, though.
Such a bad bitch, though!
Very dramatic. Very, very dramatic.
Becky, and I'm fucking Becky.
I like that this implies that she was, like, just laying on the floor waiting for this to happen.
No, I like to think there was like a little hole in the floor that she popped up from.
Like a spring, like a sonic spring.
Like a little spring-loaded thing.
Like, she set this up specifically to impress you.
Also, like, am I the only one? Because I know you did Poppy yesterday, right? You did Poppy and Ban.
Yes.
Am I the only one who thinks that, like, Mommy Longlegs was totally inspired by Alice in some way? The whole dynamic that Mommy Longlegs has in Chapter 2 with the player is, like, very, very similar.
Kind of, yeah. Because, like, she is behind the glass and, like, forces you to get different items for her, like, do different puzzles for her. And then eventually she tries to, like, kill you. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
Super evil female villain that gets introduced later in the game, who spends the entire chapter toying with you and speaking to you through, like, speakers and whatnot. It's very similar. I feel like there was some kind of inspiration.
What is this
also,
weird
hey, this is,
black diffuse texture projector? What the fuck?
Oh, don't mind that. Don't mind that. That's just a breach in the simulation.
I've never actually taken the path of the demon, so let's hear it, Joey out.
There's nothing wrong with dreaming. Wishing for the impossible is just human nature. That's how I got started. Just a pencil and a dream. We all want everything, without even having to lift a finger. They say you just have to believe. Believe can make you succeed. Believe can make you rich. Believe can make you
Powerful.
Why, with enough belief, you can even cheat death itself. Now that is a beautiful and positively silly thought.
This was never brought up ever again.
Yeah, you see, that was what I was talking about before whenever I said there was a tape that, like, really provides to the theory that Joey Drew was supposed to be Bendy.
Right.
Because people think, oh, he's dying. He's going to turn into Bendy to cheat death.
I mean, you could technically say that this foreshadowed him being a fucking Force ghost in Dark Revival. I guess. Kind of.
I feel like that's less foreshadowing and more so, like, a retroactive decision.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, you did that!
Scared me to death.
What a silly boy.
I suppose you found anything.
Silly little fella. He just wants to play jokes.
Arm yourself. Kill them all. Anyways, what were we talking about again? The enemy's gonna start popping up here, so like I better watch out.
You were talking about your shit, man.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Everyone in this call's got ADHD and loses their train of thought the moment something else happens.
Chad, do you remember the 21st night of December? I mean,
we were talking about Silent Hill, and I was talking about how I thought that Mommy Longlegs was partially inspired by Alice.
Okay, actually, yeah, Mommy Longlegs. I mean, Poppy Playtime itself is literally just a rip-off combination between Bendy and the Ink Machine and Portal 2. Like, everything about that game you can trace back to Portal 2 or this game in some capacity. You know?
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You got the gimmick gun with, like, the hands that, like, have different, like, attachments and stuff like that. You have the whole facility, underground, like, aperture facility. You got the whole idea with, like, Mommy Longlegs and, like, Alice Angel, the chapter-based system. Like, it's all comes from these two main inspirations.
And some people bring that up as, like, a negative about Poppy, and I think there's a lot of things you can criticize Poppy for. I don't think that's one of them. I don't really care.
Oh, yeah, right. This guy was here.
Do you remember the comparison of your reaction to this to mine?
Fucking asshole. I can't, because, like, I see the lever, right? I totally fucking forget every single time. God damn it. A lot of things change, but some things will always stay the same.
Dude, I think that clip is so funny now, too, of, like, me seeing that jump scare and, like, screeching at it. Because, like, at the time I played the original Bendy, I had, like, way less exposure to a lot of horror games. Because I was only really just starting to play horror games more, aside from, like, Resident Evil back whenever I made that Bendy video. Yeah, and it really shows, because, like...
You grew character development.
Yeah, it really, really shows, because, like, that jump scare made me shriek, like, 3 years ago when I played the original Bendy for the first time. Now I see shit like that, and I'm just kind of like, what?
You're like, and here's why Five Nights at Freddy's 4 is actually the scariest game ever. Picks up Resident Evil. So...
I was wrong.
I was wrong.
Like, I'm a stupid little baby, innocent baby boy.
No, dude, like, the like early era of my channel is something I hold very near and dear to my heart, but I also feel like it's gonna haunt me forever because it's so apparent. It's so apparent that at the time I made those videos, Five Nights at Freddy's and Bendy were like my main exposure to the genre for gaming.
I am so fucking glad.
And, like-
I will never shut up about this. I am so fucking glad that I got everyone in this fucking community into Resident Evil by force. I love it!
I was always like such a huge fan of Resident Evil, like back in like junior high. Ever since 7 came out, that was my first exposure. And I had been a fan for so long before that. Or after that I meant. But like, aside from Resident Evil, my only exposure to horror games was Five Nights at Freddy's and Bendy at the time I started my channel. And it really shows if you look back at those early videos. Because like, in my like Bendy review, I still love that video because it's like kind of like a time capsule. But I'm always like, man, in this level, it's super cool because you walk from this place to get this item, and then an enemy shows up, and it's really scary. And this enemy's like one of my favorite characters in the game, and it's super cool. I'm just like describing basic ass game design, and I'm like, it's super cool when the game does this. It's super interesting. No game has done this before.
Character development, game design development. I love it.
Do you still think FNAF 4 is the scariest out of all of them?
Yeah.
In the FNAF series, yes.
Yeah. I played that for like the previous charity stream that I did like a year ago, and like, no, yeah, it's really boring to watch, but FNAF 4 is legitimately the scariest one. The atmosphere for that one is like some of the best in the series. Like for real.
I have not played a FNAF game in like over 2 years. I need to go back to them because like I know all of them. I played them like obsessively when they came out, but it's just been a while. Like I don't know. I'm getting nostalgic lately. Like specifically within the past couple of weeks, I've gotten this like weird early FNAF nostalgia, and I'm like, oh, my little Blorbo. I need to go back to those games.
I've been feeling that too.
By the way, foreshadowing, Alice Angel just said, "Come on, step out of your cage. It's a whole twisted world out there." Ha 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 ha. That's a teaser for Bendy and the Cage, because like it symbolizes Henry getting out of his cage, aka the loop, aka the cycle. I'm such a fucking nerd. God fucking damn it. I devolved. I was such a like smug like prick about these games and took the piss out of them as much as possible, but now that I'm a streamer and like I've got an experience with these games, now I'm actually getting invested in them now, you know? I devolved.
I really love how this conversation has really boiled down to Zach's standards got higher, Phil's standards got lower. I really love how
over the years. The IQ has increased and my IQ has lowered. But you know what? I'm having fun now. I'm less miserable of a person. So you know what? I think that's still good.
No, I think that's a good thing, honestly. Like, I think like you can really, I feel like it goes both ways, where if you're like too nice to everything, then suddenly like a lot of your input doesn't really matter as much because you'll like anything. But then on the opposite side of the coin, if you're like too hypercritical, then it becomes incredibly like difficult to just enjoy things for what they are. Yeah, you gotta have that nice balance. You can't be too much of one or the other.
There's this reviewer out there called Yahtzee Crawshaw that is the host of Zero Punctuation and something Ramblomatic, like the news show that he's got, and he is very well known online for being hypercritical and cynical of literally every game that he reviews. And the thing with Yahtzee is that he is so critical and so smart about the points that he raises for like every single game that he reviews, that whenever he says that a game was fine, it's like a 10 out of 10 for like most of everyone else. He made a review about like Silent Hill 2 Remake, and he basically said, oh yeah, this game is perfectly playable, and like Bloober Team celebrated.
That's so funny. I can appreciate people like that, honestly. I just like, I know I've talked about this on multiple, like, even of your streams before, but like, I always just operate under the mentality of like,
hello,
like,
mama.
Flaws in things only really matter if they detract from why you're enjoying it in the first place.
Yeah.
That's like my sort of philosophy about it. Also, hi, hello, hi.
You wish that you were that guy.
Damn right.
What are you doing after this?
Why couldn't it have been me?
It should have been me. It should have been me.
Dude, okay, wait, Zach, you saying that reminds me to tell you, yesterday I was listening to random, like, videos and shit, and at the end of the day, I didn't know what to do, so I ended up listening to the stream of you and Quinn, like, reading early creepypasta.
Oh no.
And tell me why some of your voice acting in that is some of the most genuine anguish and terror I've ever heard out of you.
I mean...
I love Jeff the Killer.
I mean, I'm not fucking kidding, though. Like, this happened, like, I started noticing this ever since, like, the Hollow Knight stream. Like, Poster can make some good goddamn, like, voice acting work. Like, genuinely.
Oh, no, I have no doubt in this person, because I have listened to the JTK rewrite narration. Like, I was... Zach, I am still unnerved by your performance as Jeff in that one fucking scene. You know the one. You know the one.
I know the one.
Also,
I was gonna say, Phil read the entire thing. You don't need to dance around it.
I know the one. I read it out, and, like, people enjoyed it, and, like, it was the best one out of, like, the entire batch of, like, creepypastas that I read on that stream. The twist was perfect. Like, I talked about it with Zach, like, after that stream was over. Like, no, the twist, I mean, I already read it for people, but like,
I
if
really
you haven't,
hope that version of the story, as time goes on, just gets accepted as like, and I'm not even saying this out of bias. I just genuinely hope it gets accepted as like the version of Jeff the Killer, because it's just the perfect version of the character. It's the perfect version of the story. Like, everything is just so solidly.
It's like a distillation, because, like, okay. Now I'm just gonna start praising Zach's work, like, right in front of his face. But, like, I like... Because, like, the main idea of Jeff the Killer that made the character work in the main story was that he had a weird feeling, you know? Like, in the original, he had, like, a weird urge, a weird feeling. And I made fun of that, obviously, for, like, the original creepypasta. But he took that idea of, like, having a darkness within a person that does not have a clear origin, and actually made it work and made it the point of the character that made the character so much more, like, terrifying. Because there's this idea of, like, oh, there is a monster instead of, like, a completely normal person that is just waiting to fucking burst out whenever it gets the chance, you know? And, like, the twist with the fire and the reason for why he has those, like, he has that face and he has those deformities in the first place is so much better than just a simple, oh, the bleach acid destroyed my face of the original, you know?
Acid.
The fact that was the start of the story instead of, like, the end thing is perfect, you know?
I'm really glad that worked for people, because, like, I explained this to you whenever I was talking to you about it, like, in DMs, Phil, but, like, I, like, call it, like, boring in writing or whatever, or call it, like, cliche. I have always been disturbed by the concept of just, like, pure, unadulterated evil that has no justification or no, like, sympathy behind it, because, like, I am somebody who is really greatly afraid of things I can't comprehend or understand.
Right.
And I feel like in a lot of Jeff the Killer stories, the problem that I had with them, personally, I'm not saying that this is, like, something that, like, is an objective flaw, but my own personal issue with the Jeff the Killer story is they always made him the main character, and they always tried to make him sympathetic, and they always tried to make his murders justified to an extent.
There was the reboot story. The reboot story made him the most sympathetic out of everyone and basically made him a hero against the society, you know? It wasn't a creepypasta, it was just a fucking anti-hero Shadow the Hedgehog origin story.
Yeah, and whenever I did my retrospective on Jeff the... Like, whenever I did my retrospective on Jeff the Killer, that was literally what I said, where I was like, this is a decent story, but I don't think this works as a horror story.
Yes.
Because it's not scary at any point. You are rooting for Jeff by the end, because he is designed to be the character you're rooting for, and that was my big issue with a lot of Jeff the Killer stories was I feel like the serial killer who murders his family should be somebody you're afraid of, not somebody you're rooting for.
Exactly.
So I wanted to make my version of Jeff a character who is so truly despicable that you cannot in your mind like rationalize why he would even do what he does. And of course, you know, I knew that depiction wasn't going to be for everyone. I knew some people were going to take issue with it, and that's okay. But what mattered was that I made a version of the character that scared me, and it was my rendition of the story, and I was happy that it worked for people.
Considering the
I mean,
original
Esther
story,
really like the way you wrote Blue.
Considering the original story was, because like the main point of the original story I feel was like this like power fantasy that a kid had, you know? Because like the original Jeff the Killer was literally a 13-year-old kid. I did not know about that. Because, like, I knew, like, I was aware of Jeff the Killer in the past, like, just from, like, internet culture, and the way that people were talking about it and like, you know, objectifying him, I thought that he was, like, an 18 to 20-year-old, like, young adult, right? Because of the way that Tumblr people behaved about him. But no, it's... he's a 13-year-old kid, and the story is about the power fantasy of like, ugh, fuck society, I have a rage inside of me, I'm gonna go crazy one day. That's like what I felt the original story was like, you know? And it's definitely a different take that you did, but I really like that take.
And also another thing about that 2011 story is it's actually plagiarized.
What?
Yeah, so the 2011 story, the super famous one that people regard as the original, that was actually plagiarized from a 2008 video that was the actual original Jeff the Killer. And the version of the story that was plagiarized is the one that blew up. So, literally, the most famous version of Jeff the Killer is a plagiarized 13-year-old's power fantasy where he murders a bunch of bullies at school.
I did not know that. What's the difference with the original story?
So in the, in some ways it is even worse, yes. The original story was created by a user on Newgrounds who wanted to create like lore for his roleplay OC that he named after himself. And the original 2008 Jeff the Killer, he was a dude who lived alone with his brother Lou, and he would frequently use acid to clean out their bathtub. And one day, while he was going to clean their bathtub, he slipped on a bar of soap and spilled acid all over his face. And the reason he looks like that in the picture is that he wears a prosthetic face. And it's kind of this interesting bit of internet history, because that's the original story, and the concept of Jeff the Killer was plagiarized in the 2011 one. However, the original creator of the 2008 Jeff the Killer story is so desperate for credit that he will take credit for things he actually didn't make in the original story. Like, the original story he made, he is the original creator of the character Jeff the Killer, but he also claims to have been the creator of the image, which we know for a fact is blatantly untrue. So on one hand, it's a great thing he gets credit for the original story he made, but also he straight up lies about aspects of the story he wasn't responsible for to get full credit for everything about the character.
I never knew about any of this when I made my stream, Jesus.
Isn't there also like a line in the original YouTube video where he's like, he'll fucking gut you or something like that?
In the original YouTube video that explains his lore, it says, Jeff was doing a service to the world and killing all the people of the world. He'll fucking gut you.
I wish I could have read that. God damn it.
It's really good. It's awesome.
If you couldn't tell, I have way too much, like, unnecessary knowledge about the whole history of this character. I mean, like, I literally made, like, a movie-length retrospective about Jeff the Killer and everything about it.
He's gonna Jeff the kill the shit out of you. Yeah, no, compared to those humble beginnings, like, you actually make me a little bit, not scared, but, like, I was actually taken aback by the twist of like the new version the rewrite that you did. So
it
the
so
the comparison is so fucking funny.
It was so funny. I remember I was watching I forget what I was doing, but I had D&D that day. That's what it was. I had D&D and I was busy and I couldn't catch a stream live. So I was watching back your narration of my rewrite, and I could tell the exact moment where you registered the twist and you started to like lock in, and I was kicking my feet like all excited in my chair, like, oh, he likes it. I can tell he likes it.
Yeah. Cause like, okay. Guys, if you don't know, also I don't think I can like attack these guys. Shit.
No, you can.
Yeah, okay. When I lock in, when I start enjoying stuff, like I start getting into the character and actually trying to read seriously. And like, during that entire part, I was not making any jokes, I was not commentating over the material, I was just trying to make the best performance possible that I could bring to the scene, because I was just that locked into it. I loved it, you know?
I was so happy when I saw that, because like, I was like nervous. I know I probably shouldn't have been, but I was very, very nervous when you told me you were going to be reading my Jeff the Killer.
It's the guy!
My man!
Hello!
I love this guy.
Creepy ass.
He's such a peak character design in this game. I love him.
Initially, I asked, almost said Jeff. I asked Pastor for permission, to, like, do a watch-along of the rewrite, but then I realized, oh wait, I could just fucking read it myself. Why do I have to watch someone else tell the story to me? And I'm very happy that I did that, because people in the Cesspit seem to really love the chill reading streams that I do, where, like, I try not to scream and actually... Anyway, where I try to, like, read and, like, be engaged with, like, some creepypastas or, like, the SCP Foundation articles. Those have been, like, some of the most fun streams to do, like, most relaxing streams to do on the channel, like, for a while, you know? So yeah, I'm very, very happy that I didn't do a Let's Watch, and I actually... Okay. I'm very happy that I didn't do a Let's Watch, and I actually tried to engage with the material, because it made it so much better, you know?
Yeah, going at it with your own pace, and like providing your own voice to the characters, absolutely. That was
also,
that was like the main reason I posted the story for people to read.
In the comments of that stream, it took me the entire fucking stream when I saw the VOD comments, people saying, "Hey Phil, he's called Lou, not Liu." Because throughout the entire story, all three of them that I read, I just called Jeff's brother Liu, and nobody corrected me.
Why did nobody tell you?
Nobody told me. So, because it's L-I-U, but I guess the I is silent. I don't know.
It's a weird name. It's a really weird spelling. Yeah. Oh shit, the Ink Demon spawned. You need to hide.
What? What?
Yeah,
what?
this mechanic so rarely comes into play, you often forget it exists.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so the Ink Demon... Okay, this is one of the things that bothers the hell out of me in the original Ink Machine game, and I'm so glad that they fixed in Dark Revival. This chapter introduces the whole mechanic of, oh, be careful if you stay somewhere for too long. Bendy will show up, and he'll come to kill you. But it so rarely comes into play in Chapter 3, it may as well not be a mechanic, and then it never comes back in Chapters 4 or 5. Never once.
Did I ever find him? I don't think I did.
No.
Huh, weird.
But yeah, no, like, they introduced that mechanic in Chapter 3, and it's super cool, it's super interesting, but it very rarely happens. And then, now in Chapters 4 and 5, it just stops. Oh, hey, he's still active.
Alright.
But I'm so happy that Dark Revival actually fully fleshed out that mechanic. And it allowed it to be a thing for the entire game. Because it's like a really, really cool and scary mechanic, especially with the way Dark Revival does it, where like you can hear his footsteps like a timer telling you that you're about to die.
It was so fucking funny that I thought I could glitch out the game by like trying to save just about as I was like going to get killed by that fucking thing. I wanted to like glitch it out live on stream, and then the game just said, no, you can't save while this asshole's hunting you. And I was like, oh, they tested it out. Good job, Joydra Studios.
Dude, I remember too, I was like riding the high of the game being functional, and I was like yelling at you like, you thought that would work!
Fuck yeah.
You thought!
Bitch, you thought.
When Dark Revival came out, like, I was riding the high of that because the friggin' indie game I devoted all those hours to actually ended up being good. And like, I could finally say I liked a good mascot horror game.
The
like,
fucking development that both of our channels have gone through is crazy.
I know.
Alright, time to go back into the thing. Thank you, Tony Sonic, for the $10. Postra. Bendy doesn't show up enough. Me. Shows up so much during all my playthroughs, whereas, like, I'm almost a complete coward the entire time. Apparently, according to someone else on the chat, the demon appears more if you take the path of the ink demon at the start of the chapter. Which may be it's like a hard mode, apparently. That's kind of nice.
Oh, I actually didn't know that if that's the case.
Secret donates $10 and says, hey, what are your guys' thoughts on the FNAF DBD collab? I personally think fucking finally.
Yeah, I am surprised it didn't happen sooner. Five Nights at Freddy's is the most requested crossover that Dead by Daylight ever had. It is crazy to me that it didn't happen sooner.
It's been so long.
Since last I've seen my son, like, dude, it's crazy.
Lost to this monster.
Like the man behind the slaughter, the new killer.
Well, I've only played DBD like twice. I still think it's really cool. I'm still very, very happy.
Oh my god. Springtrap in DBD should be called the man behind the slaughter.
I saw some people saying he should be called the attraction.
It's too FNAF 3, too tied to FNAF 3. Nah.
The man behind the slaughter would be hilarious. I want him to be called the Yellow Rabbit.
That's pretty good.
I really want him to be called that.
Do we think it's going to be closer to the game designs or the movie design?
I'm anticipating the movie characters. That's what I'm anticipating.
I am as well.
It's probably gonna be the movie.
My prediction is we are going to get
movie Spring Bunny. He's cool.
Yeah, like I'm fully anticipating we're gonna get movie Yellow Rabbit with movie Mike and Vanessa as survivors.
Yeah.
And he's going to have a skin that turns him into like classic Springtrap and probably the main four.
That's for like a premium skin bullshit.
That's more than likely what it's gonna be.
Scott Cawthon fancies himself a filmmaker, so I think most of the stuff that is going to be FNAF related, like for like collabs, is probably going to be movie related for the next few years. But that's fine. People like the movie.
I was gonna say, I'm not complaining about that. I personally really enjoyed the movie, and I think it had probably the best rendition of Afton. But then again, I'm also kind of a hater of Afton in the games.
Matthew Lillard is legitimately fucking perfect.
I know, he's amazing, and like, I don't know, I liked the personality we got for Afton in the movie a lot more compared to the games, because I know people are very attached to the games, and I don't want to rag on anyone for liking Game William Afton. I'm just not a fan of like, evil, sinister, like, deep-voiced British man who talks like he's some, like, James Bond villain. I think it's really strange for that to be the personality of, like, some child murderer. I think the movie depiction feels a lot more grounded, and I just found him a lot more charming.
I 100% agree.
You wanna know? I have a fan cast for William Afton that is very strange. But let me cook.
Alright.
If I was doing a FNAF movie, I would personally cast David Dastmalchian, who, Chad, if you don't know, is the guy who plays Polka Dot Man and the Suicide Squad, and he also plays like the main talk show host in Late Night with the Devil.
Yes!
I
David.
think he could be fucking perfect as Afton. I don't know why. I just get the sense. I don't know.
Hold on a second. Let me bring up a picture of him right now. You know what?
I just feel like
I could totally
like-
fucking see him.
I could see it. I could see him for like a younger Afton, but I don't know. I just think Matthew Lillard was the perfect casting for the character.
Before the
Keep in mind that the picture that Phil just showed is him a little bit younger. He does look a bit more aged now, and I feel like if we were seeing like Afton around, like if it were set like kind of earlier, like maybe FNAF 2 era or a little bit before, I don't know. I feel like it would be such a good fit.
I personally, before the FNAF movie actually came out, during the time that we thought that it would never fucking release ever in a million years, I had my own personal fan casting, and this may be bias. Because this man is from my country. This is my boy, represent Chilean. But Giancarlo Esposito as William Afton.
Okay.
Would have gone super fucking hard, especially if he wasn't like a Breaking Bad villain. He was just like this. He was like this humble janitor character, you know? Like, then suddenly turned completely fucking monstrous and psychopathic for like the actual William Afton portrayal, you know?
Honestly, I would love to see that just because of the fact that you're absolutely right. Like, could you imagine seeing Giancarlo Esposito in, like, the FNAF movie, and you're expecting him to be another Gus Fring because the poor guy gets typecasted as Gus Fring in everything he's in, but he still plays, like, the super, like, campy, over-the-top Afton we see in the movie?
Yes!
Like, I would love to see that, because Giancarlo has crazy range as an actor. You just never get to see it because everyone just wants him to play Gus Fring.
I would love to see him as both a really friendly janitor man that is very, like, unimposing and nice, and then he just turns on the psychopath when, like, he's alone with, like, his victim, his prey. You know, like, crazy eyes. Like, I can imagine that guy having crazy, crazy eyes, you know? God, that would have been great. But, like, you know what? Matthew Lillard, 10 out of 10 choice. I literally can't
Oh
complain.
no, I love Lillard as Afton. I'm just, I think I was saying, like, if I think Matthew Lillard is perfect for the FNAF that they are going for.
Yes.
But hypothetically, if I made like if I was tasked with making a FNAF movie that was more in line with like the kind of unsettling, like quiet sort of vibes that FNAF 1 gives off. I don't know why, but David Dastmalchian feels like he would be a really good fit for an Afton in that type of movie.
You could totally make it work. I saw Late Night with the Devil. I'm not sure if, like, Zach has seen it.
Fucking good.
That is literally a fucking, like, full movie budget analog horror film. I absolutely adored it. I thoroughly recommend it to everyone. Chad is, by the way, saying that Giancarlo Esposito is not Chilean. My bad. For some reason, I thought he was. I guess
Do you want to know why?
Why?
Gus Fring is Chilean.
Oh, fuck!
Gus Fring in Breaking Bad is from Chile.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Okay. My bad. I'm sorry, Giancarlo Esposito. I keep typecasting you in my mind as Chilean. Okay.
I find it so funny that I was sitting here talking about how he's always typecasted as Gus. And even in real life, in your mind, he is from the same place Gus is.
I was so proud of my boy.
It's okay. He's spiritually Chilean.
Spiritually Chilean. Honorary Chilean. God damn it.
Oh my god.
Anyways. That's embarrassing. But anyway, I do agree with you, Lyra. For like a more serious take on William Afton, that would go absolutely perfect. Matthew Lillard.
Night with the Devil.
Matthew Lillard gives me this vibe of this like camp counselor, like abusive dad energy, which is pretty much exactly what he is in the movie. So perfectly casted.
Also, okay.
I love so many aspects about the movie. It's like, while I would have done something different with it, I appreciate what we got so much because I love the camp of it. I watched fucking Showa era Godzilla movies. I'm not only used to, but very, very attuned to and enjoying of camp.
In for the camp. I also, I gotta admit, like, I went to see the FNAF movie with like some with Nick, and like, dude, I have this like dual dimensions moment like in my brain when I was watching that movie. Of like me as an adult, a 25, 24-year-old adult, watching the scene of the animatronics building a little vent, like fort, like of like tables and shit, and having fun with like the kid, and going like smiling, like, oh, that is so cute, that is so adorable, like genuinely having fun, you know? But I also had this other split side of my brain of like the 14 to 16-year-old edgy Phil that only cares about horror going like, this is stupid, I hate this, I can't believe it, they're ruining Five Nights at Freddy's, my favorite franchise. And like me as a 25-year-old is going like, ah, oh, come on, this is fun, stop complaining, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You know?
I genuinely feel like I don't want to sound like a snob or whatever whenever I say this, but I feel like a lot of people who really hate the fort building scene completely miss the point. Because I think it is really, really cool to have this film that is all about these like children who just were murdered and were never given a chance to grow up.
Yeah.
Giving them a scene in the movie where they get to be children and actually get to play and have fun for the first time in years since their deaths. And it like it really gives them the opportunity to be humanized and feel like more than just animatronics that kill people.
Genuinely in my brain, I had this split personality moment of like, oh, teenager edgy Phil would fucking hate this. But now that I actually, you know, grew up, I'm like, no, have fun, it's great. It's like, look at the little cute guys, like, having fun making like a little fort with the child. It's like, yeah, you know what, cute. I'm into this, you know? It was legitimately so wholesome.
Yeah, I think the only thing that, like, genuinely, like, really detracted from the FNAF movie for me was, like, why the fuck did we not get a Toreador March scene with Freddy?
Yep.
Why is that missing? Why is that missing?
I have this thing of, like, you know what? I've legitimately learned from the past. It doesn't matter what I want.
How did the movie adapted the novel instead?
I wouldn't care. I would prefer the original story. But anyway, like, I legitimately have learned that it doesn't matter what I want out of something if the creator is pulling off the thing that he wants out of the project, you know? Like, when you're critiquing a game or a franchise, you should critique it based on if the creator was able to pull off their vision, you know?
Uh-huh.
And, like, Scott very clearly wanted the FNAF movie to be just like it ended up being, you know? Because he literally took almost a decade to bring that thing to life, right? He was very particular about that it needed to be just like that, just like he wanted. So, you know what? Fort building scene, absolutely. That was Scott's vision for the project, and I can absolutely respect it. If I made a FNAF movie, it would not have that. It would be a lot more horrific. But that's what I want, you know? It's not what Scott or the creator wants out of the franchise, and that's 100% respectable. But come on, give me the fucking Toreador scene. Come on, like,
that's like the biggest FNAF one set piece. It's the thing. Freddy, do the thing.
I think my one and only big criticism about the Five Nights at Freddy's movie that I think drags it down is, like, I like the campy scenes. I like the fort building. I like the whole dream sequences even. I guess some people took an issue with it. I get it. But I like the whole dream sequences and the way that they explore Mike's trauma.
Yeah.
What bothers me is I feel like a strong enough effort was not made to communicate what's going on to people who haven't played the games.
Yeah, that 100% made for the fans.
Yeah, like, that movie was made for the fans to the point that people who are using the movie as their first exposure to Five Nights at Freddy's are going to be incredibly confused.
Yep.
Because, like, there are some things that just are not properly conveyed. Like, I think the biggest example is Golden Freddy in that movie is not properly communicated to be Golden Freddy at all.
You could like, totally just confuse him with actual Freddy.
Yeah, because, like, I saw some people, like, being like, oh, this is a different character, what the hell? And a lot of FNAF fans were like, what the hell? Obviously, it's a different character. And it's like, okay, so you walk into a movie knowing nothing about FNAF, and Freddy Fazbear with a slightly yellow hue shift shows up in the house, and you are supposed to genuinely believe this is a completely different character with completely different lore. Like, no, obviously not. That is not communicated to the viewer at all. Even, like, the one line of dialogue used to communicate that with the kid going, I'm not Freddy, that can so easily be misinterpreted as, I'm the kid in the suit, I'm not literally Freddy Fazbear.
Yep. And my thing is, right, this is also why I hate that it's basically been canonized at this point that Fredbear just looked like FNAF 1 Freddy for some reason, because there's such a chance there to just, like, differentiate the two of them to where they could be seen as, like, entirely separate characters by somebody who's not a fan of the franchise. But instead, Scott went in the, like, exact opposite direction and said, let me just make it look like Fendi.
Let me make him look exactly like Freddy, and every time there's a new Freddy in the game, I'm gonna make him look like that Freddy for some reason. Not like its own unique Freddy. Also, I would just like to take this quiet moment of peep watching like lanky-ass twink Bendy right now to notify everyone that we're currently 90% of the way through the goal of the entire event in the second day out of 8. Holy fucking shit, people. Thank you so much. We're 90.2% through to the goal.
Let's go, guys.
I didn't even notice the goal. That's how groggy I am. Hopefully you are recovering, Ashers. You and Bonzi and Sin did so fucking well, like, on yesterday's stream. Like, thank you for accompanying me through that. Holy fucking shit. I did not think that... Is he still walking? God damn you, Bendy.
Oh my god.
I legitimately did not expect that we were going to get to 100% funded in the second day of the event. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for contributing. This charity that I'm doing, I've been planning it for a very long time because mental health is legitimately a very important topic to me as a person that has legitimately had to take care of a lot of family members and dear loved ones that have suffered from severe mental health issues. So thank you so much for donating, and thank you so much for helping a good cause. Thank you so much for suggesting Thankmas 2024 as part of the event. I was struggling so much even being able to come up with a suitable topic for the stream. So, like, a suitable, like, charity event to tie the Slopathon with. So, I think that this is the best version that the event could have possibly been like, and I am very grateful to everyone that has donated. From $100 to $1, every single little bit helps, even for the people that are just watching to get the max viewer amount so that I could donate the most I can. Thank you so much for everything. I am eternally grateful to you guys. And eternally grateful to the co-hosts that have spent hours upon hours with me, just hanging out, trying to have a good time, but also legitimately helping out with, like, a good cause. Thank you guys. Sincerely.
I, for one, am very happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me on. This has been an absolute blast, and I couldn't be more honored to be helping out with a cause like this, because it's one that's very close to me as well. So yeah, thank you.
This I'm really glad I got to, like, contribute to this in any way, shape, or form. Because, like, you know, I don't plan on oversharing or anything, but, like, you know, I struggled a lot with mental health this year, like, really badly. So something like this is very, like, important to me. So I'm really happy that I can contribute in any way, shape, or form so that other people hopefully don't have to go through shit as badly as I did this year.
Yep.
But yeah, like this is good shit. This is really good shit we're doing.
Good vibes. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Paul Joke, for the $10. Thank you, Derek, for the $10. Hi, I just wanted to ask you all something. A while ago, the Meatly said that they would be down for Bendy and Dead by Daylight. What are your thoughts? Yes, do it. Do it right now. Do it.
Yes.
Do it.
Yes.
Yeah, do it.
Do it.
Do it. Fucking do it.
I need this. I need this. Please.
Look, like, I'm sorry, like, Five Nights at Freddy's, it's so cute that everyone wants you in Dead by Daylight. I agree, you should be in Dead by Daylight. Get the fuck out of the way. We should have more indie mascot horror games in Dead by Daylight. It would be so great. It should not be just FNAF. Give the Ink Demon some love. Come on.
The Ink Demon would be so perfect. I have wanted the Ink Demon in Dead by Daylight for so long. I have legitimately thought about, like, concepts for how I would do his, like, gameplay mechanics.
Nah, it's gotta be Ban.
I mean, I don't care.
Lara,
honestly,
don't make me hate you.
Honestly, just like, I don't care if the thing is requested enough. Fuck it, do it for an April Fool's joke or something. Like, there should still be space for these goofy things, even in Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight is full of goofy shit anyway, come on.
They added Nicolas Cage as a playable survivor.
Okay, do I get the Tommy gun now?
No, you have to survive fighting the Butcher Gang here, and then you can get the Tommy gun.
Alright, let's fuck him up, boys.
By the way,
Be
Phil,
careful, go back to the stairs.
I'm not quite sure if I've ever asked you about this. What's your opinion on Tattletale as a game?
I liked it quite a lot, and I am surprised that it did not become a franchise, like, for real. I liked the gameplay. I don't feel like it is just small enough as it should have been. It didn't overstay its welcome, you know? I believe that it would have been way more frustrating if it was longer or if there was, like, more sequels with more difficult gameplay. But as it is right now, it is, like, the perfect bite-sized example of what a mascot horror game is, you know? I like it.
I absolutely think that, like, Tattletale is a very fascinating game in the way that, like, I think it has some of the most intense, dreadful atmosphere of any mascot horror game. But I do think that the main problem with the game is that the jump scares and, like, the release of that tension are not nearly as good as the tension itself.
Yeah.
I think if there's...
Because, like, you see a fucking egg, like, floating off into the screen to, like, jump scare you is, like, so goofy. But the tension that Mama creates in the game is actually good? Like,
yeah, like,
surprisingly good?
Mama Tattletale is, like, a legitimately intimidating horror antagonist. Her voice actually gives me chills whenever I hear her, like, approaching.
And seeing the main mascot of the game, the thing that is in the box art in the front of the page, not being the villain, but him being deathly afraid of Mama actually genuinely creates tension for the main villain. Like, for real.
Yeah!
I would say, if there is any, like, mid-2010s mascot horror game that, like, desperately deserves a remaster, that is it.
Yeah!
Yes, it does! Absolutely.
I need the Tattletale remaster now. I need it yesterday. Where is it, dude?
Abso-fucking-lutely. Also, thank you, Sopika, for the $10. Thank you, Crooked, for the $69. Haha, funny number. And thank you, Nick, aka Ultimate Nick, aka one of the main co-hosts of the channel. What? Boris. Thank you, Nick, for the $10. Phil, I beat college. I'm finally free! Ah! My mental strength is at rock bottom. Nick, please don't join the stream. Go get yourself some rest. You legitimately need it.
Go get yourself something really nice to eat. Make yourself some, like, tea. Just, like, have a nice.
You guys don't understand. Nick is an animation student, and he was at the final semester of his entire college career. Dude. Basically a sweatshop worker for, like, 6 months straight.
Holy shit, man.
If you are an animation student going through your last fucking semester of college, you have my pity, you have my regards. Good fucking luck. Like Nick every single day was like, I can barely survive, dude. I can't fucking take it anymore. I am literally going to my college to go sleep in a bag so I can render out this animation in the middle of the night, you know? College is awful. College is a fucking pit for your mental health. And I can't believe that you actually managed to pull through with, like, your, like, actual fucking nerves of steel. Like, congratulations. And
yeah, that is fucking crazy. Because, like, I remember I was in college back before, like, YouTube was, like, really, really going well for me. And when YouTube started going well, I had to drop out of college immediately to make it work. Because, like, the shit they have you doing whenever you're, like in college in general, but like also as like an art student, because I was also an art student, so I relate to that shit. You don't juggle things. You do one or the other when it comes to college.
Sonic said he climbed mountains and survived wars for this. No, but legitimately, like I like that most people understand the pain that Nick was going through. Neon the Cartoon says college broke me. Don't worry, Neon. Like for everyone that is for everyone that's going through college right now, if you feel like quitting, if you can't take it anymore and need to like just leave because like it's not for you, don't worry. Most people do it. You are not a failure. This is how most people do it. Like, you're not the protagonist of an anime, like, battle arc, you know? Like, I understand if you crumble from the pressure. Most college environments, especially at the end of your semester, like, at the end of your, like, final few years, is, like, might be legitimately, like, abusive. Especially animation, like animation class. The thing with animation class is that they treat every single class like its own separate 9-to-5 job.
Yeah.
And I don't give a shit if people go like, oh yeah, you haven't worked a real 9-to-5 yet, why are you complaining about studying? No, because all of the teachers just think that their class is the one class that you gotta worry about, and you have to do full presentations and theses and write-ups and animation projects all for every single different class. And it's awful. Also, can I light him up?
Yes, you could just straight up shoot him until he dies.
Yo, boyo! That's pathetic. Oh no.
Just keep shooting. And he's dead.
Yeah! Fuck you!
And now you can do this entire sequence without dealing with him.
Man, that's satisfying. Okay, now that he's fucking dead and doing the Family Guy death pose on the floor, let's read about how scary he is.
Also, real quick, while we're listening to this, I am going to fetch a Dr. Pepper.
Alright.
Be right back.
Shit taste, but fair enough. I hate Dr. Pepper.
I got Dr. Oh, we've had this conversation.
What? A lot of my friends love Dr. Pepper. I hate it. It's fucking syrupy, gunky shit. But whatever.
I was about to defend Dr. Pepper, and I realized you and I have had this argument already, so I wasn't gonna waste my energy.
Yeah, ain't gonna change my mind, boy.
I realized we've been here before. I'm like Sisyphus.
I like
dude,
this little drawing.
This sequence is really, really cool, though. I just wish it had a bit better execution, because I love the idea of, in this, like, game themed around old, like, animation back when projectors were used like this.
Yes.
The idea of a monster that has a projector for a head, and the light of his projector up against the wall is a warning sign he's on the way, but like, the setting is a labyrinth full of projectors that could be used as, like, red herrings. I love that concept so much, but I feel like it's just such a small part of this chapter that isn't utilized fully.
Also, please correct me if I'm wrong, because, like, I forget about the lore of a lot of the Bendy stuff, because I can't contain most stuff in my head. What was Norman's deal before, like, he became the projectionist? Like, what was his job at the company?
He was the projectionist.
Of the... Wait, but how does that work? Like, in the studio? Like, does he handle...
in the studio, he was the guy that dealt with, like, he used the projectors.
Right.
He was the guy that dealt with the actual film reels that they created. He was the projectionist, and he became the projectionist.
Obviously, it's just I don't understand the job, because like in my head is like you make the animation and then you put it in a reel and then you ship it out into like a theater. Why would a projectionist be in the animation studio itself? Like I don't understand that job. Is it like did he put the film in the reels? Like I don't know how it works.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
he would be the one to put the film in the actual the projectors, and he'd be the one who actually handled like the film reels and, you know, putting them
Getting
together properly.
to work. Like
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Like because like I don't know how
see,
animation works, especially old animations.
Yeah, he would switch and crank the films.
Okay, that's perfect.
Because, like, you know,
Return to the game
back then, animation was not nearly as refined as it is now.
Mhm.
So, like, a job like a projectionist was legitimately important back then.
That's really cool.
You needed somebody to manage the projector and make sure the cartoons were running as proper and that they, you know, all the film and frames were lined up properly.
Taking someone else's vision and putting it all together in your head and putting it out into the world. That's like a really cool idea. Like, as like a monster, like his design is metaphorical to his like actual job description. Okay, that's very good.
Yeah, and you wanna know a sad fact about him?
What?
So in the original Bendy, the projectionist was my favorite character. However, Mike Mood straight up said himself that the reason why the character wasn't as relevant and the reason why the character was straight up just murdered in Chapter 4 was because the fan base didn't latch onto him as heavily as Alice Angel or Boris. So they just were like, well, nobody cares about him. We can't sell toys of him. Let's just kill him off and move on to a new character.
What? I would fucking love a projectionist vinyl figure.
They released, like, we did get some figures of him, but, like, that was the reason he's not as important to the story as he could be, is because Mike Mood was like, oh, hey, people don't really give a shit about him. Let's just kill him and move on.
Every single character came back in a big way for Dark Revival, but not
he's a head in a jar. Like
yeah. Oh yeah, you interacted with the thing in the room, and then he made like a little screechy screech.
Yeah, and his head is the projector you use to restart the cycle in Dark Revival.
Oh yeah, right. Cool.
But yeah, no, I just that's like the one part about Bendy that like horribly disappoints me, is that the character that they decided people didn't give a shit about just so happens to be the one that I think has the most creative and most fascinating design out of all the monsters in the entire game, and he doesn't get to do anything.
Yeah, and the cartoon says they made him a Funko Pop. Shut the fuck up, there's no way.
There is a Funko Pop of the projectionist, yes.
Oh, fuck, dude. Projectionist Funko Pop. No way. Let me show it off. Is this fan-made? Because there's a ton of fan-made Funkos.
No. The projectionist one is official. And to be fair,
looks like a Minecraft fucking box. The way that the details on the the projector look.
I was gonna say, like, to be fair, if this one had like some altered colors and it was like refined a bit better, it could be a very good figurine.
Nah. Some people may hate U2, some people may hate fucking like what was it called? The Japanese ones, like Nendoroids.
Nendoroids.
A lot of people may even hate like makeshift plushies, but honestly, Funko's the fucking worst.
Yeah, I agree. You know what my like big issue I have with Funko is when it comes to like their vinyl figures.
What?
I feel like if you have like on your shelf a bunch of Nendoroids of characters you like,
yeah.
I'm going to look at those and I am going to say, okay, so you're a fan of these characters.
Yes.
If you have a U2s of a character you like, I'm gonna look at that and go, oh wow, you're a big fan of that character. If you have Funko Pops of a character on your shelf, I'm gonna look at those and go, oh, so you're a Funko collector.
It's a Funko. It's
you
some
like Funko.
Shit.
You like Funko. Like that's all I see it as, because they're all so samey and they all follow the exact same mold.
They have these, like,
they're the most uninspired designs I've ever seen.
Mouthless, black, beady, like far apart, soulless eyes. No variation. I mean, they made some special figures, I guess, but most of the main line is just complete landfill garbage. You know?
Yeah, it's just because I think it's just because the mold they use for their figures just fundamentally looks bad, because it just warps all the characters into just like some completely different design. Like U2's has the eyes, but like if I buy a U2's figure, it still looks like the character I'm purchasing.
Yep.
If I buy a Nendoroid, it just looks like a cute chibi version of a character. I literally have a Nendoroid of Sadako that sits on my desk, and it's like my favorite figure I own. But like, Funkos just don't look good.
Even this problem, we're ending chapter 3, by the way. I can't believe that chapter 3 went by so fast. Jesus. But people have this problem with, for example, U2's. Because U2's has this, like, the iconic U2's eyes, like, on every single figure that they have to put in. And, like, some people think, oh, it's just like Funko, like, it's just the same generic garbage. But it's like, no, if you're a creator that's working with U2's and you legitimately care about your character and the design, you can work with them to make something special and something high quality, right? You can make something that looks different, like for my U2's plush, like they have the eyes, but it's like reflected in like this green glow below in the eyes that like perfectly fits the plush, right? For Funko, they don't give the artists and the creators the same liberties. It just has to look the exact fucking same for like every single thing, and I hate it. I will never have like a fucking like Funko shit. Like, I legitimately dislike both the figures and the company itself. Did you guys know that Funko took down itch.io? Like, for a brief moment, because they used, like, AI copyright infringement tools to detect, like, Funko stuff inside of the itch.io website. They found, like, a couple of Funko fan games, so they decided to strike down the entire fucking site.
Yeah, it's like I don't like Funko. I used to collect so many Funko Pops, like whenever I was a kid, because you know, easy cheap merchandise of characters I like. Ooh, I see the Freddy Fazbear, I buy.
Yeah.
But like now, if I want to get merch, instead of buying like 3 Funko Pops, I'll just save my money to get like a nice figurine of a character I really like instead. It's more worth it. Funko Pops are so ugly.
Literally save your fucking money. Like, don't buy cheap shit. Buy the good quality stuff. Also, for that Itch.io thing, the main creator of the site, the main like owners of itch.io, like complained about it and started like flinging shit at Funko because of the obviously horrible stuff that they are doing, taking down an entire fucking game site just because of a few copyright infringing fan games because an AI told them to do it. And then the Funko team, the higher ups at Funko started harassing the Itch people's like mom, like the owner of Itch.io's, like they called up the mother of the person that runs the Itch.io sites. Didn't Funko call their mom? Yes. It's like, what the fuck, Funko? Fucking that company just gives me like weird vibes, man. I'm glad that people are partnering up with like other like smaller companies like U2's or Makeship to make like higher quality stuff that isn't like cheap garbage. I love high quality merch. I love to consume product if product good. Product equal good, me equal buy. If product equal bad, I do not buy. Imagine.
Yeah, I know, like, from my experience working with Makeship, they are absolutely wonderful for that. Like, the people over at Makeship that I work with, they always make such a point of letting me know, like, you have creative freedom here.
Yes.
You can make this merchandise how you want it to look. You can give your fans like the designs they want. It's like that. I really enjoy working with them for that, because I with like the Clyde plushes and the Lankman plush I release, like those designs, it's like, yeah, that's what I want those characters to look like as a plushie. That is what they should look like to me.
Sander Cohen ass fucking like set piece over here, by the way, from BioShock. But the thing, both Makeship and you. Thank you, Storm, for the $50.
Holy shit.
I personally have a great history working with both Makeship and U2s. They both like give you like a human representative like that you can talk to on email, and they are wonderful and they understand your character and want to see you succeed, and all throughout the step of your journey. Because like the most crucial part, if you are someone that is like a creator watching the stream that is looking forward to working with a company to create like your own custom plush, the most important thing that you have to keep in mind is to make sure that all the big changes are done at the very start. Like on the concept phase, on the schematic phase, when you are drawing the concept of the character on paper. Because then later, once you actually make the sample, like the physical sample of the plush, then it becomes so much more harder to make changes, right? So like the Makeship folks and the U2's folk like constantly told me, Phil, make sure to get the best version of the character that you want right away. And so thanks to that, I've been able to make merch for my character that has been exactly what I wanted, you know? It's so fucking, like, it's been so satisfying making those things. Consume product, but take care about your product and don't shit out just random... Jesus Christ. Why? Okay. Outlast.
Yeah, right?
Don't, for example, make like a $10 million deal with like a toy company for your like up-and-coming mascot horror game that is not even sure people will care about it, and then end up selling absolutely no fucking figures of any of the toys that look like ugly pieces of shit. Because nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Specific. I wonder what you could possibly be referring to.
No,
in regards to mascot horror in the game we're currently playing, but I don't know what that could be. It's probably just a coincidence, really.
Dude, I shit on like Showdown Bandit, and I shit on the actions of like the Meatly and Mike Mood a lot. But I said this before on Twitter like a few days ago, and I'll say it again. They improved. They legitimately improved. They were very, very, very extremely fucking incompetent at the start of making this, you know? They didn't know shit about how to handle a franchise. They took down fan game projects, they used, like, fan art without asking, they fucked up and, like, stole stuff from the fans, they mismanaged, like, a bunch of employees, like, fired 50 people out of a studio that they made, like, within a year of its creation. Like, I can talk about so much about how they absolutely fucked up so many times during the creation of Bendy. But now, with Dark Revival coming out, and actually being good, and not being buggy, and like being a proper finished product, and them scaling back down, not hiring more people, like, you know, and getting sued as well. They also got sued. I'm not sure what's up with that. But they seem to have genuinely taken the criticism that people had given them, like, with open arms. Like, they've gotten way more flexible on fan projects as well. Like, and Mike Mood has, like, shut up. That's also great. I appreciate that.
It really, really feels like all of the shit that they did and all the backlash they got humbled them in the best way possible. And they were like, okay, if we want to salvage Bendy as a franchise, if we want to salvage our reputation, we need to actually understand what people are saying, and we need to legitimately, like, you know, be better.
Yes.
And Dark Revival is very much proof that they were able to learn from that. Also, you need to collect ink in the other room.
Thank you.
But yeah, like, Dark Revival feels like proof that they absolutely could improve, because that game, it's just a genuinely good game. It has a good vision behind it. It has fantastic art direction. It's actually good to play. And like their business model for it has been completely different. I brought this up whenever I was doing my like original Dark Revival stream. But one of the reasons I like a lot of the redesigns that we even got in the game, like the Ink Demon, is I feel like the Ink Demon, that was a design that they very clearly said, yeah, we don't really care if this thing gets turned into a toy or not.
Yeah!
Like, the Ink Demon design in Dark Revival, you can tell that thing was just, oh yeah, we need to make a cool horror antagonist instead of, oh, we need to make something that'll be marketable.
We need to sell toys. We need to add to our Sanrio character collection.
Yeah, I feel like, because whenever you look at, like, the old redesign of Bendy from Dark Revival, we got looks from the merch at what Dark Revival Bendy was going to look like, and he was literally just going to look like Ink Machine Bendy, but with, like, segmented teeth and a mouth that could open.
I think I saw a vest as well, yes.
Well, the vest was always a part, but I mean the Ink Demon design.
Yes. I think I saw a vest on that one. But yes, he was way more generic. Yes, I understand what you mean, yes.
Yeah, he just looked like a slightly more refined version of the Ink Machine design. And you can very clearly tell where the shift was made because you actually see him in Dark Revival and it's like an actual monster.
Completely
also,
different.
I'm seeing chat saying that we're top 3 in Thankmas right now.
Oh shit! Yeah, let me show that to people right now. So, we talked about this yesterday. First of all, thank you so fucking much. 92% of the way through to the goal. This is for Thankmas 2024. We are currently on the leaderboards for the fundraisers that are participating on this event. We are literally number 3, baby! Top 3 most donated to fundraisers for the Thankmas 2024 event.
That is so crazy.
Fuck yeah, dude!
That is so awesome.
We passed over Caitlin Mary. I'm not sure who Caitlin Mary is, but considering that they managed to raise $9,200, I respect to Caitlin. Not sure who that is, but we beat ya. Sorry. We are currently top 3 on the top fundraisers of the event on Thankmas 2024. You guys are absolutely amazing. Even if we don't manage to reach 10,000 by the end of this event, I am still so fucking proud that we managed to do this. Thank you to every single one of you, to all the people that donated, from the ones that donated $100 to the ones that donated $1. I am very sorry that I haven't been able to read every single donation that has come through, because I do need to talk about the games and stuff, but thank you so much. Even if I didn't read your donation, I am still massively thankful that you're supporting a good cause. You're not just giving money to a funny YouTuber so he can buy Wendy's every single week. You're actually helping out a real important cause. Mental health affects everyone here. I'm pretty sure that every single one of the co-hosts has battled mental health in some capacity, both big and small, and most of the people here donating and participating in the chat right now have probably also had their own run-ins with mental health issues, illnesses, syndromes, and all that. I am so glad that we can actually make a difference here. It would be ideal also if, you guys didn't reach the 10,000 goal and, I don't have to play Steel Wool games, but, that's up to you, you know? I put the goal in there. If we manage to get to 10,000 by the end of the event, I will play the Steel Wool FNAF games on December 29th. What if you guys just stop donating at $9,999? That would be ideal. That would be ideal. But it's up to you. Up to you.
I take it the amount that you donate at the end is not contributing towards the stretch goals.
Nope. It's not contributing to the stretch goals, buddy. I'm gonna close off the thing. I'm gonna donate on on my own at the very end. That's not about the stretch goals. Nope. That's up to people. I'm not Scott Cawthon. I'm not gonna donate just so that the thing that I'm involved in can appear on the stream. This is up to you motherfuckers to make happen, you know? I don't care. I'm not personally gonna be a crutch to the event. This is all money that was raised by you, and I am eternally grateful for that. It would also be really fucking funny if we beat Dawko, because Dawko's a cool guy, by the way. Dude. I have absolutely no beef with him, but we are almost at 10,000. We may actually be able to get close to this amount, to 60,000. Because, this is day 2 out of 10 now, possibly. 2 out of 10, and we are almost at $10,000. You know?
God.
Hey.
It would be a big ask, but you know what? You want to be ambitious for these big charity events.
I'm just saying, I'm not sure what I could do to, like, incentivize you people to donate, like, $6,895. But I'm gonna start workshopping stuff with Chad and, like, the community as, like, I continue through this event. If we manage to get some sort of incentive to, like, beat Dawko, like, I'll put it in. I don't give a shit. I'll do literally anything, because it would be so fucking funny if, like, the Toxic Cesspit could raise more than basically the entirety of the FNAF community combined. That would be so fucking funny. Personally, I am not petty at all. I'm not petty at all, actually.
Oh yeah, really? Mm-hmm.
A fursuit stream, I don't care. I will literally do anything if you guys get me above Dawko. I like to insert pettiness and competitiveness because ultimately it doesn't fucking matter because it's all for a good cause, you know? I don't know, it's like a pipe dream. It's an actual pipe dream of mine, but if you guys make it happen, blank check. Literally fucking blank check to you people. Let's continue the game. Fursuit stream.
I like how everyone's saying fursuit stream.
I finally do a webcam-based stream, but I just put on a fursuit.
It's like some horrifying, like, Fi-themed fursuit.
No, like a green wolf. Like a neon, bright green wolf with, like, black scleras and, like, glowing green pupils. And, like, every time that I finish a sentence, I have to end it with roar.
I'd cry. You know, the funny thing is, you saying that got me thinking, like, oh man, what would a Clyde fursuit look like? And then that made me remember that, like, Clyde is actually an incredibly popular character in the furry community, and several people have cosplayed him at furry conventions.
Really?
Did I ever tell you about that?
No?
Clyde, for whatever reason, is, like, an incredibly popular character with specifically furries. So much so that I have had several people at, like, furry conventions, like, at me with photos of them wearing Clyde-inspired fursuits.
Okay, yeah, because it's like, it wouldn't be a fursuit, it would be like, are they wearing, like, the orange hoodie with, like, a wolf or something? Like, version of Clyde?
Well, no, like, they're just straight up dressed as Clyde.
Oh.
Like, I've gotten pictures of people at, like, furry conventions, like, straight up dressed as Clyde, and, like, you know, I don't know what specifically about Clyde, like, furries fuck with, but honestly, I think it's kind of cool.
It's the stripes. It's the stripes, honestly.
I think it's the stripes and also the fact that, like, Clyde's design is very heavily based off of, like, cats.
It's the teeth.
Oh,
it's the long
teeth would definitely
teeth.
add to it.
And the teeth, the stripes, and the big, like, zipper on the front, I think that, yeah, no, I can totally see it, the teeth. Because, like, furries have something to do with teeth, in my opinion.
I just think it's a matter of, like, Clyde has a lot of, like, animal-like traits, but he's his own unique species. So, like, you know.
The long tongue as well. Yeah,
the
no,
long,
I'm
the long, like, forked tongue, yeah.
I'm understanding.
Furries really fuck with Clyde. Especially, I don't know if you've ever seen, like, specifically the Clyde design that my girlfriend draws whenever she draws Clyde, but she draws Clyde even more like an animal with, like, wolf canines and, like, proper cat eyes. And a lot of people really like that specific design.
It's a really cool design. Oh.
So add to this room.
Legitimately kind of sad.
Yeah,
even though they're all not real, you're not real, you're not real, you're not real.
Could you imagine? You're, like, sitting there all depressed, like, you're eternally suffering, and just some random dude walks in, goes up to you and goes, you're not real, and then walks out through a vent.
You're
fake. Your suffering is fabricated.
Says, it's definitely the teeth and the stripes, also the fact that Clyde is kind of an amalgam of animals. Okay.
Yeah, I think I just unintentionally made, like, a set of OCs that are just, like, incredibly appealing to the furry community.
Isn't there like a Veldigan that is like way more animalistic than Clyde? Like, you've talked to me about Veldigan in the past. My memory fades very easily. But I thought there was one that was like way more animalistic. I'm not sure.
Yes. One of the Veldigan that I plan on having appear in DOAI at some point is called the Flock. And their whole thing is that they are a like primitive infantile Veldigan that was starved, and the only way it was able to eat was by feeding on birds. And so because of that, instead of having like a humanoid appearance like the rest of them, it's like one gigantic like bird made out of tar.
That sounds really cool.
And the little tidbit I told people about it, because obviously most of its lore is kept secret for the series, but like it's called the Flock because anytime it's nearby, people in the surrounding area hear the sounds of every single bird it's ever devoured, like flocking around each other and screeching.
Yeah.
So people just refer to it as the Flock.
Thank you.
I love my little characters.
I'm not gonna spoil it, like, cause like this is like for the far future, like in years. But like we talked about a thing like some time ago, and we both got really into a very specific thing. And I'm not gonna say anything else about that, cause like it's up to you whenever you want to reveal it. But I really liked the thing that we did that one time.
Was it the thing that I was asking for your input on?
Yes, and then like we both went crazy on it, and it just became better and better and better and better. Hey, Lyra, welcome.
I survived the perilous Dr. Pepper journey.
The Dr. Pepper dungeon. Also, we're in chapter 4.
Are Veldigan and Toxic Sludge in the same universe? Okay, no, that's really funny. I think I've talked to you about this before, Phil. I find it very funny that like both of our main characters are made of some like disgusting black slime that has horrible effects on people.
We both have very similar interests when it comes to our like OCs and our like the things that we like in characters, because like, you know, big sharp teeth, very striking like color and designs, very sharp edges, you know. There's some similarity, there's some overlaps here and there, just a little bit.
And like, Clyde and the Veldigan are literally just made of black goo.
Fuck yeah.
Like, I literally described in the past that if Clyde were to take off the onesie, he would just look like a Resident Evil 7 molded.
That, I kind of want to see fan art of that if you have it anywhere. I would love to see like a completely, not like naked, but like slimified version of Clyde.
Well, you're in luck because my girlfriend's drawn it.
Fuck yeah.
I can get it. Hold on.
Please and thank you. Thank you, Diamonds, by the way, for the $10. Clyde's design is also just really fun, and creating costumes for him involves a lot of creative solutions and improv. Furries really like a challenge from what I know, and Clyde is peak for something like that. Oh my god! Can I show that?
Yeah, you can show that. She's posted this.
That's Clyde?
Yeah,
Ooh.
That was... there was one night where I was in call talking to Drax about this concept with Clyde, because Drax is very obsessed with Clyde. Hey
everybody, here's your Tumblr sexy man. Jesus fuck!
Yeah, I explained to her in call one night that, like, that's what Clyde would look like without the onesie on, and I explained that the Clyde in Volume 0 is like an infant, like a baby. Ooh. So she drew that artwork, and it's supposed to be her rendition of what Clyde breaking into, like, the Halloween store would have looked like before he got his costume.
That's fucking awesome.
I love the way she draws Clyde
lanky,
so much.
Like, Resident Evil molded, but, like, he's not awkward. He's, like, lanky and, like the piercing eyes and the giant, like, scary, like, protruded teeth. Fuck yeah.
The spikiness of it almost reminds me of the way that ferrofluid reaches out in reaction to magnets.
Like metallic, like reaching out to like the world.
It's gonna need some power.
Yeah.
Hang in there, Boris.
The concept, like,
hang in there, Boris.
Wait, Clyde is Pasture's character? Yes.
What?
Someone in chat said, "Wait, Clyde is Pastor's character."
Who
He's all of our characters in our hearts.
Where do you think you are?
Yeah. No, I had a lot of fun like conceptualizing Clyde because I liked the idea of like fucked up creature made of like some weird tar-like fluid that like solidifies over time and turns to flesh. That was like the concept that I built the Veldigan off of, and that's the concept that Clyde sort of goes by.
Fuck yeah.
He's a gross-ass thing.
Hey, Sableye Weirdo, thank you for the $20. Have my money! But in all seriousness, I want to thank you and Poster specifically for helping me get through my constant mental and physical struggles and getting me back into my love of horror. You two are amazing, keep being funny. Thank you, Dolly. Hell yeah.
Aww.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I appreciate hearing that a lot. Like I was saying earlier, like I've been... Oh, okay. So Phil.
What?
For this minigame, I'm not kidding, the physics of the ball is decided by where in your hand it is when you throw. See how it moves up and down?
Yeah?
You want to throw it when it's in the middle.
Nah, fuck off.
I'm not kidding. I'm being dead serious.
Fucking hell.
See?
Bendy.
Bendy makes no sense. Bendy makes no sense at all.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the $10. To y'all saying Smash, you hear Clyde say that they were an infant, right? It's a fucking demon creature that eats babies.
Yeah,
Come
I mean,
on.
The whole thing with like Clyde and DOAI Volume 0 is that he is like
a set of characters
when he first appears, it's like
That's okay.
Like when Clyde first appears in Volume 0, he is an infant, like that is a newborn Clyde. But also, like, whenever I say that, I just mean in the way that, like, Clyde is, like, a completely, like, undeveloped creature, and throughout Volume 0, he, like, you see the passage of time and how he grows and how the town has to deal with this thing as it grows and becomes more mature.
They're not literally a child, it's a fucking nightmarish monster from, like, the depths of human incomprehension. Come on, guys.
Yeah, like he's an eldritch horror, and in Volume 0 we literally see him like grow into some like weird like adult stage, if you can even describe the Veldigan as like having an adult stage.
If you want me to indulge a little bit in my own like OC bullshit, a little bit,
be my guess, absolutely.
I saw a comment in the chat that said, I really like Toxic Sonas because they are a way for trans people to get through with their dysphoria. And yes, the whole idea with Toxic Sonas, because like it's way less nightmarish, you know, Zach. Like your thing is supposed to be for like an actual analog horror series, right? Toxic Sonas for my community are more of a way for artists to like express themselves. And the deal with Toxic Sonas is that they are very, very, very gender identity friendly, because their whole idea is that they are a physical manifestation of your own internal mental view of yourself. You know? Your own mental identity is like physically expressed through your slime body. So they genuinely don't have a gender. Physically, they're a pile of a hive mind like slime, right? They are sentience made and controlled through this like slime form. And so
non-binary as fuck.
Non-binary as fuck, but they can represent whatever gender identity the sentient being that was infected believes themselves on the inside to be.
They're the gender fluid.
Literally made of gender fluid. The thing with that is that most artists use it to express themselves. Like for example, trans artists, like ideally you would use that to like express the true gender identity that you connect with, like inside of yourself. But there is also the horror aspect of it, where if you have some sort of like mental scar deep inside of yourself, that will also come through in the design, hopefully. For example, Phi, the toxic slime, the creature that you're watching right now on the screen at the bottom right of the screen, they are supposed to be the Toxisona representation of a lazy former guard of like the facility that got infected with this like slime from another world, right? And they don't have many physical like traumas, like mental traumas, like represented in their physicality, but before they were taken over by the substance, they were actually dragged out into like the back of a dark alley and brutally beaten to death on their head until their skull cracked open. And
is that why the mouth?
Yeah, and that's why the mouth at the top of the head, that's why it's a thing, because physical scars from your previous life or mental scars are represented in your Toxisona through like the appearance of like sharp teeth coming out of those areas. You know?
I had no idea.
So like
that was why the mouth was on the head.
So like for example, if like someone fell into the substance but before they died, they suffered like a really traumatic injury, like for example like around their neck. Like I've seen Toxisonas with like necklaces on their neck that look like the teeth, and they can open up to reveal like a giant set of teeth like on the neck. And that also represents something like if you have like a body teeth with the like around the neck, for example.
That's actually really fucking cool. I had no idea that was a thing.
I don't really care much to talk about my OCs because like I will only talk more in depth about like the whole concept of the Toxic Cesspit and the Toxisonas whenever I actually make something for it, like you're doing with DOAI. Because, like, what's the fucking point about talking about your OCs incessantly if you're not gonna make, like, a webcomic or, like, an actual thing that people can enjoy out of it? But yeah, those are one of the details that I, like, locked in pretty hard on, like, a long time ago.
That's just cool. And I mean, like, the thing is, like,
where do I go?
You say you don't really see the point in, also, there's, did you flip the lever and activate the next door?
Yes.
But... Okay, then you should be getting to where you fight Bertram, if I recall correctly.
No, I need to do multiple ones.
Yeah, see, you didn't flip this yet. Now that door will open.
Okay, please continue.
But I was gonna say, like, you talk about, like, you don't really see the point in talking about your OCs and whatnot, but also, like, I don't know, this entire discussion started because people talked about how they love making Toxisonas, and the more you provide details, the more people have to work with.
I guess.
Without some kind of weapon, I don't stand a chance. There's gotta be a way around them.
Oh, I will just walk around and avoid them, like, fuck stealth, anyway.
I don't know, maybe it's just because I like yapping about my characters way too much, because I put way too much time and effort into all of my little characters, but I don't know, just talk about your OCs is fun, and people in your audience are always going to want to listen, because they're invested in your characters to an extent.
I feel like I will be prepared enough to do it, like, whenever I actually get something out that people can enjoy. I've been thinking about, like, either music videos or, like, comics or stuff for a very long time. I think that finally, like, after this year, I think I'm finally prepared to do something with it. I just need to, like, pull up my big boy pants and actually do it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Where am
I bringing this up also reminds me that I really need to lock in on more DOAI stuff. I have a lot of plans for DOAI stuff, but, like, I don't think people understand how much work goes into my channel and on DOAI, because sometimes I just like will go for months at a time without even thinking about DOAI because I gotta work on the channel too. But I really wanna work on the next project after December.
Running a YouTube channel that you have to constantly appease the algorithm for, and making like an actual like high quality like analog horror series that is not just PNGs moving across the screen spookily, like. All of that shit takes, like, a lot of effort and planning and, like, scheduling with, like, multiple different actors and people and, like, making the score, the music. Like, yeah, no, I can absolutely... take your time with it, buddy. Absolutely no pressure.
I kind of have, like, my own little personal philosophy when working on that particular series, that working on DOAI is, like, my reward for the work I put into everything else.
Yes! Because you don't want to work on your passion project for someone else. And then have someone else give you shit about your idea and your vision. you know?
Yeah, exactly. So that's like the thing that's been making it go slow is like, I'm making it whenever I feel satisfied with how work is going. And I know the next, like, I've talked about it before too, and like the next really big project for that series is actually me reworking Volume 0 and making like a remake of it.
I am so excited for that.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that, because the one thing about that series so far that doesn't sit well with me is the fact that, like, we were so limited, and there was so much shit going on when I made Volume 0 that I feel like my creative, potential for it was greatly limited by everything going on. So I really want to make a remake of it now, and, like, have a proper start to the series, because I've watched a lot of videos about DOAI, that, like, discuss it. And the common opinion I see is, once you get past Volume 0, it's super cool, but Volume 0 is very generic, and I'm like, I agree with that! I agree with that! I need to change that! You guys are right!
I personally believe, and this is gonna sound controversial, because, like, there's a lot of slop out there in the world, but whatever. I personally believe that if you need to make something more generic or something more uninspired or something very clearly based off another thing, just to start out, just to test the waters, that is 100% fine in my opinion. You know, like, people will just call it trash or, like, call it generic slop, but, like, if you succeed and then you are actually able to go on to make more original and like, inspired things, then more power to you. Like, that was a stepping stone to better things.
I would rather watch really well-made slop than really horribly made original stuff, if that makes sense.
Yes. For example, Indigo Park. Like, Indigo Park's first chapter is legitimately, like, some of the most generic mascot content out there. But now that Mason has been able to get funds for an Indigo Park Chapter 2, they are actually putting, like, effort into the project, and they want to make it, like, a lot more detailed and original. So, like, I would rather have generic slop that can then fund something bigger and better than rather nothing at all. You know?
Yeah.
Because some creators get way too focused in on making something original without the means to do so, and then they fail, and then they feel horrible about it. You know? I've seen that so many times before.
Yeah, that was, like, the prior was definitely what working on Volume 0 was like, because, like, Volume 0 was made, I don't know if I told you about the actual hell that was developing Volume 0.
Oh, you went through a lot during that time.
Yeah, Volume 0, it was just me and Lyra at the time. We were the only people working on the project, aside from, like, you know, some voice actors, some actors, and, like, a couple friends that helped with some very small tidbits. But, like, for the most part, it was just me and Lyra. And, I had a rule where it was, like, it needs to come out on Halloween. It needs to come out on Halloween. It's the Haunted Halloween PSA. It's the Halloween special. I'm the Halloween guy on YouTube. It needs to come out on Halloween. In October, my, like, place of residence got hit by Hurricane Fiona, and my power was out for 3 weeks.
Oh,
so,
no.
Volume 0 was rushed like crazy because of it. And a lot of scenes that I really wanted to have time to explore ended up needing to be cut from the final thing. So it's not even like a matter of like, oh, I love this.
Hello, hi, hello. I love this one. I love this guy.
Yeah, it was...
Continue.
It wasn't just a matter of like, oh, people disliked Volume 0 and it made me less proud of it. It wasn't really a matter of that, because I don't really care if people are critical of things I make. I put it out there so that people can give their thoughts and opinions. It was a matter of like, I look at Volume 0 and I'm thinking, oh, there was so much I could have done with this. There could have been so much more. There's so much content from this that just isn't there because I physically couldn't do it.
To clarify on just how rushed things were, I remember the whole moment in DOA Volume 0 where you get like the oh god, but like the first contact screen and it's like Clyde very close up. That was always intended to just be like an illustration by Zach. And then at the very last minute, one day I was experimenting. I was like, hey, Zach, I made a funny little sculpt of Clyde. And then I did a render with it, and Zach is like, wow, that's really scary. And so, like, last second, we decided to implement that as the little, like, shock screen for that scene.
Yeah.
Also, legitimately, let's give a round of applause to like one of the coolest fucking parts of this game. Like, legitimately.
No, I love this.
It's so cool.
I built this park. It was to be a masterpiece. My masterpiece. And now you think you can just throw me out? Trample me to the dust and forget me? No! This is my park, my glory. You may think I'm wrong, but I'm still here.
Yeah, Bertram!
Okay, like, we've been yapping about a lot of stuff that's unrelated just because it's fun to talk.
Yes.
But like, dude, I love Chapter 4 of Bendy and the way that its story kind of like plays into the overall theme with like Joey's character and the way this whole studio fell apart. I love Bertram so much and how he reflects the whole like recurring theme of like Joey Drew is super ambitious but had none of like the actual talent to back up that ambition, so he just abused every single artist and creative person that was like on his team to the point that we get characters like Bertram who turn into
Hope you all
this.
are good. Thanks for this channel.
Ambition without the care to take care of the artists that actually make the things that make you famous, you know?
It's super cool because like
Ironic for
I
the
love
studio
whole-
that made this, but whatever.
Yeah, right? But ignoring that.
Ignoring that.
I just think, I love the whole thing about Bendy lore where if like you read into the subtext, it kind of feels like a commentary on a lot of old animation history with how like Henry, the character you play as, was the one who actually created Bendy and was the talent behind all of these creations. But Joey was the one who got all the credit, and Joey was the one who ended up like capitalizing on it. So it's an entire like empire built off of a stolen idea.
Yeah.
And you get to see how that ambition slowly but surely led to this place's downfall through bosses like this and just the whole concept of the ink machine.
Also, maybe I'm giving this design way too much fucking credit, but now that I am somewhat of a Bendy and the Ink Machine fan, because of Dark Revival, I do kind of like the idea of a creative like Bertram, whose entire life was dedicated to this failed project that never came through, like the Bendyland project with like the whole different rights, like the rights and stuff, and him literally becoming part of his creation by literally merging with like an experimental ride thing that he was making. Like, I like the idea that, because like it's implied that that was the last thing that he recorded, right? Like that tape that we heard, right? I like the idea that he was so desperate to keep his dream alive that he literally used his own body as like fuel for this like entertainment machine. And because of his ambitions and his like obsession with this project, he has literally merged with it and it became something out of like complete nightmares, you know? Maybe I'm reading like way too deep into it of like, haha, funny little head man inside of like carousel wheel or whatever. But I just like this idea of like creators so obsessed with their projects that they become a part of it, and how that also mirrors and relates to Joey himself with the ink machine.
Yeah, and also, you're bringing this up as if you're thinking too much into it, but I'm gonna add even more onto it because like it's even cooler to me whenever you get this context. Because like obviously what you're describing is really cool already in the original Ink Machine, but with context we learn that, you know, the cycle was a creation of Joey for the express purpose of torturing Henry.
Yes.
Because Henry got to live a life that was fulfilling, where he was happy, and Joey just fell down into this pit of despair when his ambition ended up getting the best of him.
Yes.
So this Bertram we're seeing, this isn't literally Bertram fusing himself with his creation.
It's him, it's Joey projecting.
This is Joey projecting everything he did wrong onto Henry and saying, look what you allowed to happen by leaving me behind.
Yes.
Look at this poor man whose life was ruined because of all my ambition that couldn't be fulfilled without you here to help me.
And this is literally what his subconscious mind thinks of himself. Like, hey, Henry, fuck you. This is what you did to me. Even though this is what Joey literally did to his own employees, you know?
Like, that's the thing. I find Joey Drew to be such a fascinating character because with the context of Dark Revival, it is so interesting how this guy, like, this guy stole, like, all the merit.
I'm sorry. Someone, J-Rix on the chat says, Joey is the true projectionist.
Shut up.
Please continue. Oh, that was good. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Please continue.
I just find Joey to be such a fascinating, compelling character because I just love the idea of this man who found success in every aspect of his life through basically just stolen ideas and, you know, stolen creative concepts. And he managed to build an entire empire off of it, but his ambition could never reproduce that, like, original, like, spark that Bendy had because he wasn't his creation. And all of his attempts to, like, recapture that magic failed time and time again. And it was all his own doing, but his own bitterness towards his own failure, he just couldn't allow himself to be the one responsible. And so he projected all of it onto Henry, to the point that he literally created another world for the express purpose of torturing not the real Henry, but a copy of Henry. Because the real Henry's just a happy man living his life. He cannot be hurt by Joey. And Joey's so bitter, he literally just needs to take it out on some version of Henry.
Very Jimmy from mouth-washing behavior of like, hey, look at this victim that I, like, specifically abused. Fuck you. I'm the one that is being abused. How dare you? I'm gonna use him as a metaphor for my own trauma and, like, hurt, like, I'm from my own pain. Fuck you, Henry.
And
Come back to me, you fucking idiot.
They're
I
gay.
think I think what's so, like, cool about that too, and why, like, I think Bendy's story is so underappreciated after Dark Revival, is we get to see Joey in Dark Revival finally learn to be a decent person by having someone in his life to turn him around. And when he finally manages to create something of his own, when he finally decides, I'm going to make something for myself, I'm going to express myself, I'm going to, like, stop abusing others, he gets replaced by a new villain that has the exact same problem he did, but doesn't learn.
Fuck you, Wilson! Oh, I fucking adore Wilson as a villain.
Wilson is so fucking awesome. I love it so much how we get to see Joey, like, grow and change as a person after years of bitterness before he passes away, only for Wilson to come in and take his creation and try to abuse it because he's genuinely just Joey, but, like, without any of the character development.
Joey is a lame-ass villain. Oh my god. Joey is a lame-ass villain because he's barely there in the story of the original game. Wilson is all over the place. It's just like an objective upgrade in my mind. Also, one of the coolest scenes in the game.
Yeah!
Oh, they scrapping.
Fighting. Fuck him up.
Falling. Dreaming.
I do like that, like, the mouth is, like, constantly vibrating, like, sketchy lines and stuff for, like, the mouth. That's pretty cool. Fight! Fight! Fight!
I also do kind of like that this cutscene kind of establishes that there's, like, a weird food chain here.
Power dynamic between, like, the monsters.
Yeah, exactly. The Ink Demon's just at the top of the food chain no matter how strong of a monster you think you are.
Choo choo. Anyways.
God, I love Bendy lore. I've been giving Bendy a lot of flack. I've been giving Bendy a lot of flack during this stream, I feel. But, like, I only criticize it the way I do because I love it so much. I love the concept, I love the world, I love the characters.
No, but
and, like,
for real, now that, like, I am talking to someone that genuinely appreciates the story and I got into it because of the Dark Revival, I'm seeing some of these changes and some of these, like, definitely unintentional aspects of the series, and, like, you know what? They're cool. Genuinely, they're cool. I forced you to give Bendy a shit ton of flack. You inspired me to, like, look at the good parts of the series.
Exactly. And I just think, like, honestly, I think if you're a fan of something, like a big fan of something, like, being critical of it is just kind of part of the experience. Because, like, if you truly love, like, a piece of media, there's nothing wrong with being critical of it, because that just shows that you want to see that thing improve, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, I'm only as critical as I am about the original Bendy now, because I have the Dark Revival to compare it to, and it's like, man, that original game really did suck, didn't it?
Honestly, I'm having fun with Chapter 4 so far. I forgot how many cool moments are, like, located specifically in Chapter 4 and how big of an upgrade it is from 3.
Dude, Chapter 4 is my favorite part of the entire game.
Look at this,
like, I think this is easily the best chapter.
Spooky skeleton horror ride.
No, I just got spoiled for something.
What? Oh, math washing?
No. Somebody just sent me the fucking post-credit scene of Sonic 3.
No! On DMs?
Like Twitter DMs.
Oh,
I won't say who did it. It's like, no, and it's really good too. I would have been so happy if I saw that in person. It's awesome.
Oh,
but, like,
man.
You know, it's okay. I'll still watch that movie.
Absolutely I will, whether I get spoiled or not. I need
yeah,
my
show
Shadow
me Keanu
Boy.
Reeves.
Shadow Boy, please.
Show me Keanu Reeves playing Shadow with a gun, please.
They gave him a fucking gun, and they gave him a gun, and they kept it for the second trailer, because they knew how big of a deal it was gonna be.
And they gave him his fucking motorcycle. I was so worried that we weren't gonna get, like, Shadow the Hedgehog game Shadow, but no, we did. We did. And,
The moment, like, oh, you've seen this in the trailer, Ryan? The moment where, like, he fights Sonic Team, and then he beats their fucking ass in, and then Sonic tries to make a quip about it, and then he tries to, like, get up from, like, the floor, and then he goes, like, oh, like, this guy's so tough, and then he falls down onto the floor, and the camera rises up to, like, look at Shadow behind them, just literally like the fucking intro cutscene for Shadow the Hedgehog 2005. Like, dude, they were fans!
I am so happy that between Sonic 3 and the Sonic X Shadow Generations, that Sega's giving more love to the Shadow the Hedgehog game. Because I don't fucking care. That game rocks. That game rocks. I don't care. I don't care how bad you think it is. That was my first game I ever played. That game rocks.
You too?
That game
was the first game I ever played.
As long as you're not playing it.
No, I don't care. Even when I am playing it, that game rocks. I get to shoot people as Shadow the Hedgehog.
Fine, but, like, have fun, like, looking for the one gun soldier out of 50 in a giant fucking map.
You think I give a shit about that? I just run to the end. I don't give a shit about the alternate endings.
What has she done to you?
Fair enough. Also, hey, boys. The director of the Sonic movies worked on the CGI for Shadow the Hedgehog, so yeah, he's a fan. Very good. Time to fight this boy. How the fuck did you kill this guy again?
So, you need to avoid his attacks until he gets stunned. When he gets stunned, he'll drop a little blob of ink, and you can use it to craft a weapon.
Okay. Oh, fucking hell! Uh-oh.
Also, yeah, he still has the bone in his mouth that you gave him. It carries between chapters.
Oh no, my poor Boris.
It's okay, Boris. Well, it's
Come on,
not.
get
You're
Boris.
very dead, but...
You're very also not real. You're not real. You're not real. You're not real.
You're not real. You're not real. You're not real.
Your pain is not real.
Now, that's the one thing about Bendy lore that I was always fascinated by, is, like, we know shit did happen at, like, you know, in Joey Drew Studios in Universe, right?
In
Like,
some capacity.
we know that real shit did happen, but how much of the shit that happened was like a fabrication in the cycle, and how much of it really did happen in real life?
That's one of the things that I dislike about the whole cycle concept and the plot twist. Because it's kind of like a Help Wanted 1 situation, right? Where, like, the game reveals that all the stuff that you cared about beforehand did not actually happen for real, and, like, you could, like, change the events to suit the plot, because it was just, like, an adaptation of the real stories. I feel like that's kind of like a cop-out if you ever want to, like, do, like, a retcon or something of, like, previous events. The one thing that I like about it, though, is that maybe like Joey was inspired by the real events that happened in the factory, and he just like exaggerated them or something.
Well, the thing is, we do know for a fact that most of the shit that happens in this game and is described did really happen. Because a lot of the things we see throughout Ink Machine, we learn from Dark Revival are specifically there as if to show, like, this recreation of Henry, all the sins that were committed once he left. That is, like, the purpose they serve. Like, the caskets we see are supposed to tell him, like, yeah, like, these people died. And, like, you know, the tapes are supposed to tell him, like, these are the things that happened while you were away. But, like, I'm just like, how much of that really did happen?
Right.
Was Susie, like, really transformed into Alice Angel, or is that something Joey made up for the story? Was, like, the Ink Demon, like, a failed experiment? Or was that just made up and the actual Ink Demon is just this, like, being that anchors the cycle together?
That's
the thing I'm curious about.
The only things that really happen are the things from the tapes that are actually, like, physical evidence of the characters talking? Or is it just... Okay, fuck this guy.
Because, like, the thing is, we know to an extent that the real-world details of what happened in Joey's life and the things we see in the cycle aren't one-to-one. Because, like, in Chapter 3, it is stated that Allison Hendel was an actress who replaced Susie. But in Dark Revival, Joey explains that Allison was somebody who came into his life long after the cartoons were made and turned his life around. So we know for a fact that with the Dark Revival in mind, that Allison being a voice actress wasn't a real thing, and that the Allison we meet was just based off of her.
Angry Boris.
So, Angry Boris.
I saw that shit, like, all over... I saw that thumbnail of those two guys, like, all over YouTube when, like, this chapter first came out. Like, it was on the periphery before I played it. People went crazy for that, like, super crazy plot twist or whatever. But yeah, it's very interesting, but also, I really dislike this chapter's ending, Chapter 5. This is the last one, by the way. After this, we're moving into the Dark Revival. Oh yeah, right, the 5-minute unskippable cutscene.
You gotta love this when you get soft-locked and have to restart. Oh, hey, did you ever, did I ever tell you about my experience attempting to do the all achievements stream for this chapter?
Everyone knows that.
No?
There is an achievement in Chapter 5.
Why are you here?
For, there's 3 achievements. One of the achievements is letting Allison and Tom kill all the enemies during the sequence where you're trying to survive against them. Another achievement is beating it as fast as humanly possible. And then there's another achievement for doing the stealth section with the Butcher Gang, and not being seen once. But those first 2 achievements, you're probably noticing, those are 2 achievements you can't get in a single run.
Good things. How can
you have to redo the chapter for that. Also, people are saying, Phil, you can press E to skip it. No, I can't. Look at this. Never mind!
No need to worry.
Press E, press E.
I was pressing E throughout the entire thing, and it wasn't letting me. Alright, there we go. You have to press E twice.
I love you saying no you can't and immediately being proven wrong.
You see, you have to be very
confident.
You have to be very confident. For streaming, you have to be super confident, because if you're right, you come across as like a fucking prophet, and if you're wrong, it's funny as shit.
But yeah, no, like, dude, those two achievements, you can't get them both in a single run. So every single time I wanted to try and go for those achievements, I had to restart the chapter, and this cutscene was unskippable at the time. So I had to watch this cutscene at the beginning of every run, and that's not even taking into account all the times I messed up the stealth achievement and had to restart the entire chapter again. Chapter 5 was miserable to do for that challenge.
I am sure glad that Dark Revival is out so that you can enjoy a good Bendy game. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I know.
Look inside. Give me that shit.
Oh, how I love Dark Revival.
Sorry if I've been quiet. I've been checking something out. I forgot to tell you this, both Zach and Phil, but I got a new piece of equipment today that's gonna help me out so much.
In projects?
In projects?
Yeah, okay.
For the project I'm working on currently, I finally have like a professional like film camera.
Ooh.
It's a camera from 2010, which honestly makes me happy because I feel like the slightly dated quality of it will actually lend to horror projects. It is the Nikon D7000, which is a primarily photo camera, but has the unique added bonus of being able to take like incredibly high quality video as well.
Yeah.
So I'm super excited to actually get to like use this, especially since it came with a good couple of lenses, so I don't have to go out and buy those.
Fuck yeah. Are you gonna use that in your own like projects, like the?
Yeah.
Yeah. Launch the barge. This is where I first met Zach, technically.
Yep, this is where we first interacted, because this sequence was so shit that you needed to vocalize it the second I appeared in chat.
Yep. Okay, Zach, I was mean when I first met you, but you gotta understand, I had to set down like a 5-minute unskippable cutscene between two characters talking about shit I didn't like understand, just so that I can escape out and fight like a single lame enemy, and I was bored to tears. Come on.
You said you were mean when we first interacted, but I didn't take it that way at all.
I've gotten softer the past few years.
You gotta understand. Back when I made my friggin' Why Bendy is my favorite horror game video, all of my friends and content creators I knew played the game, and every single one of them fucking hated it.
I don't get it.
Like, every single one of them despised this game, so much so that literally my personal philosophy of, you can like bad shit, who cares, came from the fact that so many people gave me shit for liking Bendy. I did not have that philosophy until Bendy, because I realized, yeah, maybe this game is more shit than I thought it was. I don't really care, though.
You were a veteran Bendy fan. You and Nyan, and like a bunch of people from that stream originally, were like the hardcore veteran Bendy fans that survived an no, I'm not gonna say it objectively, but like survived a wildly hated first entry that got compared a lot to like other like games that were considered like more popular and better than it, and you got to go through the giant like drama shitstorm of like the developers trying to learn how to like actually behave like a proper studio, you know?
You need to hit the ink that's blocking the propeller behind you.
Thank you.
Hit the ink.
Dude, like the pre-Dark Revival era of the Bendy fandom was dire.
It was bad. I remember back whenever I was in the like Bendy fandom, back when Ink Machine was the only game we really had other than like Boris and the Dark Survival. It was. I don't want to say it was miserable, because I was very happy just with my one game that I loved.
Yeah.
But like, you know, it did get very exhausting after a while being a fan of a game that was just so widely disliked and getting no content for it that was promised for like 5 years. When I saw that Dark Revival announcement and I was sent a free copy of it by the Meatly, that was like, that made my fucking year. That was like the happiest I had ever been as a content creator up to that point.
That is great.
Yeah, because I remember, like, I made that video, and Meatly commented on it saying, like, this video was awesome. I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. And then he DM'd me the link to the game, and I'm like, oh my god, all the work I put into friggin' being a fan of this game was actually worth something. Holy shit.
Nyan the Cartoon also says, like, I've been a fan of the series since I was 12. Holy shit. How long has Bendy been a thing? Like 8 years? Nearly?
Chapter 1, I believe, was 2017.
Math.
I believe. Was it 2017 or 2016?
Like 8 years? 7 years. 7 years. Oh my fucking god. I've been a fan since chapter 2. Fuck. Like, yeah, no, like, Bendy fans started in darkness. And then Dark Revival came up, and like, oh my god, like, now Bendy is like way more respected as a series.
We were born from darkness.
Yeah! The Dark Revival, when the series actually became good.
The Dark Revival doesn't refer to the game or the story, it refers to the fan base. I see so many Bendy fans that became fans of the franchise after Dark Revival, and I'm like, okay, first of all, so glad to have you guys here. So wonderful to get to talk to you. So cool actually having like a proper Bendy fan base. But also, you didn't survive the shit I did.
You fucking tourist. You fucking Bendy tourist.
You don't understand the suffering of being a fan of this original Bendy game and knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that this game is shit and it might be the only game your franchise has to show for it because the Dark Revival might never come out. I remember seeing like video after video for like a full year of why the Dark Revival will never come out.
Oh man. None of you would survive the trenches, says Reezer.
None of you would survive the comments on my Bendy and the Machine video.
I love that so much.
Dude, did I ever tell you about like the joke I had whenever like I was starting out with the friggin' Bendy video and like the comments I would get between that and the Resident Evil videos?
No.
It was so fucking funny. Like I used to get comments on the Bendy and the Ink Machine video, and they'd be like, if this is your favorite horror game, you need to play more horror games, which they were right, but that's not the point I'm about to make here. So they were like, if this is your favorite horror game, you need to play more of the classics like Resident Evil. But then when I would go into my Resident Evil video and I'd be like, oh, RE8 House Beneviento is the scariest horror sequence from any game I've played, I'd get comments like, if you think this is the scariest horror sequence, you really need to expand your taste and play more indie games. So I would, for a while, I would make a video about like Bendy or some like game that I really like that's widely disliked, and people would give me shit for it. But then I'd make a video on a more widely accepted horror thing, and then people would tell me I need to make more videos like the Bendy video.
Also, consume product, everybody. Look, it's your favorite Sammy Lawrence from SammyLawrence.com. Consume product. He's back, everybody. You finally get to fight him. Don't you love it? It's Sammy Lawrence.
Also,
look at this lame motherfucker. It's Sammy Lawrence. I clapped when I saw it.
Okay, I will say, this boss fight's shit.
This
boss fight is shit, but there is one really neat detail that I think is awesome about this boss fight.
It's a real awesome,
His boss theme is made up entirely of all the instruments he used to solve the puzzle in Chapter 2. That is the one thing about this boss fight that I find cool. Like, listen to the boss music. You can hear the instruments from Chapter 2.
I guess that's something. I guess I don't know.
Look, Bill, I'm just trying to be nice.
I mean, it's my favorite character, Sammy Lawrence. He made such like a dramatic entrance through the Avengers hole. Fuck. What the fuck?
You see, there's the banjo. God, this boss fight's so shit. This boss fight's so shit. You know the crazy thing is, in my Bendy video, I said this boss fight was good.
Man,
and it, like, literally, the way I described it to you, even...
No, shut up, actually, shut up. You just complained, you just appraised the music. Listen to generic creepypasta violin string number 2 from a actual stock library sound effect file.
That's not part of the boss theme. That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Like actual stock horror creepypasta music in the background.
That doesn't count. But it's so fucking funny though, because like if you watch back my video when I talk about Sammy Lawrence, like I call it a good boss fight, and you can tell I'm like struggling to describe why. Because in the video, I'm like, it's such a good boss fight. The way he chases you around and swings wildly, it's absolutely amazing. It's so interesting. It feels really, really tense when he's running after you and he's swinging his axe. It's terrifying. And I watch back the video now, I'm like, wow, I was just, anything would make me happy back then.
You were a joyous person.
Could we get to see that video right now? Because I want to hear it.
Yeah.
I want to fucking hear it.
I'll get the timestamp for what I talk about it.
Because like
I don't remember like
I want
what
to
specifically.
I hope you understand this, because like the parallel between us on this, on our opinions on Bendy is so fucking funny. Because like I got to this point on my original Bendy stream and I broke. I legitimately fucking broke because I was so fucking miserable during the entirety of this. And then we get to the point where like, oh my god, guys, look, it's Sammy Lawrence from SammyLawrence.com, Bendy and the Ink Machine. Buy plushies of him. He's so fucking cool. He's just a guy with a Bendy mask and overalls, but he's so fucking cool. You love him, right? And like I just started like repeating that over and over again while continuously beating him over the head with an axe, and I was like fucking going insane, you know?
So if you go on this video,
I clapped when I saw it.
If you go to 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 53 seconds, that should be where I talk about Sammy Lawrence.
Oh no.
I don't remember what I specifically say, but I know it was like basically what I just did, like paraphrased.
This is Baby Boy Innocent Postra talking about their favorite horror game.
Love all the little details, like the ink dude who we see upon entering the town, who's perched on a little tower, or the different pieces of hidden dialogue that
doesn't show it.
Can be read using a seeing tool. Perhaps the coolest thing about this town, though, is what happens here as we try to get close to this boarded up building at the center of it.
Is it Sammy?
My favorite character, Sammy Lawrence.
Yeah, that's right. Sammy Lawrence is back, and he serves as the first sort of boss fight we get to encounter in Chapter 5. I was super excited to see Sammy back again for this chapter.
Yeah, that's why you didn't recognize him when you fucking first saw him.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Because he was easily one of my favorite characters from the chapter.
No, he wasn't!
My favorite character, Sammy Lawrence. He's so iconic, guys.
And the way he's handled here is pretty awesome, too.
Yeah?
Let me explain my reasoning.
You're walking forward with an axe?
The dialogue he says while fighting us makes it seem like he believes Henry is Bendy, with the reason for him trying to kill us seemingly being the fact that he feels betrayed by the Ink Demon. It's a really neat detail that gives us context as to why this is happening, making it feel like Sammy actually has a reason to be trying to kill us here. The music that plays during this section is amazing too. The hectic and discordant nature of the fight soundtrack perfectly fits in with the insane nature of Sammy's character.
And then the final part of the soundtrack is like generic horror, like horror strings #2, like legitimately from a stock like horror sounds like library.
Making it feel like he's become more unhinged than he ever was back in Chapter 2. And then there's my absolute favorite detail of his theme, that being the fact that all the instruments used to make it are the same ones we needed to use to enter Sammy's sanctuary.
It's fine, sure.
All the way back in Chapter 2. It's a really neat way to pay homage to what Sammy's entire gimmick was as a character, and I—
Also, Zach, I'm sorry, but like, maybe I'm still a cynical fuck, maybe I'm still a toxic, cynical bitch, but aren't, like, pianos and violins and drums and all that, like, super generic instruments for, like, any soundtrack and battle theme?
Yeah, but, like this was, like, a conscious decision they made!
I love it for that. Getting into
okay, what boss theme has a fucking banjo, Phil?
Banjo-Kazooie.
Oh, yeah, the one with banjo in the name. You fuck off. Fuck off. Let me have my 1W.
Alright, fine.
Dude, the way you explode, like, I was just like I'm just like fucking drawing over here. I'm making concept art, and then I just randomly hear it's like, what's
Jesus Christ.
we had back in Chapter 4. Sammy swings his axe around manically, allowing him to hit us several times until death if we're not careful.
Yeah, like a fucking normal enemy, right?
Yeah.
It's so cool how he, like, goes forward and hits us with an axe. My favorite character, Sammy Lawrence.
Look, I was just a baby. I was just a baby. Everything made me happy.
His axe around manically, allowing him to hit us several times until death if we're not careful.
It's just like Dark Souls, you know? Like, he walks forward and he attacks you.
Why did I used to do this? Why was it like in all Old Pastor videos, I just complimented games for having basic fucking mechanics? That's not a special thing. I could say the same thing about all the basic enemies in the game. Why did I do that? It was the same shit in like all my old videos. You look at all my old videos and it's like, man, I really love how the developers here really innovated with these WAS and D keys that you use to move around. And if you think that's crazy, just wait till you find out what the mouse is used for in this game.
Like he walks forward and swings and attacks you. It's just like Dark Souls, guys. Bendy is like the first indie Dark Souls.
For this reason, we have to wait until he's done attacking, then run in and weave in our own attacks while he's vulnerable.
Yo, you gotta weave it. You gotta weave in those attacks like a combo, like a fighting game.
It's not too crazy of a fight, but I feel like what elevates it to be such a memorable moment is both the shock of it, as well as its extremely well-made atmosphere.
It's so fucking funny because all throughout your explanation, you're watching the footage, and anyone with a brain goes like, yeah, okay.
After we presumably defeat Sam,
You know,
we knock off his mask.
I watch videos like this back like nearly 3 years later, and I understand why early in my career a lot of people didn't take me very seriously.
Oh, come on, buddy.
Causing him to run around
Come
for
on,
a bit.
don't beat yourself up.
I mean, you're right, but also, come on, don't be so harsh on yourself.
Covering his face. When we run up to him to finish him off, we get interrupted by this cutscene. You?
It's a good picture.
Oh.
You lied to me. You said I'd be free.
He has a fucking, like dick seam at the top. Like, what the fuck's going on over there?
Oh my god, dude!
Oh my god.
Oh my...
Right off your shoulders.
Right off your shoulders. Why does he say it like that?
I love how I'm describing the cutscenes about like as super awesome things, and yet when it actually shows my reaction, I have like no audible reaction to them in the footage.
I love you, Tom.
Good job, Tom.
I love you, Tom.
My favorite character, Sammy Lawrence. I clapped when I saw it.
Wow, that was so much more miserable to watch than I expected it to be.
I don't think so. The searchers.
Hey,
oh my god.
Just because if you're embarrassed about your old self, that just means that you've grown and like become a better creator for it, you know?
Yeah.
That's
No,
okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
The
Absolutely,
pain
yeah.
inside just means that you know better now, and that's good.
Lost ones.
I got to play a good game.
Like, honestly, you years ago were a lot more innocent, like, and a lot more easily pleased by content, and people took you less seriously. But, like, a few years ago, like, around this time as well, like, I was a whole lot meaner, like... I mean, I try to be as honest as possible with people, but I was still like an asshole that legitimately didn't care about my words negatively affecting the developers that just tried to make something for people to enjoy, you know? I was overly cynical, and every time that there was something that even smelled a little bit fishy, like I took like the most negative, cynical approach to it, and just thought that it was just for money, and that they just made this just for the money, and that they didn't give a shit about anything else. So I was like, as mean as possible because I thought that they were like a bunch of swindlers, pieces of shit. But then I realized, no, wait, yeah, people legitimately want to make stuff for people to enjoy. Like, the developers legitimately make Dark Revival the best they could be, and they took their time with it. And even outside of that, like, making, like, plushies and merch, as long as you actually give a shit about what you're doing, can be something that people actually enjoy and love to collect and love like to support like people for, like, from a genuine place in their heart, you know? Like I became like a lot more, I guess, kinder, you know? Like character development.
Must have been keeping him
It's
there.
great.
Now that he's gone.
Also, I would love to point out the person in chat who said,
Get ready.
yet even that more innocent pasture couldn't find a single redeeming quality in Hello Neighbor.
Yeah. We're both in agreement to this, absolutely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, like, I feel like we were kind of sharing that. I seem to recall that video being a collab.
So it's funny because like now that we're playing this for the Slopathon, and this is like my first like replay of Bendy. Like you can tell like it's night and day between like my first playthrough of this and now. That like yeah, we've matured our tastes, you know. Poster's like less kind and a little bit more cynical. I'm a bit more not wholesome, but like I try to give stuff the benefit of the doubt. But even then,
Kanye West.
But then we're gonna go back to Hello Neighbor, like in a few and like in a week or so, and it's gonna be the exact same shit. I
Hello
promise
Neighbor
you.
Ain't gonna change. If anything, it might be worse.
If
because the thing is with Hello Neighbor, like.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the friggin' show with Isaac, and I actually legitimately like the Hello Neighbor show, so now I actually have something to compare it to, and it makes the first game look even worse.
Fuck. Oh my god. I am going to go through the speedrun strats for Hello Neighbor and try to, like, get that shit out of the way as fast as possible. Because everyone goes like, haha, funny little Fisnum and funny little Pastorman are, like, going to suffer through the funny little Hello Neighbor. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be many teehees will be had. And then 2 hours later, even the chat gets frustrated and then they leave. Because the game sucks.
And then somebody's gonna show up in chat for Hello Neighbor 2 and be like, hey guys, let's talk about Konami and the Silent Hill 2 remake. Remember when that made you mad? And then we're just gonna be sitting there like,
No. We will spend the Hello Neighbor 2 part of that stream of the Slopathon exclusively apologizing to Bloober Team. We will like full on like 90-degree bow apologizing to Bloober Team.
Could you imagine, like, Hello Neighbor 2 starts, we mute the game, it's just me and you, it's just, alright, so, chat, we fucked up. We fucked up bad, and we want to talk about that.
Like,
we made a severe and continuous lapse in our judgment.
We put on our suits, we bow 90 degrees forward to the camera, and go like, so we said some things that, we may regret.
Now, you guys may remember that we had some opinions about a certain remake by Bloober Team, and that does not reflect the current mindset of either of us anymore.
We made a severe and continuous lapse in our judgments.
We really need to hold on one moment. I'm getting my ukulele. Okay.
No, hold on. Give me just a bit. So guys, I'm afraid to tell you guys that we have fucked up. We did some mistakes in the past, and like we are here to make up for it. From the bottom of my heart, I am very sorry to Bloober Team and the rest of the Silent Hill community.
Now, we at one point said that your game was going to be a shitty movie tie-in game. Oh, I just feel bad even saying it now.
We said that it was gonna be poopy garbage from a poopy butthole, and like that was very mean of me to say. I'm very sorry.
I said that, and you know, I was so mad my mic peaked. I was screaming at you. I didn't mean to raise my voice like that. A lot of people clipped it on YouTube. A lot of people clipped it, and you know, it's just out there now, and I've got to live with that.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry that you felt hurt by my words. Like, I'm very sorry if anything that we said hurt you, but like, you know, you gotta understand.
Listen,
Bloober Team sucked before, and now they did.
Yeah, I'm
come on!
Look,
You just shut the fuck up, you stupid
no reason to be
motherfucker.
confident.
You gave us no arguments for it.
Reason.
The medium fucking sucked. The message was garbage. Go fuck yourself.
Your games were garbage beforehand, okay?
Fuck the Silent Hill community for 9 years, ever since Silent Hill 2. Come on, go fuck yourself. Why would we ever apologize? Go fuck yourselves.
No reason to have faith in you. You subverted our expectations. Congrats. But like, we had no reason to believe in you.
I like that you immediately picked it up on. Yeah, okay, very good, very good, very
look,
good.
Man, look, man, I pick up on you. I pick up on the vibes. I got you. Someone in chat said Phil and Pastor on that same autistic wavelength.
We didn't prepare that.
That was not a pre-planned bit.
Okay. Lyra.
Yeah?
I'm sorry if this is like a bit forceful, because like I don't want to force anyone on the server for like the Slopathon to be in any specific stream, but can we just go to the Hello Neighbor 2 section of the Slopathon and just mute the game and just talk about Silent Hill 2 Remake, and it's just gonna be the Silent Hill 2 Remake podcast, please?
I don't know what day it's on, but depending on which it is, I may have to join the stream from the break room at work and just be like, so
It's-
Silent Hill 2.
It's Saturday, December 21st.
I am sadly always working on Saturdays, but if it is like if I'm around before or after work, I will gladly talk with you about
Fuck
SH2.
it, what if I just change the day? I can just do it. I own this event.
I mean, okay, I don't want to do that to you because literally my only off days are Mondays and Tuesdays. And plus,
Tomorrow.
I love Tattletale. Don't do this to me. I love Tattletale too much.
You know what? Fine. We can talk about Silent Hill 2 Remake at some point in the future
Listen,
later.
dude, you want to turn Hello Neighbor 2 into the Silent Hill podcast? I'll see how available I am that day.
I just changed the thumbnail for that for like it's just the neighbor in front, but like James Sunderland is in the background, like hiding in the mist.
I found it so funny that like the original Hello Neighbor 2 stream that you did basically was a Silent Hill podcast with you and I just being angry the entire time. The idea of the redemption,
rewriting history.
We can still crash out at the parts of Hello Neighbor 2 that were really jank though.
Yeah. Fuck it. It's Saturday, December 21st. We could totally do it that time. If you have the time.
I will join before I go to work because I have to leave at like 2:30 p.m. so I have like a little bit before.
Yeah.
Like I'll have like 2 hours to hyperfixate.
We need to. I will research every single skip imaginable so that Hello Neighbor 1 is like 10 minutes of gameplay and Hello Neighbor 2 is just Silent Hill 2 Remake the podcast. That would be such a peak stream.
I hate to like interject with some random shit because this was related to an entirely like I think this conversation was like a fucking hour ago, but I had this thought. This is the nature of streams.
Yep.
Zach was talking about how he's planning to remake DOAI Volume 0, and I think it's really funny that at basically the same exact time me and Zach looked at our first works, or the ones that got us on the map, and said, okay, but what if we remade it? For fun.
What if it were better? At the same
What
time?
if it were better?
Yeah, we had the exact same
literally
idea.
at the exact same time. And it's really funny because like I'm gonna be helping out Zach while also working on this project. Which is gonna be a bit of a balancing act, but it's honestly one I'm really excited for because it's gonna be super fun.
Fuck yeah. Oh no. No.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not.
I forgot this game's back. Right?
For a second, right?
Yeah,
least
for like a
it's not-
second there.
Yeah.
At least it doesn't break the whole game when you do that.
Not anymore.
It would be really funny if the entire game broke and the earth started shaking when you jumped on an elevated platform. Surely that has never been in a game ever.
Never,
Surely
ever.
that has never ever been a glitch in a
Surely
game.
when you jump like on an elevated platform, the main character that's supposed to help you like starts like fucking teleporting like all over the map like some kind of fucking force ghost. Totally not.
That's the real secret of the Mimic.
I'm so happy that you guys can legally make those jokes.
Yeah, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that the illegal game is now legal.
Yeah, I fucking love I love fucking around with that. I have fun with my reputation.
Dude, do you remember?
Wait, are you allowed to talk about? I genuinely don't know what the status on that is.
I like to be vague and fuck with people because no one in the FNAF community actually deserves to know the details about that because they're like self-absorbed, like demanding pieces of shit, and I will never actually be friendly to them ever again.
It's so funny because there's still people who debate on like the details of that, and I'm like, guys,
why are you?
Come on, it's been a year, if not more.
Why are you trying to theorize about the legal status of my legal NDA like it's FNAF lore? Stop it.
I just no disrespect to you at all, Phil, but I just don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like, I really just don't give a shit about it. Why, like...
Super good. The more you don't give a shit about it, the better.
As far as I'm concerned, you had a project, you got tired of making the project because it was not bringing you joy. You stopped making the project.
That's literally exactly it. That's literally exactly it, but the fact that people overcomplicate it to such high heaven and make it like a big drama sticking point, it's just funny to me.
Yeah.
So I just keep up the mystery so that it looks like a little bit like more important than that. Hey Jumbus, thank you for the $10. Just donating to say that you're officially inducted me into Resident Evil Autism. Fuck yeah!
Let's go.
Resident Evil 3 Remake earlier and just started RE2 Remake. Oh, good! You started from the bottom. Great. Awesome. Good! No, good! You would have been disappointed otherwise. Good. Good job.
Okay, but the nice thing is, though, if you're, like, just getting started on Resident Evil, I personally believe that Resident Evil 3 Remake is a perfectly fine game when you don't have the original to compare it to.
Yep.
Like, if you just play Resident Evil 3 Remake and that's it, and, like, yeah, it's just a solid game, honestly. I just get mad because I compare it to Resident Evil 3, which is my second favorite game in the series.
Absolutely. Started with the bad remake first. It's only going up from here.
Yeah. You gotta play Resident Evil Village. I played that game. Did you know I hit 200 hours on it recently?
Ooh. The obsession.
Ever since I started up the speed run again, that I've been doing.
It was 1 hour and
1 hour 32 minutes is my current PB.
Fucking crazy.
The category I'm running, the current world record is 1 hour 25, so I'm getting really close.
I mean, I'm not sure how long the actual, like, professional speedrun times are, but that's still... Like, that game took me... How long to first beat on my first playthrough? Fucking 12 hours?
Mine was 12 hours.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It is... That's the thing I fucking love about Resident Evil games, though, is, like, your first playthrough of a good Resident Evil game will be, like 12 to 20 hours in length, and then you'll play through it again once you know everything, and it'll immediately become, like... 2 hours.
Because, like, the 80% of a Resident Evil game is exploring this, like, giant, expansive location that you don't know the full details on, so, like, you're, like, lost in this, like, in very, like, optional rooms. There's a lot of, like, optional rooms in the good Resident Evil games and, like, optional puzzles. But once you, like, replay the games, you can go, like, okay, I'm gonna go here, 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 and done. I'm with Birkin now, you know? It's super fucking fast.
Like, if I were to pull up...
supposed to do here?
If I were to pull up, did you, have you been collecting the ink?
The ink?
Yeah, so what you want to do here is, when you get to the end, there's going to be a place where you can collect ink. You take that ink back to the start, you use it to create a pipe, and then you put those pipes inside the, like, the friggin' thing that's missing them.
And back and forth?
Yeah, you just go back and forth.
Oh, that sucks, anyway.
Because this chapter sucks ass.
Of course.
But if I were to pull up, I have like my times saved for all my splits in the RE8 speedrun. I want to quickly check how quickly I'm done of fucking Castle Dimitrescu, because that's like the longest part of the game. And by the time I finish it, let's see here.
Oh wow, this part really sucks. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, this part really sucks.
Holy shit, we're almost at 95%, by the way. 95% on the goal.
Holy shit. And you're doing this for, like, the full week, right? The full week. All 7 days.
It ain't ending if the goal is over.
Like, if I were to pull up, I have, like, my times saved for all my splits in the RE8 speedrun. I want to quickly check how quickly I'm done of fucking Castle Dimitrescu, because that's like the longest part of the game.
Full week.
Do you did you have stretch goals? Like if you went beyond the original goal?
Yes, 5,000. I was gonna do an extra day on December 28th, aka after Christmas. I was gonna play like a bunch of FNAF fan games, like take almost every single FNAF fan game that I've ever played, put it on a wheel and just spin it and just play whatever comes up in the wheel. And then December 29th, until 12 hours was up. And then December 29th, for the $10,000 goal, I'm going to be replaying the Steel Wool games, because I actually got into contact with Steel Wool, and they said, yeah, dude, we love charities. It's fine. Like, you would have to
cool.
You would have to be really stupid if you know, thought that someone playing a FNAF game was like a big piece of drama, right? You know? Anyway, so yeah, no, they're cool with it, and I'm just gonna be playing the Steel Wolf FNAF games once we reach $10,000. Boo says,
Okay,
right? Cool. Right? Yeah. Thank you, Batman, for the $10. Phil, if you're going further on creepypasta readings, I recommend N.O. No End House. Thank you.
Ooh, No End House is a good one. I like that one a lot.
No End House is good, yeah.
Continue, please.
I was gonna say, just like, I'm only just bringing this back up now just because I had it up here and I wanted to quickly say before we moved on to other stuff. By the time I kill Lady Demetresque, I am 29 minutes into my run.
Wow.
I kill Lady Demetresque like 1 minute less than a half an hour into the run. That's how quickly you go through that game whenever you know what you're doing.
That's fucking awesome.
I fucking love Resident Evil speedruns.
I dissociated and then locked the fuck back in. Are we mentioning creepypastas? Is it creepypasta hour?
Somebody just suggested a creepypasta for if for narrations.
We have on the channel currently, because like this originally started with me trying to cover Pastra's JTK rewrite for Halloween. Initially, I wanted to do a Let's Watch of like their own video on the JTK rewrite, and then I realized, well, wait, what if I just read it out loud and I just had like a really chill time, like just reading creepypastas for people? And now I have this series called Chill Reading, in which I take suggestions on what I should be reading, creepypastas, SCP articles, stuff like that, in like a really chill voice. I don't scream, and I just put on like rain sounds in the background, and people can just like listen to it without actually having to watch the stream, and they can just listen to it like or like if they're trying to sleep or they're trying to relax or study or something like that, they just can put that on the background. So Lyra, if you have any suggestions about creepypastas for me to read,
rubs my grimy little
if you have any suggestions for creepypastas that I should read, you're more than welcome.
I swear to God, like, that was my entire childhood, so I have many.
Mine too.
Chief among them, Pen Pal. Pen Pal is legitimately like one of the best creepypastas I've ever read, if not my #1 spot. It's only tied with Borrasca. The only reason I don't suggest Borrasca is because that covers some really, really
sensitive
heavy topics. Yeah, that are not stream friendly. And mind you, I don't think Pen Pal is 100% stream friendly either, but it's leagues more stream friendly than Borrasca is.
My viewer base are freaks. They are very relaxed by me listening out and like reading out a bunch of fucked up like murderers, like goring like their victims or whatever the fuck. Like they're super interested in that. But if it's like really uncomfortable subjects, then yeah, probably not a good idea to like be sleeping to those. Yes.
Yeah. And that's why I'm like, Borrasca, maybe not. Pen Pal, absolutely. I'm trying to think if there's any others I can immediately recommend.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the $10. Hey, Phil, a little fun fact. The Bendy and the Ink Machine devs updated the game 6 years afterwards to fix some game-breaking bugs and quality of life changes. Yes, I am so happy that if I get soft-locked, I don't have to go back to fucking Chapter 3. Thank you. Yes, I very much appreciate that.
Yeah. If you want a recommendation from me about one I'd love to hear at some point, I know I know we have had our differences of opinions when it comes to the concept of these stories.
As we did.
But I'd love at some point to hear you read, like, the 4 Abandoned by Disney stories by Slime Beast.
It's so fucking funny that I was about to suggest that.
I know you don't like spooky photo-negative Mickey, but the stories are genuinely good.
I just don't. I don't find the concept of children's show characters like just becoming evil for no particular reason, but like.
But there is a particular reason.
If the writing's good, if the writing's good,
it's not for no reason. You would know that if you read it.
I mean, come on. I mean, you're basically recommending me Sonic.exe right now.
Sonic.exe.
Okay.
Abandoned by Disney as a story is a commentary on Disney as a company. Sonic.exe is what if Sonic had evil eyes.
Alright,
It is
not
night
like,
and day.
It's not like the aliens from space like possessed like a giant like cursed island and then turned like all the costumes photo negative and like okay,
No.
good.
The Abandoned by Disney stories are designed as an actual commentary on things as like Disney as a company had done, as well as those things like being played up into a like horror story.
All right.
The story does not exist without Disney.
I'll look into it. Phil, it is legit good. Fine. I will do a chill reading of that after this event is over. Don't worry. How many, Lyra, like, which stories do you recommend specifically?
Pen Pal. Definitely.
Well, no.
I'm trying to think of others.
No, but like for the Treasure Island thing.
Oh! There's Abandoned by Disney, there's, shit, what's the second one called? Like, the lesser-known one, Zach? Like, a few short suggestions? Is that what it's
4
called?
stories. Yeah, it's Abandoned by Disney. It's Abandoned
Room
by Disney.
Zero.
A few suggestions. Room Zero and Corruptus. Those are the 4 stories.
Oh, Corruptus. Like with the Latin name. Oh.
Trust me, man, it's good shit.
Fine.
I made a video about it.
Sure, but it's like, don't you know, like during like the early like first few years of like the FNAF community, fan game community, like a bunch of like fan games that never came out, had like a bunch of like Latin bullshit usernames, like. They were like really edgy and goofy, and it's like, come on, man.
It's a good ass story.
All right, I'll read Corruptus. Sounds like a WWE fighter.
And listen, we've spent this entire stream talking about how I have standards now. I'm still standing by this with my newly found standards.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
I trust the opinion of Postra from today way more than the Postra from 2 years ago. That's for sure.
I have 2 more recommendations.
No, you're right. It's fair.
I'm sorry. It's true. Continue, Lyra, please.
You're all good. My first other suggestion would be, the fucking Anansi Goatman story. It's a very like classic internet horror story. I'll send you a link to it. But it's kind of playing off of the lore of like the whole Goatman's Bridge thing. But it's actually like a really fucking eerie like camping story. And then another one of them is Ted the Caver. I think it'd be really cool if you did like a read through of Ted the Caver.
A lot of people recommended me Ted the Caver. Yes.
Yeah, that story is horrifying, and it's also the first creepypasta that was ever made.
Really?
Yes, Ted the Caver was the original, like, the first creepypasta. It was made in 2001.
Huh.
I also made a video about that one.
Surprising. Okay. I love that story, says Neon. Candle Cove is short. I could totally do Candle Cove, yes.
That one's a classic. That one's super classic.
Hold on a second. Thank you, Generic, for the $10. I had an interest in RE before I started watching you, but you've definitely amplified that interest. Oh yeah, because of the, infectious autism. Yes. I even got to meet Claire Redfield and Lady D's actresses. Ooh. I also have every achievement for both RE4s and RE3s. Gonna work on RE2 Remake next. Fuck yeah. Love to be spreading the autism with everybody. Very good,
Dude,
very good.
I'm so excited for that friggin' RE4 Christmas special. I've been thinking about that nonstop.
I am so glad that you reminded me of it. I would have been very sad if you had, like, not bothered and said, like, oh, Phil probably doesn't want to do this, so, like, I'm gonna leave it alone. But, like, thank you, because I had a ton of fun.
Dude,
oh my god! Shut up! Oh!
What?
Jesus Christ! We won! We got the goal at 100%! Thank you, Hellfire's Mythics for the $500!
Holy shit!
Here you go. Thank you for the continuous inspiration. Been stuck on how to get started with my own project ideas, and I still am, but listening to you guys helps. Anyway, heading back to the void. I'll haunt you later. Take care of yourselves, everyone.
Oh my god!
Someone just out of the fucking blue, just knocking the goal out of the park. Taking the soccer ball and just fucking throwing it off the field. We are 100% on the goal. We are now going to be able to donate $10,000 to the Samaritans and Crisis text line as part of the Thankmas 2024 events. We managed to do this in less than 48 hours. Thank you so fucking much, Hellfire's Mythics, for getting us up to the goal and passing the goal with $500 donated completely out of the blue. That's incredible.
Y'all are so crazy with this. Like, y'all are so generous.
Fuck, dude.
No, David!
Hi. I heard a very funny sound on stream. I heard a real entertaining sound.
David, I'm gonna grab you by the throat. Where are the skips? Where are the skips in Security Breach? Where are the skips?
You all about
David!
I think he should have to do a glitchless again.
That'd be a good idea.
I think if he sees a glitch, he restarts the entire game.
I think Phil should do a run with Evil Freddy.
What's that?
It's a mod that I had Givo make for me that makes Freddy hunt you down the entire game.
I hate that sounds interesting.
I mean, my video got over 1 million views on it, so people clearly like it.
Oh no!
It's very comparable to having a Resident Evil stalker enemy chase you, so...
Can I get a gun? Like the mod with the gun for Gregory? Can I do that?
I mean, you could. It's not gonna help you, but you could.
I would like... Okay, for those that do not understand why the music is happening, we have currently reached our goal of $10,000 for the Samaritans and Crisis text line to help out with supporting mental health for people currently going through anxiety, depression, struggling with self-harm, and loneliness. And to celebrate this, I have to play Security Breach again. Very appropriate. And for everyone that is worried about Phil illegal blah 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 blah, I talked to Steelwool. They're cool with it. Like, they love charities. Come on, like, stop being a baby. Fuck.
Lol.
Oh,
I'm gonna
man.
have fun. Let's have fun. That's gonna happen on the 29th of December after Christmas. So, if you're worried that you're gonna be missing out on that stream because you're going to be with family on Christmas, don't worry. That's happening on Sunday next week. Fuck me. All right.
Don't worry, you're gonna have a great time in Security Breach. Every single time I replay the game, I find something new, so I'm sure you'll have something as well.
I also have I also check out Hell Wanted too, because why the fuck not? Hours. I can't I was preparing to go hard and promote the event and like literally do 12 hours every single day to be able to reach the goal, but I keep fucking underestimating you guys. $10,000 less than 48 hours. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so fucking much. Less than 24, I think. Hold on. When did I start?
Here's a fun fact. It's really funny you hit the goal today.
Why?
Because today is Security Breach's 3rd anniversary.
Oh, yeah, great! Fuck yeah!
Oh my god!